Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 501. With a faint smile on the corner of Link's mouth, he watched the scene with his coffee. The macaw with his hands on his hips, his fat belly looked majestic and mighty because of its violent inhalation, the eyes of millet grains stared like copper bells, and the temperament of the whole bird was like a goddess. The Duke on the opposite side of the sofa was also holding coffee, but his eyes met Link, and he didn't care about the macaw's glare. "That's all I have to say, General Lin can think about it," the Duke said, although his face did not change, but he was still very worried. "You must know that the Wasteland Gang had joined forces with the mechanical god cult and approached Shadow, which caused great pressure on Link. Moreover, I just ambushed Link some time ago and returned without success. In just 2 days, he came to seek peace, and with the Wasteland to help the current chaotic situation, as long as Link was willing, Asia was at his fingertips. If you are yourself, I am afraid you will not agree to this request for peace." Before Link could speak, the macaw couldn't help it, with his hands on his hips aggressively. "Oh, you really have a good abacus." The previous ambush failed, and then he went back and was done by Sang Kun again. "Now the Wasteland Gang, after the great chaos, I found that the troops were insufficient and faltering, so I turned my head to ask for peace. If you can't fight, you can fight, if you can't fight, you will surrender. Are you a flower of Asia? Why do you think so beautiful?" The Duke was silent for a while, and decided to make the last fight. "Yes, you are right, but..." "I agreed." The Duke's stiff face finally squeezed out a shocked expression. Although his eyes and pupils were 30% larger than usual, Link keenly caught the change. The Duke thought he would have to spend countless more words, but he didn't expect that he was just brightening his purpose. Link directly agreed, and he didn't say a word that had left him brewing for a long time. "Is this promise too fast? Is there a fraud?" Link saw the Duke's doubts and explained, "Of course, my agreement is also conditional. First, there is no so-called Wasteland Gang from now on, and Asia will be ruled by the Shadow. Second, full openness. The trade port between Shadow and Asia is taken over by the Shadow official. Third, Dao Tuo is allowed to have private soldiers, but the number must be controlled at 10,000. The Shadow military will be stationed in Asia daily, but will not intervene in daily management. Fourth, the rule and management of ordinary times. The sand is not enough, but all major policy guidelines, Asia must unconditionally cooperate. As long as you agree to these 4 requirements, then I welcome the integration of Asia." The Duke did not respond immediately, but lowered his head in thought and carefully considered these 4 requirements. To sum up, it is to send troops to guard against rebellion and not interfere in daily rule, but in general, we must listen to the call of Shadow to open up commerce and strengthen ties. At first it sounds like the requirements are very strong, but after thinking about it, it feels very reasonable. Every step is just in front of the bottom line of Dao Tuo and the Duke. "Okay, I agree." After thinking about it, the Duke finally agreed to Link's terms. The Shadow Army, the fearsome Wolf Cavalry, and the Special Forces, all Chenbing are located 5 kilometers away from Asia. The Duke also knows that many Saudi Taiko intelligence personnel have also lurked in Asia, and they are now employed by Dao Tuo. In the Pon. The most frightening thing is that there are more foreigners in Shadow, like a locust entering, where no grass grows. Although Asia also has strangers, the number is nothing compared to the sand. These immortal aliens are still strong. If Link gives an order, I am afraid the entire Asia can let them vacate. Asia is at a disadvantage in all aspects. If he refuses Link's condition, then he and Dao Tuo will only have a long way to go. What's more, Link's conditions are not aggressive, and Dao Tuo is emptied. The rule of Asia is still in their hands, and it is more like an autonomous region under Shadow. The macaw, who was brewing more intense speech, was dumbfounded when he saw the 2 who shook hands and made peace. When he got stuck in his throat and wanted to say something, there was a 180-degree drift at the last moment. With a beautiful 5 consecutive after the hairpin, he blurted out, he who knows the current affairs is a brilliant man. It is really a wise move for the Duke to join Sajana. The people of Asia are protected from the suffering of war and have immense merit. I have long heard that Commander Dao is upright, and he refused to be a mechanical god. He was framed and imprisoned by the villain Sang Kun and Yugenran. This time he came out of the mountain and took control of Asia. This is the blessing of the people of Asia. The corners of the Duke's mouth twitched, and the speed of this macaw's face change was amazing. I was glaring at him a second, and then he could say such nasty words with a squinting face. Looking at Link's expression again, it seems that he has long been used to it, without any fluctuations. Next to Link is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. After finalizing his intention to submit, the Duke brewed for a while and continued, "The above is the official business that my father asked me to talk about. Now the talk is over. Next, I want to talk to the general about a little personal matter." Link raised his hand and motioned the Duke to continue. "Thank you, General Lin, for letting me make a living in the desert, and thank you for telling me about my life, so that I can reunite with my family without continuing to recognize the thief as my father. To show my gratitude, if the general is useful to my place in the future, even if I speak, I will definitely go through fire and water. Repay the kindness." The Duke of Destruction had firm eyes, although he later wanted to understand that Link's righteous act on the battlefield might only be to provoke discord and cause chaos in Asia. But it did save him and his father Dao Tuo without causing a tragedy. The Duke took a deep breath, as if he had made an important decision. "I know that the Platinum Hotel has issued the most wanted order against General Lin, and now Asia is under the rule of Shadu. As a subordinate, I will draw a line from the Platinum Hotel. Later, I will go to Shadu Platinum Hotel to apply for retirement. Withdraw from the list." On the surface, Link was as unmoved as an old dog, but he was already delighted in his heart. The three major generals of the Platinum Hotel are the Shining, Nightmare, and Duke. Now the Duke's golden basin washes his hands and turns around to join Shadu, which is not a big blow to the Platinum Hotel. This is equivalent to digging a wall in front of you. Well, I'm actually not that kind of stingy person. You see that the Platinum Hotel has issued a most wanted warrant for me, and I am still in Shadu doing it well. There should be no psychological pressure on this kind of thing, everything can be done from the heart." Link said leisurely. The Duke nodded firmly, "I have decided, General Lin does not have to persuade me. I can take responsibility for my actions. This kid is pretty good." After the Duke left, Link's voice worm called Penguin Penny and asked it to be responsible for the handover of the Asia staff who was staying in Shenmue City. The macaw stretched its neck out of the fat with difficulty, leaned close to the window to see the Duke leaving, rushed to Link's side, and asked puzzledly, "Why did we agree to his request? In West Asia, isn't it better to let us control the construction?" Link glanced at the macaw. Although this guy saw the wind change the rudder's face quickly, he didn't think about the key reason. "It's okay to take Asia directly under our control, but this is not the best way." Link pointed to the direction of the door. Now the Duke, who is ranked third in the Platinum Hotel standings, takes the initiative to withdraw, and the Platinum Hotel loses a member. "Do you think this is a loss?" The macaw suddenly realized, "Boss, are you planning to take action against the Platinum Hotel?" Link looked at the door and said confidently, "Look, it's not that simple for the Duke of Destruction to quit the Platinum Hotel. Think about John back then." The macaw immediately became energetic, the eyes with big rice grains turned back and forth, strange, and seemed to be ready to join in the fun. The macaw patted his forehead suddenly, "Well, I suddenly heard that I have an appointment with a silver hand today. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first." Link picked up a newspaper on the table, "Well, go, there's nothing wrong with me." As soon as the voice fell, the newspaper was picked up by a gust of wind, the door creaked, and the macaw had run away without a trace. The corners of Link's mouth rose slightly, with a tricky expression. He knows that macaws usually like to join in the fun, and if he said that, macaws will definitely follow. Moreover, the macaw and the silver hand father and son are inseparable, and silver hand is absolutely indispensable in this wave. Silver hand, because it is a clone of John, activated the subconscious mind when getting along with John, that is, the memory of John before, including the Platinum Hotel. Tonight, just wait for a good show. With a smile on his face, Link glanced at the newspaper again, his face flushed. Yairio, the newspaper was turned upside down. After leaving the Howling Castle, the Duke couldn't help sighing. The biggest task of coming to Shadu this time has been completed, and joining Shadu smoothly is the best ending. The Duke felt cold sweat on his back, and his shirts were soaked. In the last ambush, the Duke just felt Link's strength, and every move was a big move, and it was hard to guard against. But this time, his trepidation and fear were even worse. After the most difficult day, he led Dao Tuo's guards and mercenaries, successfully defeated other remnant warlords, and won all and sole control of Asia. While in the basement, the Duke and Dao Tuo talked openly. Dao Tuo learned from the Duke that Link had told all this, and after the Duke confirmed the truth of this matter, he could no longer mention anything about him. Overcome the mind of confrontation. Link's horror is simply the power of ghosts and gods. Whether it is knowing secrets or strength, it's as if this guy knew everything in advance. How to contend in this situation? What's more, Link has grace with him, which makes the Duke of Destruction unable to think. So he told Dao Tuo his thoughts. Dao Tuo also inherited Link's love, and this time he was jointly ousted by other warlords, and he learned about the destruction of Mechanical God. Now the Wasteland Gang is in such a mess. He also faded his thoughts about hegemony, and simply let the Duke decide for himself. That's why today the Duke came to the Howling Castle to say. Along the way, the Duke was even more emotional when he saw the prosperity of Shadu. Once upon a time, Shadu, under the notice of Alonso, was synonymous with chaos and disorder. Except for the drunken dignitaries, the slums are no different from the slums of Asia. There are violence and crime everywhere. But coming back this time, it seemed like a different world. If it weren't for the buildings in the slum area, the Duke thought it was the upper city. The streets are full of people coming and going, full of vitality everywhere. In the past, the sluggish streets and closed-door merchants are in sharp contrast to the current situation where the crowds are crowded and crowded. With such a city with a population of 45 million as the logistical foundation, Link's road to dominance has become more solid. Shadow Alley, the entrance to the underground black market. As soon as the Duke arrived, the beggar who collected the gold coins stood up in fear and knocked on the door to the underground black market for the Duke. Just entering the underground black market, the Duke's brows instantly frowned. The dance floor music in his memory shook the sky, and people swayed on the dance floor, releasing hormones. But now, the dance floor in front of me was empty, with all kinds of flashes on, without any music, and there was a smell of death. There is only one bartender on the side bar, wiping the bar boringly over and over again, his eyes numb. The Duke did not stop, and continued to walk in. In the underground black market and the abandoned subway station, the original lively event no longer exists. Many shops were closed tightly, and a thick layer of ash fell on the tarpaulin, which seemed to be left unattended for a long time. In sporadic shops, the owner yawns idly, and the huge red-bottomed discount card is full of the words 50% off, but even so, no customer can be seen on the whole street. The Duke did not expect that the previously prosperous underground black market is now deserted. The store yawned and saw someone approaching. Without raising his eyelids, he said mechanically, "Buy something, now it's 50% off, buy 2 pieces or 40% off, do you need?" The Duke stopped. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com stared at the store and asked, "Why did the underground black market suddenly become like this?" The store sneered, and immediately looked up and saw the Duke, shaking all over. "Duke, Lord Duke, why are you here?" The shadow of the famous Tree of Man, the Duke ranked third in the Platinum Hotel standings, known as the Waste Saturn. Answer my question. The store sighed softly. Since General Lin became the leader of Shadow, and his reputation has become more and more prosperous, there are fewer and fewer people in the underground black market. Platinum Hotel has issued the most wanted order, and the underground black market is the owner of Shadow Platinum Hotel. Good old man Derek's industry. People are afraid of Derek, but they are even more afraid of General Lin, who is in full swing, for fear of being retaliated against, so they all left with excuses. Then why don't you leave? The uncle of the store smiled. I have been setting up a stall here for almost 20 years. I have feelings. Where do I go? I think that even if General Lin and the Platinum Hotel are facing each other, it will not be difficult for me as a common man. If the Duke nodded deeply, indeed, he will not embarrass you. Then borrow your auspicious words, the boss smiled. The Duke still didn't say the second half, and he didn't embarrass me. I want these two things, here is the money, no need to look for them. The Duke picked up the two things casually and walked towards the Platinum Hotel. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 502. The Duke came to the door of the Platinum Hotel. In the square outside the door in memory, there are usually many killers and bounty hunters who have not qualified for the invitation, waiting to receive orders. Now there is no one, not even the doorman at the entrance of the Platinum Hotel. Through the revolving door, you can see the original magnificent and brightly lit Platinum Hotel. The lights inside have been extinguished a lot, and the light is dim, like an old man about to die. The Duke entered the Platinum Hotel and looked at the person guarding the front desk. He was no longer an old acquaintance, Manager Thomas, but a naive waiter. The Platinum Hotel, which once surpassed the worldly power and symbolized power and strength, has turned into the current state of despair, which is really embarrassing. Although the interior is clean, but with the eyes of the Duke's top bounty hunter, it has been a long time since no outsiders have been here. The waiter at the front desk was stunned when he saw the Duke of Destruction. After the Duke of Destruction approached and took the initiative to inquire, he came back to his senses. Lord Duke, wait a moment, I will contact the manager. 3 minutes later, Manager Thomas came down from the stairs with a surprised look. Why did you come to Shadow? The information of the Platinum Hotel was complete, and the news of the Duke of Destruction's failure to ambush Link had already reached the hotel, and immediately there was news of civil unrest in the Wasteland Gang. Thomas, who manipulated the borrowed knife to kill, after discussing with Derek, decided to keep a low profile during this period of time to avoid being caught by Link from any clues that could involve the Platinum Hotel. But this morning, Thomas got a big news. The Duke transferred to Dao Tuo, and successfully made Dao Tuo the new owner of the Wasteland Gang. Combining with the unconcealed overall situation of Shadow yesterday, the battle between the Wasteland Gang and Shadow was about to start. Under this circumstance, the Duke's departure from Asia to Sato was indeed unexpected. Thomas poured a cup of coffee for the Duke, and the two sat in the lounge area of the hall, lamenting their nostalgia for a long time. Oh, things are not humans, who would have thought that the Platinum Hotel has become like this now? Manager Thomas's confident eyes rarely showed nostalgia. When the Shadow Platinum Hotel was first established, it was in such a downfall. Finally, thanks to the efforts of him, Derek and John, he established his reputation and established his position. Let's say, what's the matter with you this time? You are a person who does not go to the Three Treasures Hall, and it is still at this time. The Duke stared Thomas in the eyes and said word by word, I want to cancel my bounty hunter status at the Platinum Hotel, and wash my hands with the golden basin. The Duke took out an all-knowing gold coin from his pocket. This was the way he used to enter the Platinum Hotel. Certificate. Thomas, who had seen many great worlds, froze for a moment. Obviously the Duke's words had a great impact on him. After a long pause, he asked, why did you suddenly exit the Platinum Hotel? The Duke was silent for a moment. The reason is not convenient, but I believe you should know it soon. Thomas shrugged helplessly. and took the omniscient gold coin handed over by the Duke, trying to find room for the transfer. Actually, it doesn't have to be this way. If you find it inconvenient, we can hide your points and rankings first, and then try again when it is convenient. Make the list. The Duke immediately rejected Thomas's suggestion. It's better to just delete it. I'm going to trouble Manager Thomas. Thomas sighed for a long time because he could not be the Duke. The top three in the standings are the Forest, the Nightmare, and the Duke. The Duke, one of the three mountain ranges, has to break away from the Platinum Hotel to draw a clear line, which is definitely a major blow to the reputation of the Platinum Hotel. Even the top facade has withdrawn. What do other people think? The Duke got up and bowed to Thomas. Thank you for the care of Manager Thomas and Mr. Derek over the years. We are destined to see you again. After the Duke left, Thomas took the all-knowing gold coin and took the elevator to Derek's office. Derek saw Thomas coming in and helped his glasses. Why, the Duke left so soon? Seeing that your face is not very good, let me guess. Is it right that the Duke handed in the all-knowing gold coin and decided to retire from the gold basin? Wash your hands and sever ties with the Platinum Hotel. Thomas froze for a moment. You all know. Guess. Derek picked up a document on the table and handed it to Thomas. This is the latest news that I just received. Take a look. Thomas picked up the documents on the table, his eyes widened after a moment, his fists clenched and rattled. Asia, controlled by Daotuo and the Duke, will return to Shadu. Shadu will be responsible for the reconstruction of Asia. Daotuo will serve as the first district governor of the Asia Autonomous Region, and his son Duke will serve as the commander of the Asia Army and Shadu. Member of the Military Commission. Thomas put down the document and couldn't help but sneered. It turns out that this is the reason why the Duke desperately wants to leave the Platinum Hotel. When he is on the thigh of Link, there is another district chief's father who also entered the Shadu Military Commission. This is because I feel that the Platinum Hotel is inferior. Shadu, change a big tree to enjoy the cool. Derek helped with his glasses, and now Shadu had already sent the news first. The Duke was already an official Shadu. Shadu's current territory encompassed the entire western continent, and the power had leapt to dominate the Free Federation. In this case, everyone is waiting for the response of Platinum Hotel. Not long after the last most wanted order was issued, Link became the king of the Sand City, and he successively conquered the two major forces of the Mechanic City and the Wasteland Gang to become the Emperor of the Desert. Under this circumstance, the most wanted order issued by the Platinum Hotel not only failed to show the rules of the Platinum Hotel, but it turned into a joke. I was caught in the sand and did not dare to breathe for fear of being missed by Link. Now, Link has seized the opportunity to release the Duke's submission. This explosive news will definitely spread throughout the Waste Saturn at the fastest speed. At that time, the Platinum Hotel will be the one to be grilled. How to respond, or continue to play dead? Thomas was silent for a moment, watching Derek keep touching the bridge of his nose. Once Derek had this action, it meant that he was murderous. Sir, what do you mean? Derek flashed a touch of fine light on his lenses, folded his hands under his nose, doing silent thinking. If Asia completely reverts to Shadu, what do you think those people in the college would think? Thomas and Derek have worked together for 2 decades, and they often speak a word that can extend what is not said later. Manager, do you want to? This will be our last chance. The two eyes met, and their eyes were firm. The Duke walked out of the Platinum Hotel and glanced back at this place that was once full of his own glory. The past was tumbling in the ocean of memory. From now on, there will be no top bounty hunter Duke at the Platinum Hotel, only the commander of the Asia Army and the members of the Shadu Military Commission. Then, the Duke took a deep breath. He left without looking back. Walking out of Shadow Alley, perhaps it was a settlement with his past self, and the Duke felt that the pressure on his body was much lighter. Organize a relationship and start a new relationship. Afterwards, the Duke went to the hotel where he stayed in Chenmu City. The large screen display on the road, the TV selling merchant, or the radio station in the car were all reporting a piece of news: the return of Asia. The Duke murmured, "Thomas should know now." Although the taxi window did not roll down, the Duke still heard the lively discussions outside through the glass. "Oh, why is it so fast? I haven't finished the banner yet. We only sent troops out yesterday, and today we have recovered the entire territory." Speaking of Asia belonged to Shadow before, it must have been 43 years before the day of liquidation. "I didn't expect General Lin to be in power for less than a year. Take it back. Quickly, put the banner up and celebrate." People rushed to tell each other, with bright smiles on their faces. But there are also some strangers with a strong desire to fight, sighing in the street, lamenting that they have not been to the front line in the first time, and they are not even qualified to drink the northwest wind. The Duke quickly returned to the hotel where he stayed in Chenmu City and met with the staff sent by Asia Dao Tuo. These staff members have all heard of the Duke's name, and after knowing the relationship between Tuo and the Duke, they are more respectful to the young master. After listening to the reports and requests from his subordinates, the Duke expressed his satisfaction with the work of the confidants of these district chief fathers. "Next, I will wait for the formal awarding conference tomorrow. I will not go to the matchmaking meeting with Shadow in the evening. You can just watch it. It is okay to let the Duke bounty to kill people. When it comes to the exchange of government information, the Duke will head big deal." Now that the young master has said, these cronies will naturally follow suit. After the staff left, the Duke leaned on his seat and took a nap. After a while, a notification text message of Platinum Hotel was displayed on the integrated information ring screen of the arm. The Duke opened the message and read it on his own. "We regret to announce that the first bounty hunter Duke of Saturn has announced his withdrawal from the Platinum Hotel. Thanks to the Duke for his outstanding contributions to the Platinum Hotel over the years, and we sincerely hope that he can perform better after he withdraws from the Platinum Hotel." And play. On March 7, 43rd in the Wasteland calendar, Derek shadowed Platinum Hotel. The Duke couldn't help laughing after reading it, and the last piece of his heart was completely relieved. Link didn't repay his advice and help. Now he is back to Shadow, and sorting out the relationship with Platinum Hotel is the best choice to prove his loyalty. The mobile phones of all members of the Waste Saturn Platinum Hotel received this message. When the members first saw this news, their first reaction was shock. As the three major mountains of the Platinum Hotel and the #1 bounty hunter, the Duke suddenly withdrew from the Platinum Hotel. This explosive news caused an uproar among the bounty hunters and killer groups of the Waste Saturn. Some people close to Shadow had just learned that Shadow had regained Asia 10 minutes ago. As Dao Tuo's son and the young master of the power, the Duke arrived at Shadow and was crowned. Withdrawing from the Platinum Hotel is because of the vengeful relationship between Link and Platinum Hotel. In order to avoid embarrassment, the Duke took the initiative to terminate the relationship with Platinum Hotel. But far away, the news did not arrive in time, resulting in poor information. They will realize how terrifying the power of these two pieces of news is when the news of Shadow's recovery of Asia gradually arrives. If you calculate carefully, you will find that the current lineup of Shadow is extremely luxurious. The legendary killer of the Waste Saturn, John, lives in seclusion for the time being. In the Battle of the Mechanic Cult, Link also got John's copy of Silver Hand. Although he is not sure whether his strength is equal to John, he also got John 80%. The true biography can be regarded as a quasi-legend. Secondly, the new Chief of Staff of the Shadow Army, Li Ziqian, is known as the King of the Shadow Army. Can be regarded as a leader among the new generation of talents. His personal strength is undoubtedly an extremely powerful part of Shadow's combat power. The new boss of the Hidden Alliance, Earl Simon, showed his great strength in the Blood Banquet, which has been widely circulated in the Blood Clan circles, and has shocked many old Blood Clan who have lived for hundreds of years. In addition to the four kings of the original Moros, the Stars, the Mad Lion and the Yellow Spring, are also extremely powerful. The newly formed monster security company has sent out leaders and leaders from all over the country. The strength is also quite brilliant, and it is impossible to underestimate it. This does not include Link's terrifying pets. A little calculation, you will find that Link has a large number of top combat power. Now, this lineup has to add the Duke to the 3 major mountains of the Platinum Hotel. The horror of strength can be seen, and the other 2 parts of the Free Federation dare not take its edge. Reading www.ukansha.com. When the Duke was thinking about taking a rest in the room alone, he never thought that he had been spotted at this moment. Right outside the window of the Duke's hotel, Silverhand and Macaw stood on the roof of the tall building, secretly watching the Duke. "Come here, the Platinum Hotel has sent a message," and completely separated from the Duke. The Macaw said excitedly, holding the phone. Yin Xiao glanced at the text message, frowning involuntarily. "Should you be so friendly and blessing each other? You don't understand this." Link rushed to send news of the merger of Asia in front of the Platinum Hotel. It has already been stated that the Duke has joined and that high officials are generous. At this time everyone is waiting for the Platinum Hotel to say something. The Duke of one of the great mountains turned to face each other. This is no trivial matter. Last time, Link was most wanted, but it was a joke that everyone can understand. After all, Link is the Emperor of the Desert, and he dare not dare to use the Platinum Hotel. Easy to do. But this time is different. The Duke also surrendered to Link. If the Platinum Hotel still ignored it, it would be totally unreasonable. The dignity of the Platinum Hotel is lost, and it will not be able to stand on the waste Saturn in the future. The Macaw showed off the text message again and said with a smile, "Now don't look at the gentle drizzle in the text message of the Platinum Hotel. You can be happy with each other, but the actual undercurrent is surging, and you may want to engage in moths. Believe me, yes. There will definitely be surprises tonight." Silverhand thought for a moment, feeling that what the Macaw said was reasonable. "Okay, Dad will believe you this time. I hope you won't let me down." The Macaw grinned, patted Silverhand on the shoulder, with a firm gaze. "You must believe in Papa." 503 Entering the Dream to Kill. It was late at night. The Macaw and Silverhand, who were hiding on the rooftop of the opposite building, yawned repeatedly. "Are you sure something big is going to happen tonight? It's already 11 o'clock at night, but there's still no movement at all." Silverhand's eyes narrowed as he stared at the room the Duke was in. The Duke drank a glass of red wine in celebration that night. He ate the food provided by the hotel and didn't even go out of his room. He watched the programs of the Shadow TV station the whole night and even watched them with great interest. The Macaw was under a lot of pressure. After all, it was its decisive analysis that indicated that the Platinum Hotel would definitely make a move on the Duke. "It's only 11 o'clock. Why are you in such a hurry? The call girls in hotels don't knock at 11 o'clock, okay? Look at how lively the Duke is now. If it were you, would you make a move now?" The Macaw still firmly believed in its own thoughts. The Platinum Hotel was sanctimonious but petty, a typical hypocrite. The generosity in the text message was just to make people numb and to fool them. When night fell, they would reveal their true fangs. The Macaw could even imagine what the Platinum Hotel had done. They had killed the Duke, faked the scene, and put the blame on Link. If his son died on the front lines, do you think he'd still follow Link? It would definitely be a fight to the death. At that time, Platinum Hotel's goal would be achieved. Silverhand took a deep breath and swept away his anxiety. As he observed the Duke through the telescope, he could not help but ask curiously, "Hey, are the call girls in this hotel pretty?" The Macaw stretched out its 2 wings, squeezed its chest with great effort, lifted its butt, and suddenly retracted its waist. Water drop-shaped chest, 11-word branded abdominal muscles, peach-shaped buttocks, 7,000 yuan a night. What do you think? Silverhand sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. 7,000 for a single night? That's terrifying. The macaw flapped its wing on the back of Silverhand's head. Wake up! Women will only affect the speed at which you can draw your sword. Silverhand's eyes did not leave the Duke's room, but he suddenly thought of a question. Who do you think the Platinum Hotel will send to take the Duke's life? If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. For assassination, they would definitely choose someone who ranked before the Duke. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Shining and the Incubus. Since it's a Shining and a shapeshifter, it's fine for the Shining. Although they can teleport, they will still attract the Duke's attention. We can also see the signs of fighting in the room. But what about Nightmare? Although he was defeated by me, he can sneak into my dreams to kill people. It's impossible to guard against him. What can we see from the roof? The corner of the macaw's mouth twitched. Who did you learn this shamelessness from? Human Nightmare went to spar with John 5 years ago. What does that have to do with your Silverhand? Silverhand turned his head and pointed his finger at his temple, making the gesture of a pistol. He threatened with a serious face, besides, I'll kill your father. Shenmue City was located in the Gobi Desert, and the temperature difference between day and night was huge. In addition to the cold spring in March, the temperature at night was even lower than usual. Time passed by, and it was already 1 in the morning. After a day of bustling and prosperity, Shenmue City was finally far away from the hustle and bustle, and a moment of peace was restored. The street lights were switched off in 2s and 3s, leaving only a few lights to illuminate the Inhumans who occasionally passed by on the road. The macaw yawned and pulled its head out of the military coat, its eyes drowsy. What's the situation now? Silverhand's body was also completely wrapped in a military coat, with only his head and military binoculars exposed. He was as still as a statue. Everything will be the same. The Duke has been resting since midnight, and there has been no news of him so far. The macaw rubbed its eyes. This was impossible. It's already so late, why isn't Platinum Hotel attacking? But how could a father reveal his true colors in front of his son? Don't panic. I think that since the Platinum Hotel's top assassin is going to make a move, he will definitely do the opposite. The more we think that he will make a move, the more likely he will not. Silverhand, you're also a clone of John and a top killer. Don't you understand this? Silverhand felt his face burning up after being goaded by the macaw. As a father, how could he reveal his true colors in front of his son? Of course. I've already seen through the enemy's little thoughts, so I didn't wake you up. You were the one who was shocked and startled. Hoo. The cold wind blew from the rooftop, and the two couldn't help but shrink their necks and wrap their military coats tightly. His image could be messed up, but his temperament had to be kept in check. Hurry up, when will the top assassins of the Platinum Hotel come for a walk? Under the confident and determined appearance of the two, they were roaring in their hearts at the same time. The night grew darker, and the temperature of the desert dropped to the lowest point of the day. A person suddenly appeared. The strange thing was that even though the sky was covered with dark clouds and the moon could not be seen, there was an extremely clear shadow under the feet of this person. If one observed carefully, one would find that the people and shadows were strange in every way. The man's back was long and slender, like a screen that was stuck. His back appeared on the spot, and with a step, his figure was already 4 or 5 meters away. He had only moved less than half a meter in one step, but he appeared in a place far away. It was a bit like a deist's divine ability to shrink the ground into inches. The shadow under his feet was like a long black snake, moving forward in a wretched and strange posture, completely different from the pace of a human. If the assassins of Platinum Hotel saw this, they would definitely be shocked by the lineup in front of them. The spirits and the incubus were on the same mission. This was unprecedented in the history of the Platinum Hotel. How do you feel about your first mission together? The shining spirit's eyes were focused in front of him, and his skin was slightly dark. Even in the dark night, totem-like tattoos could be clearly seen all over his face. At first glance, he gave off a ferocious and terrifying feeling. The incubus moved quickly, her shadow spell at its peak. She released her voice with her spiritual power. The opponent this time is no small matter. I'm even a little excited now. I've heard of his name before, but I've never seen him in person. I didn't expect that I'd meet him for the first time in such an occasion. It's really sad. Then, Nightmare's tone changed. Your academy is also thinking of getting rid of this person. The Wasteland Gang's surrender to Shadow has led to the transfer of your joint pharmaceutical company in Essia. It's not easy to find so many voluntary experimental bodies in other places. Shining's eyes dimmed, and a burst of hatred immediately welled up in his heart. So this time, I'm not only here for the mission, but also for revenge. Soon, the two of them arrived near the target location. The Flash looked at the building not far away, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. The other party's identity and battle record could not be underestimated. Moreover, in the situation of entering the enemy's territory, if the battle was not resolved as soon as possible, the nearby reinforcements would arrive soon. At that time, it would be very difficult to find an opportunity to attack. In order to ensure the success of the mission in one go, we'll attack together. You can restrain him in the dream, and I'll appear in the room and give him a fatal blow. Nightmare was silent for a moment before giving an answer. It's a crude tactic, but it's effective. Flash teleported next to a tree and used a secret technique to form a borrowed sight seal on Nightmare's body. He nodded slightly to signal Nightmare to enter his home ground. With the sight borrowing seal, the Flash could see the situation in the room through the Nightmare's perspective, and could teleport to the target's location at the first moment. The shadow in the desert gradually rose from the ground. Its face could not be seen clearly, and its entire body and face were pitch black. It was like a human body made of some strange material. The Nightmare Lord's ability to raid dreams was not always effective. The more powerful the opponent, the greater the range limit. Nightmare had sneaked into the destination without anyone noticing. The darkness of the night was his protective color. The Nightmare's ability to enter the dream and kill was a combination of the unique effects of the occult and Esper. It could cause real damage in the dream, destroying the enemy's mind and body. From the outside, it looked like a sudden death. Only the unique Nightmare had such an ability on the entire wasteland. It could be said that he was unpredictable. Although the incubus was in human form, she had no heartbeat, no sound when she walked, and no heat. She was like a ghost that had left her physical body. This ability looked similar to the top-tier Shadow Meld, but there were still many differences. Shadow Meld allowed the user to enter an alternate dimension to hide from the enemy's senses. Nightmare entered a space between reality and dreams. The black shadow that had a form or an incorporeal body was the embodiment of reality, while the real human appearance was in the dream space. The black shadow moved along the wall and quietly arrived at the place one wall away from the target's room. The King of Nightmares sucked greedily, and he could feel the sweet scent of deep sleep in the air. Immediately, the Nightmare cast a spell. The black figure's body floated in the air, its head facing the wall. And on the other side of the wall was the target who had fallen into a deep sleep. Their movements were exactly the same. The black body of the incubus began to fade. The black color on its body moved like ink and gathered at its head. It separated from the body bit by bit and attached itself to the target's head through the wall as a medium to connect to the dream. When the black shadows receded like the tide, the Nightmare revealed its true appearance. Her skin was fair and glowed with a cold light. Her ears were long and pointed, with many strange-shaped pendants hanging from them. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and there was a strange symbol that was difficult to understand on each finger. Her face was delicate and her facial features were exquisite. The only thing that stood out was that her upper eyelids were blackened, giving off a smoky-like feeling. He also gave off a sickly and haggard feeling, as if he had not rested well. Nightmare has entered the target's dream. The first thing he saw was a deathly white color. Everywhere was white, and there was nothing else. It was so bright that he could barely open his eyes. It was Nightmare's first time entering such a unique dream. He was used to the dark and dim environment, and the sudden change to such a bright environment made him extremely uncomfortable. Nightmare, who was dressed in black, seemed out of place in this dream. Interesting, the Strong's dream is actually like this, the King of Nightmares mumbled. He immediately activated his will, and his black clothes turned white in an instant, perfectly blending in with the environment. Nightmare tried to find the main character in the dream, but after taking 2 steps, he was forced to stop. He frowned as he looked at the black footprints that had appeared where he had just stepped. Entering someone else's dream, the more inconspicuous he was, the less he would attract the attention of the other party's subconscious. It was also easier for him to suddenly attack when the other party fell into the dream scene constructed by his own brain, and launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Even though Nightmare had changed his appearance, the footprints on the ground were extremely eye-catching, like black ink drops on a white paper. It was hard not to notice them. If he was discovered in this situation, it would trigger the defense mechanism and vigilance of the target's brain, and the difficulty of entering the dream to kill would be greatly increased. Nightmare began to use all sorts of secret methods to erase the black footprints on the ground, but none of them could erase them. These footprints were like ink drops on rice paper, gradually soaking and dispersing. The King of Nightmares struggled for a moment before suddenly realizing that her actions were futile. A look of determination flashed through her eyes, and she no longer paid attention to the footprints on the ground. The target this time was a publicly acknowledged powerhouse, and it was almost impossible to get rid of the other party without anyone knowing. This was also the reason why the Platinum Hotel had sent out the top 2 assassins to work together in an unprecedented manner. It was to ensure that nothing would go wrong. As for the truly strong, there would be a protective mechanism in their dreams. The White House in front of him was probably the other party's protection mechanism. The King of Nightmares sprinted, trying to find a way to leave the White House. But soon, the Nightmare Lord discovered something strange. The white floor under his feet seemed to have softened. It was extremely difficult to walk, and it even began to sink like white mud. Every step was extremely laborious, and every run seemed to use up all the strength in his body. Even the time became unstable, and his movements became slow motion. He was anxious, but his movements were as slow as a turtle, and at the same time, his energy consumption doubled. I didn't expect that our first meeting would be in such a way. It's really a pity, a lazy voice sounded. Nightmare's eyes widened in shock. Logically speaking, the protective mechanism was passive and subconsciously set up. As long as it was not broken, it would not attract the attention of the other party. He had only made a slight attempt in the White House, and his true body had already appeared. This speed was a little too fast. The Nightmare tried to break free from the white quagmire and even spread out the black wings formed by the secret technique. In the next second, thick purple tentacles with suction cups extended from the white quagmire and quickly rolled up the black wings, dragging the Nightmare into the depths of the quagmire. Link stood on a quagmire island not far away. He crossed his arms and watched the scene with interest. The Nightmare Lord tried her best to resist, but both the white mud and the purple tentacle were shockingly powerful. "You knew I was coming." The Nightmare Lord stared at Link and couldn't help asking. Link spread his hands and said with a hint of joy, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've even prepared a small gift for the famous Nightmare Lord. I hope you like it." As soon as Link finished speaking, the Nightmare Lord was dragged into the white mud. A few bubbles appeared on the surface of the quagmire, but it soon returned to calm. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 504. The Nightmare was entangled by the sucker tentacles, dragged to the white mud. Submerged, a strong sense of suffocation hits his brain. Nightmare opened his eyes and was immediately shocked by the picture in front of him. The bottom of the white mud was not silt, but a clear and translucent lake, like crystal. But at this time, Nightmare has no interest at all, and no time to appreciate Link's protection mechanism. In the darkness below the lake, an unknown monster stretched out its sucker tentacles, tightly entwining the nightmare's legs and wings. The black wings spread by Nightmare's secret technique are sucked frantically by the sucker on the tentacles, greedily sucking in the black energy, and supplying the body from the sucker along the tentacles. Feeling the loss of energy in the body, Nightmare was so scared that he hurriedly folded his wings to preserve his strength. Dreamland is a very magical place. All objects in the space are created based on familiar affairs or imagination. Although they are all odd and strange, they all conform to the rules of dream space. That is, the damage created in the dreamland can only be used to enter the dream. The incorporeal in the territory caused damage. The so-called incorporeal body is an individual in the dream world that has the same strength as him. This is the special ability of the nightmare. Even if the him in the dream is killed, it will at most make him feel depressed. Add recuperation to recover. It's like the protagonist in the game. After being frustrated and failed, he can quickly start again with his second life. But now the mysterious creature with its sucker tentacles makes his heart sway. Because he felt that although this terrifying creature was attacking him in a dream, his spirit energy was rapidly draining. This kind of thing has never happened before. The only explanation for causing harm to his entity is that the terrifying creature that currently restrains him is also an incorporeal that can actively enter the dream space. Because they are both incorporeal, it is possible to cause harm. The nightmare was in a state of confusion, completely confused about the current situation. No, when I signed the contract, I clearly stated that the waste Saturn will only have me a dream spirit. Why are there other dream spirits now? The further he went into the lake, the nightmare realized that his energy was losing faster. It was only a few seconds, and his body was weak. If this continues, I'm afraid I will have to stop cooking completely in a few minutes. The nightmare immediately cut off the idea of seeking the truth, and if he spends it here, it is really paying his life for the truth. The nightmare murmured a word, and the whole body turned into a cloud of black air, which rushed out from the bottom of the lake like a bow full of arrows. Back in the air, Nightmare immediately summoned the wings, wanting to escape from the dream. Link's dream was too weird, and there were unknown terrifying monsters, which completely hid his weakness and restrained him to death. Now a strand of entities must be separated and appear in Link's room to provide the Shining with vision and let him in. Only then can the two of them deal with Link together. Only when the nightmare escaped the white mud and appeared in the air, he was shocked to find that the sucker tentacles were still tightly attached to his calf. And the mysterious creature that hasn't seen the full picture at the bottom of the lake also reveals its hideous and terrifying features at this moment. The surface of the huge purple body is like the skin of a toad, and it is also like a muddy ground with countless footprints. What is even more strange is that the core of the body has several pairs of big mouths with several rows of sharp jagged teeth, and the gaps are dotted with many yellow and black vertical eyes, and the body is surrounded by dense thick tentacles. White mud, purple body, this peculiar color scheme is full of weird and terrifying colors. Link looked at the embarrassed Nightmare with interest. Link originally thought that Nightmare would go to Shenmue City to find the Duke's trouble tonight, so he took the macaw and silver hand away and wanted to wait for a wonderful duel. Unexpectedly, the Platinum Hotel was more ruthless than he thought. He was not ready to pretend, and he sent a nightmare to kill him in a dream, and went straight to Huanglong to solve the problem. Although this attack was unexpected by Link, he knew that one day, he would prepare well in advance. The Platinum Hotel and his Liangzi have long since formed. The good old man Derek is by no means a character who is waiting to die. In the end, he will definitely send a Shining or Nightmare to deal with him. Although the Shining is the #1 powerhouse in the standings, Link can still defend the teleportation ability. But the Nightmare's ability is too weird. John taught Link's occlumency can only block general mental intrusion. At most, it can be regarded as an encryption program for the brain, and it can't prevent the Nightmare's ability to enter a dream. It happened that Link intercepted the tentacles of the demonized giant chapter in the underground base of Deathmire, and then re-entered the underground base with grace, completely killed the demonized giant chapter, and assigned a part of the brain. After returning to the Howling Castle, Link tried to repair the demonized giant chapter with the connective tissue of the deformed fusion monster, reconnected the brain and the tentacles, and obtained a castrated version of the demonized giant chapter. When Link got the castrated version of the demonized giant chapter and saw the fat and turbulent brain and the irregularly moving tentacles, a lively image immediately appeared in his mind, which happened to be related to the dream. So Link used the castrated version of the demonized giant chapter, plus the purple material Reckless Crystal and the blue material Magic Blood to synthesize an epic pet dreamer. Link didn't tell anyone about the news about sending the dream monster, including the macaw who was babbling all day long. No, now this dream demon has played a miraculous effect, completely overturning the ability of the nightmare. Nightmare didn't expect Link's dream to have this thing at all. The previous rich experience was useless when facing the dream monster. Nightmare made a decisive decision and destroyed his own incorporeal body. The incorporeal seemed to be frozen instantly, then turned into black charcoal and peeled off a little, and was completely torn apart under the twisting and binding of the tentacles of the dream monster. After the nightmare was awake, his complexion suddenly became pale, and his spirits were lethargic. Request support. As soon as the nightmare's voice fell, there was a sudden smell of sulfur in the air. In the next second, the Shining moved into the room for an instant, and saw the malaise nightmare, and the black matter gradually recovered from the other side of the wall. The black matter wrapped the nightmare round and returned to the state of a dark shadow again. Now, no need to talk about nightmare, the Shining knew that Link was in the opposite room across the wall. You take a rest, and come and help. As soon as the voice fell, the Shining disappeared in place with a bang and went to Link's bedroom. As soon as the Shining appeared, he saw Link standing in the same place with an expression on his face barely waiting for a long time. As the most experienced assassin in the Platinum Hotel today, the Shining immediately realized that today's assassination operation was anticipated by Link in advance. Feared by Link's pets, the Shining decided to fight quickly. If you can't get rid of it quickly, run away with the nightmare. Without a word, the Shining flashed behind Link, and the daggers in his sleeves were like two hidden dragons. They did not move, they moved like thunder, urging two rays of cold light to deceive the body. Link's flashing dagger dropped his hand and returned to the dagger when the Shining was about to stab, avoiding the blow dangerously. But before Link could take any action, the Shining teleported to his back again to attack. The Shining is worthy of being the top killer of Waste Saturn, second only to John, making Link a rare sense of oppression. Clang! The dagger fell on Link's back with a crisp sound, the coat was cut, and the dagger stuck on the nano-combat uniform and could not go further. Link's backhand shattered the throat and flashed a dagger, and began to fight the Shining. The bed, quilt, and pillow in the bedroom have become tools for the two to influence each other. The pillow and quilt shattered in an instant, and the goose feathers filled the sky. The two were fighting in a small space, and their daggers burst out from time to time. If the macaw was there, he would definitely complain, such a beautiful scene, there should be a beautiful woman with long legs in a white shirt and missing her clothes. Two men. It's a pity that this scene is. Link took the time to check the information on the Shining. The Shining. Race, mutant. Level, LV50+, leader. Health value, 9877/12300. Energy value, 4850/5500. Skills, backstab, teleportation, dragon and snake penetration, assassin's mark, disaster from the sky, other unknown. Specialty, scarlet stimulation, psychic assassin, assassination proficiency, other unknown. Evaluation, Waste Saturn is the strongest active killer. After seeing the words LV50+, the leader, Link narrowed his eyes and smiled. As long as you are a level 50 leader, then you are my good friend. As the three novice planets of the game Destiny, Waste Saturn has a small actual area. The main function is to familiarize players with their own profession and initial settings. The truly exciting and rich still depends on entering the universe. So this also caused a problem. In the early 1.0 version, there are not many NPCs with LV50+, leader, level. Link wants to be promoted to legend. The two biggest difficulties in the task are to kill 550 level boss level NPCs, followed by creating a legendary, S-level, skill. The entire Western Desert has been unified by Link. As a result, the progress of the killing mission was only 1/5. Link said that it was uncomfortable. At this moment, a group of black shadows penetrated the wall and entered the room. The black shadows all over his body had ripples and looked extremely unstable. Link glanced at him, his eyebrows were instantly pleased, and he couldn't help feeling, Derek is really my good brother, thinking what I think, helping me solve problems, and sending me a double gift. As long as these two men with tears, Link completes the I am a legend task, and the progress will be a big step forward. Link and the Shining fought again, the dagger sparked a burst of sparks, and the two freed their hands to hit each other's chest. Link backed 3 steps, Shining backed 5 steps before stopping. The atmosphere suddenly solidified, and the pressure in the room was filled with tension. Nightmare thought of what Link said in the dream, and couldn't help but ask, General Lin already knew we were going to do it tonight. Link shrugged, with an expression of your question is funny, I thought you were going to trouble the Duke, but I didn't expect to find me. As for your preparation for understanding, you must know that I am on Platinum, the hotel is most wanted, and other miscellaneous fish are vulnerable. It is only you two who need to beware. Then you must prepare early. The Shining and Nightmare looked at each other and saw each other's fear. Link, who was not prepared, did not guarantee that they would be sure of victory. Now that Link was bluntly prepared, today's battle will only be more difficult. The first and second place in the rankings have joined forces. It has not happened since the establishment of the Shadow Platinum Hotel. Now in order to solve the problem of sending me such a lineup, Derek takes me very seriously. The corner of Link's mouth raised, with an expression on his face. It's almost time to say I am satisfied. Such a calm and playful attitude made Shining and Nightmare even more headaches. Link turned around, walked to the table in the bedroom, poured himself a glass of red wine in a transparent tall glass, took a sip, sweet, slightly bitter and sour, with a strong aftertaste. Shining's eyes lit up, and a flash flashed behind Link. The cold light on the dagger skyrocketed by a foot, and Link's combat uniform had to be smashed directly. But before the dagger fell on Link, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared between the two, and the sound of Buddha reverberated in the air. Clang! The dagger fell on the golden barrier, blocking this backstab. Amitabha Buddha, this benefactor, I think you have been quite angry recently, so why don't I recite a rebirth mantra to get rid of the fire for you? That, the benefactor next to me, who is in the dark, I think you are languid and restless. It is the most suitable mantra for the rebirth to bring you back to peace and restore your spirit. The King Kong like a skinny monkey pushes in, his hands are tied together, both expressions and words are extremely pious. The Shining and Nightmare frowned. A metal monkey in a black suit and sunglasses looked like a ruffian thug in a slum community. He wanted to recite the rebirth curse to restore their spirit? An indescribable absurdity. Link sits on the sofa next to Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com with his legs raised and holding a wine glass. Don't worry, I have arranged a lot of programs here, and I have to ask two of you to help me comment. As soon as Link finished speaking, a dark shadow under the sofa began to spread towards the two of them, like mushrooms after a rain. The Shining saw the black shadow's tentacles and immediately looked at the Nightmare. In his impression, this kind of thing should be a nightmare to play with, and now he actually crawled out from under Link's sofa. The black shadow continued to expand, the huge head-shaped black shadow gradually climbed up the wall, and the shadow tentacles spread and approached from 3 sides, as if to enclose the two directly. When Nightmare saw the dark shadow, he immediately thought of the dream spirit that resembled a giant octopus in Link's dream. Now, it is difficult. The King Kong dressed in black drew out the weapon shining with Buddha's light to shake the sky. The dream demon entity was in a dream state, but the shadow projection in reality was gradually approaching. Once entangled by this black tentacles, the mental damage caused is extremely terrifying, affecting the mind. And the black projection filled the entire bedroom, and began to affect the emotions of the Shining and Nightmare in an imperceptible way. Outside the bedroom, the psychedelic vine has already burst out of the ground, crawling across the walls and ground of the castle like a creeper. Black widows and cobalt beetles are rustling on the ground, invisible killer bees and silver marching ants are densely packed, covering the sky and sun, forming a dense swarm of flying insects, covering the entire howling castle. Originally, the Shining and Nightmare, whether it was the Platinum Hotel or the Waste Saturn, were considered mysterious and strange representatives. But now compared with Link, it is nothing short of a big picture, not worth mentioning. With such a situation, they really regretted coming to assassinate Link. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 505. The Shining is an ability that was activated only after being transformed by United Pharmaceutical. Before that, he was also an ordinary person of the desert impoverished tribe. The swarm of insects now buzzing around the howling castle reminded him of the locust plagues he had encountered in the desert before. The locusts that obscure the sky pass by, and there is no grass. Some humans who fell during the flight will even become locust food. They are instantly surrounded by countless locusts, and in the blink of an eye they have become a pile of dead bones. And now the swarms of insects outside the howling castle, the buzzing of wings, the air is trembling. The terrible degree is more terrible than the locust plague in the memory of childhood, and the lethality will be greater. The locusts are just ordinary creatures, but the ones that tremble outside are all Link's pets. Now there is such a sentence circulating in Shadow, which is very reasonable. Each of Link's pets has a unique magical effect. Especially the silver marching ant, as Link's first fame partner, the effect has been clearly felt, cannibalizing metal, and eating people incidentally. The same goes for other invisible killer bees, psychedelic vines, and black widows. The two donors must not avoid doctors. If there are problems, we still have to treat them. King Kong Wu moved his hands to shock the sky and let out a howling wind. Immediately, one jumped up, swinging the stick in both hands and smashing it down, accompanied by a thoughtful commentary. This stick is called Relieving Worry, and it is smashed at the Tianling cap. One blow is guaranteed to make you forget your worries and anxiety. Shaking the sky waved, faintly with the sound of wind and thunder. The speed of King Kong was only a shadow. The Shining and Nightmare only felt that the heavenly spirit guy was cold, and hurriedly avoided. The shadow tentacles of the dream monster, at this moment, quickly spread through the night. The Shining dodges extremely fast, avoiding the drink with the head by virtue of teleportation. Although the Nightmare was avoided, it was obvious that it was incapable of power, and it was a bit kidney deficiency that was sucked by the dream demon just now. The Nightmare dodged frantically, and at the same time he took out a high-explosive pistol and aimed at King Kong and shot wildly. The bullet hit King Kong and made a noisy clanging shock. At the same time, sparks splashed everywhere, lighting up the dark bedroom, which can be clearly seen. The densely squirming black shadow tentacles on the ground made people frightened. While teleporting to avoid King Kong's offensive, the Shining looked for a chance to attack Link. In the room, golden light bursts, and the majestic Buddha sound surging back and forth, washing the complex thoughts of the two. At the same time, the dark shadow tentacles of the dream demon almost completely envelop the bedroom, and the bewitching whispers of the dream demon are constantly intrusive. The mind with the Shining and Nightmare. The left ear Buddha sound and the right ear bewitching whispers, the two sounds seem to be independent of the left and right channels, constantly filling their ears, interfering with their emotions and thinking. But the chance to assassinate Link was rare, and neither of them wanted to give up so easily. What's more, the Shining still has a whole card, and if you can't play it, you can also use teleportation to leave with the nightmare. As a top killer, the Shining has excellent proficiency in a variety of weapons and outstanding fighting skills. King Kong couldn't prevent the instant movement of the Shining, but the Shining often appeared unexpectedly, and the dagger fell deadly. But fortunately, the King Kong body is full of 100 refined steel. Nirvana rebirth was strengthened in the Battle of the Goria Canal, and there was Buddha's light protection. These fatal blows fell on the body and turned into painless injuries. The nightmare on the side also began to use the secret method at this moment. The Black Shadow's body began to spread from under his feet, like a splash of ink on the white rice paper, with great force, quickly grabbed a place from the Black Shadow's tentacles, and began a tug of war with the dreamer. But not long after the confrontation, Nightmare's face changed in shock, and he realized that something was not quite right. His Black Shadow touched with the shadow tentacles of the Dream Demon, and soon felt his own energy being sucked away. This feeling was the same as the feeling of being entangled by the Dream Demon in the dream world. The Nightmare was terrified, and the Dreamer was completely defeated. Whether it is in the dream world or the real world, just a few pairs of tentacles can suppress him to death. Link's pets are so incredible that they can counter the enemy's abilities. What worries the Nightmare even more is that this octopus-like terrifying creature only shows half of its body in the white mud in the dream, and only a ray of projection appears in reality. Even if you look at the leopard in the tube, you can feel the terrible nature of this creature. Place. If all the real bodies showed up, how big would it be? Now Howling Castle has become a living prison. It can handle King Kong and Dream Monster a little bit. Once the silver marching ants, invisible killer bees and other insects come in, the thousands of insects are not human. Handle. The Shining and Nightmare are the number 1 and number 2 killers, but they are just killers, not the legendary mutants of Brotherhood Leader Campus that can release large-scale abilities. They simply cannot deal with such a scale of insects. Groob. Lin K sips the wine, looks at the situation on the court, smells the strong smell of sulfur in the air, thoughtfully. In his previous life, Link didn't directly meet the two of them. After all, as a powerful gold-playing party, a plot involving such a key figure is not in Link's turn. Because of the unique abilities of the two, they are also in a state of seeing dragons in the player community. Even if a player meets them, the information detected because of the gap is too large. King Kong, can it work? Do you want to call you a helper? Link suddenly said. The Shining who heard this suddenly stagnated, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. He didn't know what help Link was looking for, but it would never be a good one who was ready to deal with them. King Kong is also polite, great good. Boss, please come here as soon as possible. These two are extremely ill. If you don't stabilize the condition as soon as possible, you may fall into the magical way. When Shining and Nightmare heard this, they almost vomited blood. This iron monkey, don't do human affairs. He is strong, but he doesn't have the glory of being a strong man. He couldn't beat the rescuers and even said such high-sounding words, shameless. Link snapped his fingers, and soon there was a howling of wolf in the corridor outside the door. Ah! There was a swift running sound from the corridor, and the bedroom door was knocked open immediately. A grey and black husky jumped into the room and suddenly became the focus of everyone. The heads of the Shining and Nightmare buzzed blankly. The helper is a dog? Isn't he who doesn't value me so much? Is he looking for a dog as a helper, or a husky? Although the Shining's face was pierced with countless tattoos and runes, the slightly darker skin at the moment turned red, and he felt humiliated. Even King Kong was stunned for a while. The boss called this first two in, is it cheering for him? The Shining was ashamed and angry, and disappeared from where it was. Just when King Kong thought the Shining was going to attack her, the Shining appeared in front of Link, and the cold light dagger appeared again. Link sat on the sofa without evasive, his eyes extremely calm. Shining and Link faced each other, seeing a pair of eyes that were calm as water without any waves, and suddenly felt bad. His acting skills deceived King Kong, but never deceived Link. Such a calmness must be followed. But how was the Shining willing to let go of this rare opportunity? A cold light flashed, slashing from a height. Clang! The Shining expression of joy suddenly solidified, and a golden scepter forcibly stopped his dagger. Looking along, there is a sturdy arm with knotted muscles, and a werewolf with grey and black fur all over his body, and a savage scent of wildness with his teeth and grin. What made the Shining even more stunned was that this werewolf was still wearing ancient desert costumes that alternated between gold and black, and in the other hand was holding a holy object similar to a cross on a scale. The shape of the werewolf in front of him seemed to overlap with the death in the ancient desert mythology in the Shining memory. Ah, Anubis! The Shining spoke uncomfortably. The of the desert dynasty thousands of years ago suddenly appeared. As a child born and raised in the desert tribe, his heart was only shocked and shocked. Presumptuous! The tomb werewolf rebuked in a deep voice. The golden scepter was brilliant. From behind the tomb werewolf suddenly appeared a light green translucent soul fairy boat, suddenly appeared from the void, and quickly sailed towards the Shining. The Shining felt that her soul was a little loose, and she was faintly detached from her body. Feeling the dangerous Shining, he immediately dodged the soul fairy boat. Waiting for a second to appear elsewhere in the bedroom, the tomb werewolf had already rushed up. King Kong followed closely behind, forming a double-team situation. The nightmare on the other side was wrestling with the nightmare and fell into the wind, seeing the oncoming soul fairy boat, and immediately turned into a black mist to dodge. But as soon as he flew into the air, his feet were firmly by the shadow tentacles, and he fell to the ground. The soul fairy boat ran over the nightmare head-on, and after passing through the body, you could see the empty fairy boat. At this moment, a light blue soul was sitting vaguely. The nightmare crossed his arms in front of him, and the whole person froze in place. Part of the soul is lost, and the state is immediately reduced, and the remaining soul loosens, as if to break free from the shackles of this body. The whispers originally sent to the dream monster can only affect the mood of the nightmare. But now the soul is loosened, and these dark whispers are like powerful soldiers, breaking through the nightmare defenses and entering his brain and soul. Nightmare's body trembled slightly, and then he hugged his brain in both hands, knelt down with a thump, and gasped for breath. The dilated pupils indicated that he had seen something. The black shadow attached to his body dissipated like mud and sand, and the white body was violently violent, as if he was fighting against another himself in the body. The Shining could still use his abilities to fight against King Kong in the room, but since this werewolf who resembled the death Anubis in the ancient desert mythology came, he found that no matter where he teleported, this werewolf always won. I noticed it for a while and rushed to cooperate with King Kong's offense. The Shining was beaten and bound. Now the nightmare seemed to be hit hard, and immediately poured cold water on the emotions above the Shining. It's time to withdraw, and if you don't withdraw again, you may die. The Shining bang disappeared from the place, and the dead tomb werewolf immediately smelled the sulfur scent in the air, and rushed to the nightmare. Diamond Eyes quickly followed. Seeing the Shining fighting for so long, Link retreated for the first time, and immediately pressed the mechanism on the armrest of the sofa. In the deepest underground of Howling Castle, the mind spoiler started working, forming a strong shielding magnetic field. The Shining appeared beside the nightmare, grabbed the nightmare's body and prepared to leave. But at this moment, the shadow of the tentacles of the dreamer followed the nightmare's body, climbed onto the Shining arm, and began to the power. The Shining gritted his teeth and imagined the scene of Shadow Platinum Hotel in his mind, preparing to leave with the nightmare. But when his mind was ready to transmit his mind, his body was like a video jam, swaying for a moment in a dislocation, but he still stood still and couldn't move. The Shining was horrified, his proud teleportation actually failed. At the moment, the tentacles of the dream demon have completely wrapped his arm, and King Kong and the dead werewolf are also attacking from side to side. Life and death are only in the line. Shining's eyes glowed with golden yellow light, the tattoos on the skin on her body were also lit up, and even the surrounding air showed signs of distortion. The most important thing is that the Shining pushed the nightmare to the front and used the nightmare to block the power of King Kong. This is the rhythm of selling teammates preparing to escape alone. Link turned on the state of Emperor watching Chi and saw that the space around the Shining began to twist and wave, forming a sweeping vortex. With a thought, Link got up, flashing a dagger in his hand and letting it go. The dark shadow tentacles of the Dream Demon, glowing with a faint purple void light, appear materialized out of thin air, dragging the Shining arm firmly, and the sucker on the tentacles will not loosen. Even King Kong and the Tomb Werewolf felt that the space was extremely distorted. The Shining was like a stream of water rushing into the toilet, and the whole person twisted with the whirlpool space. Only the arm grasped by the Dream Demon still kept it. As it is. King Kong's shaking the sky was under the control of a stick, and the golden scepter of the dead tomb were smashed from the other side. Hearing a tearing sound, a cloud of blood burst out of the air, and the Shining's arm was torn off by Yi. Immediately, the Shining all entered the whirlpool space and disappeared from the bedroom. Clang! The shocking sky and the golden scepter collided with each other, and the shock wave spread, blasting all the windows in the howling castle to pieces, and the insect army circling outside was scattered by the naked eye. The nightmare was right in the center of the shock. Although it did not directly hit him, the huge shock wave directly shook him to death at this moment, and a light blue energy in his body directly collapsed. This was the remaining part of his soul. After losing all his souls, his body was like a puddle of rotten flesh, thumping and falling down, utterly dead. Link used the Emperor Watching Chi technique to control the formation of a gas wall, blocking all the debris and shock waves that rushed. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. At the last juncture, the Shining used secret methods to warp time and space, forcibly resist the mind jammer, and teleport itself out. Link glanced at the bedroom that could almost be called a rundown after the war, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The flashing dagger he threw out followed the space vortex at the last moment. This also means that the flashing dagger stabbed the Shining. Kill you while you are sick. Link is bound to the soul of the flashing dagger, and it only needs a thought, no matter how far away it can be directly teleport to the dagger. Not much nonsense, Link chose to teleport to the location of the flash dagger. The picture in front of me changed suddenly. At first sight is an unfamiliar vast forest. The flashing dagger was at Link's feet, accompanied by blood dripping from the Shining. Link picked up the flashing dagger, followed the blood stain 2 steps forward, the blood stain stopped abruptly. The breath and the wounded and decayed breath came here, as if cut off from nothing. Link clenched his fists, rather helpless, let this guy run away. However, judging from the amount of bleeding on the ground, the Shining must have been injured this time, and even if an arm was torn off by the dream monster, even if he was immortal, he would at least lose his life. Link took a deep breath and jumped up the treetops. In the eyes, the King Yu on the head, 100,000 mountains. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 506. Link looked dumbfounded. He didn't remember that there was such an endless forest in Shadu. The huge sequoia trees are tens of meters high, and the thickness of 10 people is in a hug. Link stood on the huge tree canopy and looked at it. Almost all of them were these tall trees, without any trace of artificial mining. In this way, it can only be a primeval forest here, at least where Link is now, a primeval forest. Link searched his memory and remembered that the waste Saturn had such a large-scale primitive jungle, except for Twilight Ridge, the birthplace of the beast in the north of Dragon City. There was only the Dark Forest in the east of Fei. If it's the Dark Forest, it's okay, with the identity of the Elder of the Moon Shadow Council and the Lord of the Sacred Tree Nosh, you can definitely get preferential treatment. If it is Twilight Ridge. Link didn't say any more. The beast tide invaded Dragon City for decades in the old days. It was a major disaster for the Fey Confederacy. There were many fierce beasts in Twilight Ridge, and they preyed on each other on weekdays. Once they reached the period of the beast tide, all the beasts would obey orders and kill them to Dragon City. If Link falls in Twilight Ridge, it will really be a big game this time. Link stood on the treetops, with the bright moon in the sky, silver frost covering the entire forest, and a layer of faintly floating silver light floating above the forest, like a silver train, like fog and clouds. Taking out his cell phone, Link directly dialed the underground data center. At this point, the staff in the underground data center had finished their work and went home to rest. The only person who could answer the phone was the dead conscious fluid Troy, which was Link's call for help. Soon, the call was connected, and Troy on the other end was surprised that Link called so late. "Troy, you now lock the location of my cell phone signal." Troy was confused by Link's words. Shouldn't he be in the Howling Castle? In the previous battle of Howling Castle, Link deliberately arranged 4 gargoyles to guard the 4 corners of the castle in order not to make a sound, and opened the sound barrier, so the sound of the night battle was not heard at all. But a few seconds later, Troy's shocked voice came on the other end of the phone. "Boss, why did you run to Twilight Ridge in the north of Longcheng overnight? This place is more than 1,500 kilometers away from Sand. Rao Troy is a conscious fluid, and the entire underground data center can provide it. The computing power can't figure out how Link reached such a far place in just a few hours." Hearing the Twilight Ridge of Dragon City, Link felt a little bit in his heart. It turned out to be the worst outcome. "It's like this." Link told Troy the ins and outs of what had happened at night, and then Troy entered the Howling Castle, called for surveillance, checked the damage on the scene, and got a clear understanding of the whole thing. "Boss, the Platinum Hotel dare to take action against you. Do you want me to hack into their system now to avenge you?" Troy is eager to try. After all, he has been practicing for a few months for this, in order to instantly destroy the Platinum Hotel system. Then come delete the library and leave. At that time, the data cannot be restored, and all the data, information, and past records of the killer and bounty hunter are all cleared. Just imagine how beautiful the picture is. Link couldn't help but roll his eyes. Troy, who stayed with Dave, Ludwig, and Helen every day, was about to become a man of great mobility. If Link refused to slow down, this guy it is really possible to go directly to the Platinum Hotel. "Don't worry, first analyze how I am back in Twilight Ridge, more than 1,500 kilometers apart." Troy was silent for a moment, seeming to be analyzing the data, and then said, "According to my knowledge of the scene and access to the underground psychic spoiler data, I found that the Shining did not use the telepathy technique at the end. The psychic spoiler data is all normal. There is only one blocking record. Based on my observations on the scene, this should be a kind of space capability and a great price. Moreover, the residual air fluctuations on the scene are extremely irregular. I guess this kind of space movement should be a non-directional random location teleport." Troy explained, and then planned the route and itinerary. "Boss, because the Shadow Air Force cannot enter the airspace of Dragon City, so send troops to help. It will take 4 days at the earliest to reach your current position. But because we have monsters in Shadow with the existence of a branch of the security company, if people from the branch are sent to Twilight Ridge, it only takes a day and a half to find you. If you use diplomatic means, let Dragon City send someone to help, you can meet in 1 day." Troy gave 3 options for Link to choose. Lin K considered it for a moment, and first told Dragon City that it was absolutely impossible. Link appeared alone in Twilight Ridge. This kind of thing itself is unclear, and Link still understands the truth of the crime. Now that the name of the Desert Emperor resounds through the waste Saturn, it is difficult for others to prey on it. If Su Tianzhao knew that Link was alone in Twilight Ridge, he might be more likely to use Link to make Shadow more likely. The second point of sending troops to rescue from Shadow was also rejected. In 4 days, the daylily has been cold, and with Link's ability, it can walk out of Twilight Ridge. Why do you want to take it? As for the third point, Link felt that it was feasible, but he had not yet figured out what to do in Dragon City, so I won't mention it for the time being. During the conversation between Link and Troy, he retrieved the data records of the system interface again, only to find that the nightmare had been killed when he was in the bedroom just now, and a large amount of experience has been accounted for, even with the I Am a Legend mission. The killing request has also become 2/5. Troy, help me contact Penny, John, Helen, Ludwig, Afu, Li Ziqian, Benjamin, Ren Yi, and then set up a conference call. I have important issues to discuss. Troy answered, and soon the phones of the above-mentioned people rang, and everyone got up from their beds. Suddenly they heard that Link was having a conference call at night and couldn't help but look up at the time at 3:30 in the morning. For a moment. Soon, everyone was online, holding their phones and yawning. Troy, you can tell everyone about the current situation first. Link arranged. When Troy recounted Link's experience tonight, everyone in front of the phone was sweating and their tiredness was wiped out. Link, are you in Twilight Ridge now? John's breathing was a little quick. Where is Twilight Ridge? That is the center of the Dragon City Beast Tide disaster storm. There are many wild beasts in the virgin forest. The most important thing is now in March. At the time when the tide of beasts is brewing, the Great Northern Wall of Longcheng is ready to fight against the beasts attacking from Twilight Ridge. Now Link appears alone in Twilight Ridge, and there are many evils and good luck. Link let out a and after hearing John's worry, Link faintly caught a hint of inspiration in his mind. He only thought that this was Twilight Ridge where the beasts were infested, but he forgot that the beast tide was coming in the spring. Maybe with this, he could do something in Dragon City. Sitting on a red cedar tree tens of meters high, Link started his own remote control arrangement in Twilight Ridge in the middle of the night. The Shining Nightmare struck, the Nightmare was killed, the Shining severely wounded his arm, and I was hit by a knife. This incident was done by the Platinum Hotel, and there must be the acquiescence of United Pharmaceutical Company. Now the mission fails, I am afraid that the Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceuticals will soon run softly. Penny, you will lead people to take over these two industries. Tomorrow there will be a return cooperation ceremony. I am definitely unable to participate in Twilight Ridge, but if I do not appear for an excuse, it will definitely cause a series of suspicions. So tomorrow I hope that John will pretend to be present at the event. I sit in the castle howling. John replied, "Don't worry, I will." Just halfway through the conversation, John smelled a loophole in Link's words. During this time, "What do you mean, don't you plan to come back?" John couldn't help asking. Link did not directly answer John's question, but continued to assign tasks. "Old Li, Benjamin, while you two are responsible for stabilizing the situation in Shadu, you begin to slowly move north to Chenbing. Old Ren, the mission of the Military Intelligence Department can be done first. Asia is mainly rebuilt, but then he has to move to the north, and slowly advance the mission to the northern border with the good players among the strangers and the players with Steppenwolf cavalry." The more Lin Ke said, the clearer his thoughts became, and he already had an idea in his mind. "Helen, you usually help John more often, and his disguise must not be exposed. You are responsible for the technology, and I can rest assured. Recently, you have less arranged for me to show up for events. You know this in your heart." Everyone heard that Link wanted John to be light on behalf of Tao and Shadu, and then began to imperceptibly transport troops to the north. They all had guessed Link's thoughts. This time chasing the Shining into Twilight Ridge by mistake, it is both a curse and a blessing. I was planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. While Su Tianzhao dealt with the beast tide, he would do something inside Dragon City to support the Pro-Sand faction. I'm in Longcheng, so I'll sit in Longcheng and remotely sense the actions of Shadu and Fei. Maybe there will be new gains this time. Of course, these are only what Link said to everyone. In fact, in addition to what he said, Link has another major task this time to kill the cold. Leng Guan is one of them in the level mission to hide the waste Saturn Mandala's revenge. Now Link is in Dragon City, not so close to Cold Pass, and Link has assessed the power and income of the Monster Security Company branch in Dragon City. Link believes that the chance and possibility of killing Cold Pass is still great. What's more, he has such a good thing as a holographic human skin mask. Even if he fails, others will not think it is him. Penny knew there was something other than the boss's words. Besides these actions, there must be other plans. But it didn't say anything disappointing. The boss was alone in Wuthering Castle. The Platinum Hotel was the first and second killer, with one dead and one injured. This record is too dazzling. Where can the waste of Saturn go? Anyway, when the time comes, I will find a way to arrange more backhands, so that there will be more soldiers on the border to protect the boss's safety. Even use the line of the Monster Security Company to send the boss's pet over. After finishing the arrangement, Link asked, "Do you have any questions?" "You can ask them now. When I enter the area of Dragon City, the telephone signal is very likely to be tapped. Then we will contact the Voiceworm spiritual network." Ludwig also raised questions. The products confiscated by Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceutical Company will be kept by the first laboratory for research, especially the experimental data and content. Link approved, and said to Troy, "Didn't you always want to attack the Platinum Hotel? Now the opportunity is here." The news of the failed assassination must have now spread to the Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceutical Company. They should be running non-stop at this moment. Transfer data and destroy evidence. But remember, only delete the data of Shadow Platinum Hotel and the data of the emptied Shadow and Asia United Pharmaceutical Company and store them in the underground data center. Troy knew what to do, got Link's permission, and immediately looked like a stray dog, smashing the attack. "Boss, what's the matter with the macaw and Silverhand? The macaw has been with you the longest time. What if it finds an abnormality? And Silverhand is acting strange, maybe it will expose the truth, and then it will become an anomaly." Stability factor. Perny deserves to be the leader of the think tank, thinking quite thoughtfully. Link pondered for a moment. "It's okay, I will contact the old gold and silver hands personally. Hang up if there is nothing wrong. I have to keep some power on my phone, and I will rely on Troy to locate the phone signal for navigation in the future." Before hanging up, Troy added, "General, I have sent a map of the navigation route to Dragon City to your mobile phone. Just follow the route and you will be able to reach Dragon City in the fastest time." Fu, who was silent all the way, took the last chance and said, "Boss, you reading www.yuuganshu.com over there, pay attention to eating on time and take care of yourself." After the conference call, Link looked at the roadmap on the phone, and the corners of his mouth turned up. This time, it might really be a chance for him. Link counted the equipment on his body now. Weapons are box pistol, broken throat, flashing dagger, and supporting air knife. In terms of equipment, nano combat uniforms, multifunctional combat uniforms, impact power boots, and holographic human leather masks. The spiritual crown was not worn because of sleep. But these equipment is enough for Link. During this time in Dragon City, Link must not be able to show his true colors, otherwise, with his terrifying influence, he would be recognized wherever he went. What kind of identity should I change? Link sat in the treetops and began to consider that this identity must be able to integrate into the Dragon City, and better participate in this activity to resist the animal tide. The starting point should not be too low or too high. If it is too low, it will be difficult to see results in a short period of time. It is completely impossible to replicate his miracle in Shadow and Longcheng, where the authority is strict. Link thought for a long time, searching for people and things about Dragon City in his mind, and finally his eyes lit up and he locked a target. This identity fits my identity. If it works well and is reused by Su Tianzhao, then things will be interesting. Setting Link has already thought about it, so it's called the Strong Who Walked Out of the Mountain. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 507. The identity that Link looked for was the brother of the Qin family in the Qinjiazai of Longcheng who once appeared in the Dragon City Colosseum, Qin Shao Qin Gong. First of all, their identities are the three generations of disciples of Qinjiazai in Dragon City, and Qinjiazai is a rare royal beast sect in Dragon City. It's not too much to control a beast, right? Secondly, Qin Shao is the leader of the three generations of disciples, and he has not returned for half a year since he went out to practice. You can find a reason to say that when he died outside with his younger brother, the result was a blessing in disguise, and his strength rose so much to avoid suspicion. Finally, at the critical moment of the animal tide, the people of Qinjiazai must be reused. This is Link's springboard. There is also a tide of beasts ahead, and Longcheng has spent huge sums of money to purchase a large number of steppe wolf cavalry. Link can even control these wolf cavalry on the battlefield. When the time and place are right, we will send people to make peace. Link turned on the Emperor watching Chi mode, and his eyes quickly searched for creatures in the virgin forest for synthesis. Link, the creature used for combat, has no idea for the time being. What he needs now is some humble pets that can act as a scout. Soon, Link saw a crow building a nest. There are 7 crows in the crow's nest, and it is too troublesome to transform one by one. Link considers for a moment and decides to synthesize the entire bird's nest directly. As for synthetic materials, use the doom bullets refreshed every day. Soon, the entire crow nest was shrouded in bloodshot, showing a coquettish and weird red under the moonlight, which looked quite oozing. Link put the crows nesting beside him, and immediately entered the spirit network and started sending crazy messages. Administrator Link knocked on host Macaw. Administrator Link knocked on host Macaw. Administrator Link knocked on host Macaw. Host Macaw, boss, hush. Yinshao and I are squatting on the enemy. Administrator Link, what enemy? Host Macaw, the person who arranged to attack the Duke by the Platinum Hotel. The Platinum Hotel speaks grandly during the day, but it will definitely come at night. Administrator Link, you are only half right. Host Macaw, hey? Administrator Link, the Platinum Hotel did send someone to attack, but it was me, not the Duke. Host Macaw, hey? The macaw looked up and looked towards the Weeping Valley, and saw the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the Howling Castle. At this time, a faint smoke came out. The castle seemed to have received a huge impact, and all the windows were shaken off. The macaw was stunned and rubbed his eyes, shocked and dumbfounded. Host Macaw, boss, how are you now? Link raised his head and glanced at the bright moon in the night sky, and replied, I am chasing the shining and I am already in Dragon City by now. I have arranged Shadow's affairs, and John pretends to be in charge of me. If you leak your mouth, I am at a great risk in Dragon City, and it is very likely to be exposed. Link's conversation turned around, I actually feel more at ease with you. My main concern is the Silver Hand. You must be optimistic about him and don't let him talk nonsense. The macaw looked at Link's instructions, and immediately glanced at the Silver Hand with his eyelids opened and closed, his head drooping, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he got. I didn't have any reason to mark some duke with Silver Hand. If it were in the Howling Castle today, it is estimated that it would be able to appreciate the duel between Link and the top killer for the first time, and it may even go to Dragon City with Link. Thinking of this, the macaw is covering his heart with one wing, it hurts. Then looking at Yinshao, who was almost asleep, he gave him such an important task, and this guy actually fell asleep at night. Furious, the macaw slapped its wing on the back of the Silver Hand, and cursed, I asked you to look at it. You actually fell asleep for me. Yinshao jerked all over his body, and subconsciously said, I didn't fall asleep, you must be mistaken, I just narrowed my eyes, which is more labor-saving. The macaw rolled his eyes, do you show you? Walk around, no need to stare, the assassins are all over, so what are you staring at? Yin Shao's eyes widened, his face was unbelievable, and his tone improved a lot. Is the assassination finished? The macaw lifted his army coat, and his nose burst out like a small train. I didn't come to assassinate the Duke, so I went directly to Link for trouble. The nightmare shining, one dead and one wounded, Link chased after the shining and went straight to the dragon. The city is gone. This matter is confidential, it is related to Link's safety in Dragon City, so you must not say it. The silver hand slammed a fist on the roof bar. Fuck. After waiting all night, these two grandsons went to assassinate Link. How unimaginable is this? But immediately, the silver hand stared at the macaw and said, "Oh, it's not right. At first, you said that the Platinum Hotel would send someone to assassinate the Duke, so we only spent the night watching the cold wind here for one night. Is wrong." The macaw's small eyes turned cleverly, and he hurriedly changed the subject. Link is chasing the shining alone, and now he has reached Dragon City. During the call, he said that he might not be back in a short time. There must be something important to do. Link is not there. Shadow doesn't mean it. Do you want to go to Longcheng with me to find him? Silverhand was going to say not to change the subject, but the macaw's suggestion was tempting. Now that the mechanical god cult and the wasteland gang are all calmed down, everything is stable in Shadow. They have nothing to do except for doing explosions in the desert every day. It's better to go to Dragon City and follow Link to do big things. Yin Chao hesitated. John is still in Shadow, so I have to go home for dinner once a week. Now that I am gone, he discovered that. The macaw was amazed, but I didn't expect that Silverhand usually looks awkward and afraid of everyone, especially when AI and John are facing each other. Actually, they are actually quite afraid of John. Even going home for dinner every week must be carefully followed. Silverhand noticed that the macaw was staring at him with malicious eyes, as if he had found something, and immediately explained with a guilty conscience, "I don't pay attention to John or something, mainly because Sister Martha treats me very well. They are all changing tricks to cook for me. I am mainly worried that if she leaves, she will be worried." The macaw covered his mouth and smiled, and only said a few words. I understand. But you don't have to worry about this." Link left the Weeping Valley and went to Dragon City, and arranged for John to pretend to be in charge of him, so there must be no time to go back to eat. "Don't worry about being discovered." The macaw's words were very bewitching, and Silverhand was already shaken now. "In that case, shall we go?" The macaw has an unpredictable look. "Don't panic, wait for me to ask Penny to inquire about the situation, and then make all the necessary preparations before setting off." Just when one person and one bird were discussing the big plan to Dragon City on the rooftop in the middle of the night, a storm was also set off in Shadow City at this time. The Shining made a random teleportation using space tearing. Although it was out of Link's claws, Link's dagger also followed at the last moment and stuck directly on his waist. The Shining has detailed information about Link, knowing that this dagger was used by the former Moro's secretary, Kohler, and it can be transmitted by the host at any time. Without a word, the Shining pulled out his dagger, dragged his pale face and used teleportation again forcibly, carried out an ultra-long distance transmission of more than 1,000 kilometers, returned to the Platinum Hotel, and told the news that the assassination mission failed and the nightmare was killed. To Derek and Thomas. Derek and Thomas were sitting in the office, waiting for the good news from the Shining and Nightmare. Today's gentle speech during the day is actually what the Platinum Hotel used to paralyze the nerves of everyone. But some people will certainly guess that the Platinum Hotel is uncharacteristically, and it is very likely that they have to act against the Duke. But the Platinum Hotel has another unconventional. Assassinating the Duke will offend Link. It is better to assassinate Link directly to solve the troublemaker. The Shining and Nightmare, the two pillars of the Platinum Hotel, attacked Link in the middle of the night, with a high probability of success. But when the Shining appeared in the room dragging its remnant body, and immediately fell to the ground, blood flowed like a burst of blood, and when the final strength was forced to report the failure of the mission, Derek and Thomas's brains were buzzing blank, and they were all dumbfounded. The two strongest killers, the Shining and Nightmare, assassinated Link and ended up in a situation of 1 death and 1 injury. Derek's face was gloomy. Thomas seized the time to bandage the wound for the Shining, and contacted United Pharmaceutical Company for medical transfer of the Shining as soon as possible. The assassination plan failed. Link was furious, and Sha couldn't stay. Now we will sort out the information and destroy the files. We have to get out of here. Derek has been an underground emperor for more than 20 years. His ability and skill are one aspect, and he is even more outstanding. Feng Ke firmly occupied a place between Alonso and Moros. In this situation, staying in Shadu is no different from sending to death. All the staff of the Platinum Hotel acted immediately, began to sort out the data, destroy the documents, and transfer the important information in the computer. But just as they moved, they suddenly found that all computers were out of control. All the data and information in the database of Shadu Platinum Hotel disappeared at this moment. The data just to be transferred disappeared instantly, and the database was empty. Damn it! The staff tried to retrieve the backup and historical records, but all the instructions got only one result: null. The programmers and engineers at the Platinum Hotel were scared and sweaty. These materials have not been copied yet. If they are not found in the backup, they will really be missing. Shadu Platinum Hotel has tens of thousands of members, among which the number of senior members is the largest among all the branches of the Waste Saturn. If all these data are lost, the resumes, records, and points of these tens of thousands of members will all vanish. The years of these members' efforts have been wiped out and there is no way to recover them. Quickly, notify Manager Thomas, something has happened here. The staff's hands were shaking. If the data really disappears completely, it will definitely be a disaster for the Platinum Hotel. Derek and Thomas, who were packing up the most confidential documents, turned pale after learning that the Platinum Hotel database had been completely emptied. When Derek arrived at the scene and saw that all the data was really emptied and the physical server was completely empty, his face turned pale and his legs fell straight down. Had it not been for Thomas, who was stricken by his eyes, he would have to sit on the ground directly. It's over, it's over, it's over. Derek's eyes were lost, like a walking dead, repeating this sentence in his mouth. Thomas looked solemn. Although he was a little unsteady at the moment, he still had to settle down to preside over the overall situation. Destroy all the physical databases, seize the time to sort out the physical files, and evacuate from the underpass within 10 minutes. After the task was arranged, Thomas could no longer hold it, sitting on the sofa and gasping for breath. The member information of Shadu Platinum Hotel is the accumulated data for 20 years, and it is also the foundation of Shadu Platinum Hotel's wealth and establishment. Now, together with the backup data disappear at the same time, the members who have been attracted over the years have lost their identity and data for a while. This is like an ordinary person who has deposited money in the bank for 20 years, and the bank database collapses in one time. It is impossible to verify how much money each person has and it is written off. The previous business records have also completely disappeared, and their efforts at the Platinum Hotel have been wasted. This is not only a blow to Shadu Platinum Hotel, but also a major blow to the entire Platinum Hotel brand. In addition, the Shining was seriously injured, the Nightmare body, and the Duke surrendered. These three heavy news were added together, and it could be said that the Platinum Hotel was directly beaten up. Although there is no evidence, Derek and Thomas knew that Link must be responsible for the sudden deletion of the database. This kind of ghostly means makes people feel cold. Link, oh Link, I knew that today was such a big disaster, it should have been. Thomas clenched his fists, his veins violent. I felt sulky for a while, then turned into a sigh, loosened my fist and hurried to pack my things. 2 flowers bloom, one on each table. When the United Pharmaceutical Company was handing over the Shining with the Platinum Hotel www.mtlnovel.com, Thomas informed of the failure of the assassination mission. The executive of the Shadow branch of the United Pharmaceutical Company is now pacing back and forth in the building. In the conversation with Thomas, Thomas bluntly stated that the Platinum Hotel would evacuate from Shadow. Now the pressure has come to United Pharmaceutical. Compared with the Shadow Platinum Hotel, the loss of the failed assassination of United Pharmaceutical is obviously greater. The two companies of Shadow and Asia can no longer operate. If they don't leave, they will definitely be liquidated by Link. But leaving United Pharmaceutical's progress will be greatly impaired. In the chaotic land of Shadow, Asia is the world of warlords, where human drug experiments can be carried out arbitrarily, and operators can even monitor the whereabouts of more than 90% of mutants in the city. But now that I have to leave Shadow and Asia, without a large number of experimental human bodies in the future, the progress will become extremely slow. The executive pressed a series of numbers, and the call was connected after a while. Professor, the mission failed. The Shining was seriously injured and unconscious. The Platinum Hotel has decided to evacuate Shadow. What shall we do? Hurry up and take the information to evacuate. I will send someone to respond. As soon as I hung up the phone, the staff outside the door rushed into the office hurriedly. The routine is not good, all the experimental data in our equipment has been emptied, and it is blank. The executive of United Pharmaceutical Company, just feel that the head buzzes, the world is spinning. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 508. Shadow, the night is silent, most people are still in deep sleep. However, at this moment, the Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceutical Company are already in a state of turmoil. Buzzing. Troops and tanks drove to the streets, the loud buzzing and shaking awakened the sleeping people. People quickly got up and climbed to the window, looking at the military trucks, armored vehicles, and tanks full of soldiers passing by on the street. Their eyes widened and filled with surprise. In the Shadow during the Alonzo period, there were often uprisings or rebellions, and night troops can be seen throughout the city. But since Link took office, everyone has seen this battle except during the military area's expedition. They have never seen a large-scale troop movement. Suddenly the troops gathered in the middle of the night today. What happened? Whether it is the residents or the dignitaries in Shangcheng district, they can no longer sleep at this moment and start to use their contacts to inquire about news. Li Ziqian and Dai Yi, who led the army, were divided into two groups. All the way to the underground black market, the other team took the United Pharmaceutical Company directly. Some residents living nearby saw that the underground black market and the United Pharmaceutical Company had pulled up the cordon, the guns of the tanks were aligned, and the soldiers were fully armed and then filed in under the leadership of the tactical team. There was no impermeable wall for such a big operation, and soon the news that the Desert Emperor Link had started to work on the underground black market and United Pharmaceutical Company began to go viral in Shadow, as evidenced by photos and videos. No one in the whole Sha does not know why Link sent troops to surround the underground black market. Oh no, it should be said that no one knows the waste of Saturn. After all, Link was the one who dared to kill Moros in the Platinum Hotel and touched the scales of the Platinum Hotel. For this reason, the Platinum Hotel issued the highest level wanted order, requiring all killers and bounty hunters to kill Link, and the two sides formed a bridge. But then Link became the leader of Shadow in a blink of an eye, making these eager killers and bounty hunters retreat. Killing a gang boss and the ruling general of the Free Federation Shadow are completely two concepts. Not to mention the super strength that Link demonstrated in the Battle of the Grand Canal in Goria, the devastating single-kill mechanical pioneer Dr. Zhao. Let the mechanical gods that have been entrenched in the desert for more than 30 years be destroyed. Since then, Link's record has been brilliant, and the name of the Desert Emperor resounded through the waste Saturn, completely banning the idea of these people. Search, someone resisted and killed it directly. Li Ziqian was murderous, commanded in an orderly manner, and gradually advanced. On the other side, Commander Dai Yi led some of the Army, Special Forces and Special Forces mixed establishment into the United Pharmaceutical Company. After a while, Li Ziqian and Dai talked on the phone. "What's going on your side? I ran away all over here." "It's the same on my side. People go to the empty building and nothing is left." Dai Yi heard Li Ziqian's rough and angry sniff from the phone. In fact, he was also upset. Since this group of people dared to attack, they stayed and ran straight ahead. It seems that the Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceutical have already passed the Qi before, and if they fail, they will be transferred immediately. Li Ziqian said with regret. If the Platinum Hotel or United Pharmaceutical can be eaten this time, it will definitely be a great benefit. I can't catch it now, it's kind of like letting the tiger return to the mountain. Dai Yi heard Li Ziqian's regret, and after a moment of silence, he decided to give the new commander a face. Before, when Troy was collecting the big data of Shadu, he found an underpass in the Platinum Hotel. They may escape through the underpass. Chief of Staff Li can try his luck. That location is. Li Ziqian couldn't help being overjoyed, remembering where Dai Yi said, "Thank you, Commander Dai, for your advice. If you get something this time, you will take the most of the credit." After that, Li Ziqian counted the manpower, packed lightly, and rushed to the spot immediately. What Li Ziqian and Dai Yi didn't expect was that it was Troy who destroyed the databases of Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceutical Company for the first time. As a result, they did not have any data to transfer and backup, and they hurriedly took away or destroyed some paper documents. After that, he slipped away. It was a few minutes earlier than the normal time, which is why the two rushed to rush, but still rushed for nothing. The military sent troops directly, and the media department was not idle either, and directly started on-site interviews. Obviously it was around 4 o'clock in the morning, but most of the residents' lights in Shadu were on. From the original speculation to now, live TV is turned on to watch the report. Welcome everyone to watch Shadu TV. Reporter Anna from the front sends you a frontline report. At 2 o'clock in the morning tonight, the evil and cunning Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceutical Company jointly concocted an assassination without a bottom line and extremely dangerous. The Master of Justice is Link, the supreme leader of Shadu, who is loved by the masses. Anna sullen and frustrated, and her words contained an unquenchable anger. In normal times, this kind of subjective report is not even qualified. But who is Link? He is a good leader loved by the people of Shadu and the pillar of Shadu's will. Hearing that the Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceutical dared to send people to assassinate Link, the crowd sitting in front of the TV couldn't sit still. They rolled up their sleeves and picked up kitchen knives, shouting desperately to find the enemy. Their current happy and stable lives are all given by Link. If someone wants to kill Link, that means they can't live with the 45 million residents of Shadu. And when they heard that Link killed the Nightmare with his own power and severely inflicted the Shining, the residents of Shadu had the same reaction as Derek and the others. Their brains buzzed, they went blank, and they were dumbfounded. Be good. With 2 enemies and 1, or assassination and sneak attack, the result is 1 dead and 1 injured. Will you play? Of the 3 top cards that this Platinum Hotel had set up, 1 was miserable by Link, 1 was screwed to death, and the other was surrendered. Originally in the minds of ordinary people, the Platinum Hotel was an extremely tall place that ordinary people could not reach. Those who could enter it were the leaders and elites, especially the Shining, Nightmare, and Duke. The 3 strongest pushes are at the forefront of the standings. The Shining is portrayed as the king of a new generation of killers, comparable to the existence of Painter John. People used to think so too. The second place Nightmare is named after the mysterious, unpredictable, and intangible murder. Killing in a dream, just thinking about it makes it hard to guard against, because no one can control oneself from dreaming except for the mechanical body. But it was these 2 masters who made everyone feel that the bug was incomprehensible, but they were beaten by Link in the joint assassination of Link. At the end of Anna's interview, Link also showed up for a few short interviews. In the screen, Link was unscathed, but his hair was slightly messy. After reading the interview, everyone knew that the shining was not only taken off an arm by Link, but also hit by one, and finally escaped by forcibly using space secret art. Hiss! Horrible! One person singled out the two strongest assassins in the world, killed one, and destroyed one. Looking at Link's record at this time, it is simply shining. In a word, the unknown generation is not worthy of Link's shot. There were Moros, the Minister of Economy of Shadu, the Pioneer of Machinery, and the two pinnacle killers of the Shining and Nightmare. They really did not kill the unknown. After interviewing Link, Anna turned around and began to talk about the numerous crimes of United Pharmaceuticals, conducting drug experiments on normal people, conducting research on dismemberment of mutants, or being locked in a cage like an animal. Many United Pharmaceutical Companies' internal documents, experiments, and pictures are exposed to the public. Only then did the citizens know that United Pharmaceutical Company was originally a terrorist company that was draped in a medical research skin, but actually conducted brutal and inhumane experiments on ordinary people and mutants. With this news, I believe that the Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceuticals will soon become notorious. As a white fish belly gradually rose up from the horizon, the citizens were shocked by the news reports. I believe that soon this news will spread to the entire waste Saturn with the sunrise. On the other side, Link waited for the synthesis of the crow's nest in Twilight Ridge. Soon, 7 doomed crows broke out of the blood nest. Doom Crow, white quality, the product of the combination of crow and doom bullet, the fit rate is 85%, neither high nor low. The effects are flight investigation and spread doom. Needless to say, the first one, spreading doom, is a bit similar to the range of reducing luck. Doom crows can reduce the target's luck attributes by approaching the target, screaming at the target, and around the opponent. Each doom crow is reduced by 1 point, and 7 doom crows can stack their effects, up to 7 points. Of course, the main purpose of Link synthesis is still for investigation. As for the second item, spreading doom, to be honest, Link doesn't care much, it just happens that there is a doom bullet in his body to synthesize it. The 7 doom crows all flew up, and Link put the blood nest that had just been synthesized together back in place, and then directed the doom crows to explore the way ahead. Link uses the impact power boots to generate ascent, and then uses the multifunctional combat outfit to switch to the flight suit mode at high altitude, and conducts wingsuit flying over Twilight Ridge. The interior of Twilight Ridge is intricate. The centuries-old virgin forest is full of huge redwood trees with dense canopies. If you walk in the forest, not to mention the lack of light, you will encounter all kinds of insects and beasts, and the road is difficult. How can it be smooth to slide directly in the air? According to the route map sent by Troy, Link's current location is close to the hinterland of Twilight Ridge. It takes more than a day to rush to the edge of Twilight Ridge from here. Then came the Gobian Hills for more than a day, and finally arrived at the Longcheng border Great Wall. Troy calculated the walking time, but he didn't expect Link to pass quickly by gliding. As the sky turned white, the quiet Twilight Ridge gradually came alive. The first is all kinds of birds, waking up from the nest, and beginning to flap their wings and fly into the sky, making a chirping sound. Immediately under the canopy of the huge red cedar tree, there were occasional calls of wild animals, which shocked the animals around. Link used impact power boots and winged flying skills to keep glide at high speed. The Doom Crow opened the way, and within half a day Link could already see the end of the tall redwood forest in Twilight Ridge. The following forest is a much shorter broad-leaved forest, which is also dense and prosperous, but the altitude difference between the two is more than a bit. The redwood trees that are 100 meters high and the broad-leaved forests that are more than 20 meters high are not in the same order of magnitude. Visually, it looks like a waterfall with a sudden drop, which is spectacular. When the time came to noon, Link glided all morning, and was finally about to leave the heart of Twilight Ridge. When Link decided to get to the junction, he stopped to find some water and rest. But just as Link was about to fly into the broad-leaved forest, the Doom Crow in front suddenly turned back and flew back to signal that there was a situation in front of Link. Link slowed down and glided for a while and landed on the treetops. At this time, the leaves blew by the mountain breeze rustled, and in addition to these sounds, Link heard a roar of beasts, as well as the screams of people and gunfire. Link moved quickly between the treetops, and then cast eye of the beast on one of the Doom Crows, controlling the Doom Crow to fly to the place where the sound was heard. Soon, Link saw the source of the sound and the disturbance in the sight of the Doom Crow. I saw a team of 5 people, all with pets, fighting a saber-toothed tiger. This saber-toothed tiger is huge, and it is estimated to be comparable to Link's Steppenwolf King from the naked eye. A pair of saber teeth and fangs in his mouth are extraordinarily strong and sharp, and they look quite domineering. Link controlled the Doom Crow to stop on the side of the treetop, and then it was clear that this saber-toothed tiger was different from the ordinary saber-toothed tiger king. One side of its abdominal cavity was ulcerated, and the flesh and blood withered and disappeared, revealing rows of white rib cage. And in the crooked ribs, there is a cloud of orange light radiating energy outward. This is a bit strange. Lin Ke was very interested. With his knowledge of beasts, this is a saber-toothed tiger king. But half of it is in a normal state, and the other half is a bit like a state of flesh and blood withered. Under such circumstances, it is still alive, and it is really surprising that it can compete with the 5-person hunting team and their beast pets by oneself. If I'm not wrong, this situation should be related to the orange light in the belly of the saber-toothed tiger king. At this time Link turned his attention back to the 5 hunting team members and found that although their clothes were not uniform, the hunting bows, fur robes, boots, and belts were all of the same type. Link recognized this outfit at a glance. This group of people came from Qinjiazai. Hey, this is a coincidence. As he was about to return to Qinjiazai as Qin Shao, he encountered a disciple of Qinjiazai in Twilight Ridge. I said it was accidental. Do you believe it? JPG. If you control another round, the saber-toothed tiger king's flutter and sheer strength is no longer as good as before, and it will be completely useless after a few more rounds. One of them immediately controlled his falcon and pricked at the eyes of the saber-toothed tiger king. As long as he could blind one eye, the next battle would be much easier. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. There was also a young female disciple who seemed to be young. At the moment, her forehead was soaked in sweat and her palms were attached to a dying black bear to heal her injuries. Many of the pets of other people are also injured. At this time, the few people can only play with the deity in person, trying to cause damage to the saber-toothed tiger. Hold on, as long as you consume the saber-toothed tiger king and take out the life particles in its stomach, not only will you have the opportunity to subdue the tiger king, we can also take the lead in this village's experience and be able to join the wasteland wolf cavalry. Opportunity. Link's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard the words of comfort and encouragement from several people. Now that I say that, as an enthusiastic citizen, Link must do you a favor. Link launched the Eye of the Beast state, and then came to the top of the battlefield like a ghost. Immediately enter the Emperor Watching Chi technique mode, pass a ray of murderous aura, and wrap the saber-toothed tiger king. The saber-toothed tiger king was exhausted. Suddenly a murderous aura poured into his body, and his tired eyes immediately became fierce, and suddenly he felt endless strength. Roar! A terrifying roar shook the mountains and forests. The decadent saber-toothed tiger king exudes a suffocating murderous aura, faintly red light. Fuck, this tiger king is still violent. The 5 experienced disciples of Qinjiazai were dumbfounded. 509 It's easier to do things with someone in the court. The saber-toothed tiger king's roar resounded through the forest. The birds on the treetops all flew up in a swarm, forming a dense black net over the Twilight Ridge. Originally, the 5 of them had a hard time dealing with the saber-toothed tiger king. Now that it had gone berserk, the 5 of them immediately stopped their thoughts of continuing to waste their energy. The saber-toothed Tiger King leaped up and pounced towards one of the men. Its huge and flexible body did not allow the Qin clan people to react. A powerful and heavy palm directly smacked the face of a trial disciple. His entire body flew out like a kite that had lost its string. The others were all scared out of their wits. After going berserk, the saber-toothed Tiger King's strength had more than doubled, and it was completely undefeatable. The remaining 4 players couldn't care about their teammates and immediately scattered. However, in front of the saber-toothed Tiger King, which had an advantage in size, strength, and agility, it was simply a dream to escape. Just as the 4 of them were running for their lives, Link struck like a ghost and knocked them out one by one. The disciples thought it was the saber-toothed Tiger King's doing and cursed in their hearts before fainting. The saber-toothed Tiger King saw that someone had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Because of the sudden increase in killing aura, he was extremely arrogant and saw everyone as an enemy. He didn't think Link was a threat at all and pounced at Link without a word. Link laughed in anger and immediately removed the murderous aura around the saber-toothed Tiger King. In the air, the saber-toothed Tiger King suddenly felt as if its body had been hollowed out. As it pounced in the air, its ferocious expression gradually changed to a dumbfounded look. It didn't know why the strong and mighty force it had just had suddenly dissipated in an instant. The aura of a king instantly dissipated, and the sharp claws and teeth were all retracted in fear. The saber-toothed Tiger King pounced at Link's feet. It lowered its head and crouched, its 2 forelimbs hugging Link's legs. It stuck out its tongue and licked Link's kinetic boots. It wagged its tail fawningly and whimpered from time to time. "That's more like it, Ying Luo." Link knelt down and patted the saber-toothed Tiger King's head. The Tiger King laughed naively and turned its head around with its 4 legs up in the air. The saber-toothed Tiger King had already started to gain some intelligence. It understood that Link had helped it earlier. Coupled with the fact that it had been exposed by using its power, it immediately wagged its tail and begged for mercy. With his beast mastery, Link started talking to the saber-toothed Tiger King. "How did you end up like this?" The saber-toothed Tiger King sobbed, expressing that it was only living in its territory. One day, when it was hunting, it was attracted by the sound and ended up in a swollen flower forest. A flower bud in the middle exploded, and the splashing of rotten liquid fell on its body, and it became like this. As for the thing inside his body, saber-toothed Tiger King didn't know what was going on. Good lord, so he was just an idiot who didn't even know what had happened. However, Link had never heard of any corrosive and swollen flowers in the Twilight Ridge. Link lifted the saber-toothed Tiger King's forelimb and observed the situation from its armpit to its side. His flesh and blood had been completely corroded, leaving only his bones. Link touched the saber-toothed Tiger King's ribs and asked, "Do you feel anything?" The saber-toothed Tiger King whimpered and nodded. He could feel the traces of his palm touching the bone. "This is interesting. The corrosive effect of this explosion doesn't kill living creatures, but turns them into undead creatures. Do you still remember the location of the swollen flower forest?" How could the saber-toothed Tiger King forget this place where it had almost lost its life? It repeated the location to Link based on its memory. Link noted down the location and said, "I'm here to help you. If you don't get treatment in time, I'm afraid you won't make it to tomorrow." Previously, the corrosion from the swelling flower forest had already consumed a portion of the saber-toothed Tiger King's life force. Just now, it had also engaged in a life-and-death battle with the Qin clan disciples and was almost killed. Now, it had already overdrawn its life force and was an arrow at the end of its flight. The saber-toothed Tiger King had gained some intelligence and was very clear about its body's current condition. It could also clearly feel the increase in its strength from the killing intent that Link had given it. In the face of absolute power, the dignity and pride of the Tiger King were not worth mentioning. The saber-toothed Tiger King lowered its head, submitting to Link. Link took out a quail egg-sized crystal that was emitting an orange light from the saber-toothed Tiger King's body. A warm current suddenly flowed into Link's body. He felt unspeakably comfortable. Immediately, Link saw the introduction of this object that the Qin disciples called life particle. Life particles. Quality, blue. Description, crystallized particles of the power of life, mostly found near netherworld spores. The power of life and death often appear together. After reading the introduction, Link had a sudden realization. So the thing that injured the saber-toothed Tiger King was called nether spore. Link had never heard of it before. After Link took the life particles out of the saber-toothed Tiger King's body, it fell to the ground with a thud. Its flesh started rotting again, and it was getting worse. Its flesh was peeling off and dissipating, and it was spreading to its spine. The saber-toothed Tiger King's breathing was heavy, and his body was trembling slightly. Seeing this, Link couldn't care less. He held the life particles in one hand and placed the other on the saber-toothed Tiger King's body. He immediately began the synthesis. However, when Link saw the synthesis formula, he was stunned. Life particle, blue, plus netherworld spore virus, blue, plus saber-toothed Tiger King equals compatibility, 60%. The system actually considered the netherworld spore virus in the saber-toothed Tiger King as a synthetic material, and the compatibility rate is only 60%. I'll try my best. Your life is in the hands of the heavens. The saber-toothed Tiger King seemed to understand Link's words. It endured the pain and nodded. Its neck lay on the ground, allowing Link to do as he pleased. Blood vessels spread out from Link's palm, forming a giant cocoon around the saber-toothed Tiger King. At the same time, the life particles in Link's hand were completely absorbed. The system showed that it would take 3 hours to hatch. 3 hours, then I'll have to ask everyone to sleep a little longer. Link waved his hand, and the 7 crows of misfortune spread out to guard the area. They would report to Link as soon as they found anything. He then walked to the side of the 5 people, calculated the 3 hours worth of food, and chopped off the swan eye with a hand knife. This skillful and accurate hand chop strength and time. Don't ask. He was only asking to thank Silver Hand, who had given Link yet another practical skill. While waiting in the forest, Link looked through the equipment the 5 of them were carrying and roughly confirmed their identities. In his previous life, Link had heard of the Qin family, but he was not very interested in Dragon City's medium-sized forces, so he did not know much about them. However, he knew that the Qin clan would often organize people to come to the Twilight Ridge to train. The Twilight Ridge was the largest primeval forest in the north of Dragon City. There were many powerful fierce beasts and rare environments inside, which bred all kinds of strange wild beasts. Therefore, every year, some beast-taming sects such as the Qin village, and even hunters would enter the Twilight Ridge to catch wild beasts. In March, the beast tide was brewing. At this time, the primordial forest of the Twilight Ridge was even more dangerous, but the probability of strange beasts appearing was also higher. If they could capture one, then their strength and status would also rise. Danger and opportunity coexisted. However, Link saw that they were all level 20 NPCs. They were probably not powerful disciples and had come to the Twilight Ridge to fight. They had really made the right choice this time. If not for Link's interference, taming the saber-toothed Tiger King would have been a piece of cake. Now, the saber-toothed Tiger King had become Link's pet. With this Beast King, Link should be able to smoothly enter the Wilderness Wolf Cavalry Battalion. 3 hours passed quickly, and the blood cocoon began to peel off bit by bit. The saber-toothed Tiger King broke free from the blood cocoon, and the hardened pieces of the blood cocoon cracked and fell to the ground. Saber-toothed Tiger King's body did not change much. His eyes flickered, and the aura of decay on his body dissipated, replaced by a rich life force. The saber-toothed Tiger King licked its 4 limbs excitedly, but in a moment, its entire body began to turn blurry, turning into a grey, translucent state. The saber-toothed Tiger King did not expect such a change to happen to its body. It quivered and returned to its normal state after a moment of blurriness. Link scanned through the saber-toothed Tiger King's information and finally understood the changes. Monster attributes. Name: Saber-toothed Tiger King. Grade: Green. Race: Feline. Attribute: Chaos. Level: 25. Initial Skill 1, Life Aura LV3, Saber-toothed Tiger King has its own life aura, increasing the maximum health of all allies within 100 meters by 150 points. Initial Skill 2, Undead Aura LV3, Saber-toothed Tiger King has Undead Aura, lowering the maximum health of enemies within 100 meters by 150 points for targets with less than 150 health points. The mandatory deduction is 1 point. Initial Skill 3, Unstable Dual State, Saber-toothed Tiger King can switch between its normal state and its soul state, but cannot control it at will. Evaluation: really unstable. The Saber-toothed Tiger King's two auras were very powerful. The enemy's maximum health was reduced by 150 points, while the enemy's maximum health was increased by 150 points. In one round, they had established a 300-point health advantage. If this was on the battlefield, it would be a huge advantage. 150 health points. If this was converted into equipment, it would at least have the attributes of a level 20 blue equipment. Not long after Link had finished looking at the saber-toothed Tiger King's attributes, a rustling sound came from the side. The dizzy trial disciples of the Qin clan rubbed their heads and woke up. When they woke up, the first thing they saw was the saber-toothed Tiger King. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. They instantly sobered up and staggered in shock. The saber-toothed Tiger King glanced at these trial disciples and snorted coldly. He then turned his head and no longer looked at them. Link patted the saber-toothed Tiger King's head. He knew why it was angry. In order to capture the saber-toothed Tiger King, this group of trial disciples from the Qin clan had actually poisoned the water. The saber-toothed Tiger King almost collapsed from diarrhea after drinking the water. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have any good feelings towards this group of people. The first reaction of the Qin clan disciples was to run. However, they had only taken 2 steps when they suddenly realized that there was a familiar face beside the saber-toothed Tiger King. They had no choice but to stop and turn back. It didn't matter if they looked at it, but after they finished, all the Qin disciples were stunned. Senior brother Qin Shao. The third-generation disciples were shocked at first, but when they saw the saber-toothed Tiger King groveling at Qin Shao's feet, they naturally understood what this meant. "You've been in the Twilight Ridge for too long," said Link, smiling. "Let's talk on the way." Qin Shao was the leader of the third generation of the Qin family. He was like the senior brother of the third generation. He had gone out to train with his younger brother, Qin Gong, and had not expected to meet him in the Twilight Ridge. After that, the group left the primeval forest of the Twilight Ridge and arrived at the broad-leaved forest area. Link had already thought of an explanation for the questions of the third-generation disciples. The reason why he appeared here was because he had just returned from his training. He knew that this was the annual time for the Qin clan disciples to enter the Twilight Ridge. Thus, he did not return to the Qin clan and came to the Twilight Ridge directly. It wasn't a coincidence that they'd met. Link said that he'd been watching the saber-toothed Tiger King for days. He'd led it to the netherworld spores on purpose, and then it accidentally taken a piece of life particle with it when it escaped. After that, Link went to look for food. In the end, the trial disciples had their eyes on the saber-toothed Tiger King. This was why Link came out to help after the saber-toothed Tiger King knocked everyone out and successfully tamed it. The eyes of the 5 third-generation disciples beside him were filled with envy and admiration. They knew how ferocious the saber-toothed Tiger King was when it went berserk. Senior brother Qin Shao had actually successfully subdued it and made it his pet in just a few hours. How strong was it? As everyone knew, the stronger a wild beast was, the more unruly it would be, and the more unwilling it would be to be manipulated by others. Therefore, in the process of subduing, it was not just about defeating the other party that one could successfully subdue it. It was also necessary to make the other party produce spiritual obedience, and this often took time. It was normal for some experts to take up to a month to tame it. Senior brother Qin Shao's strength has improved by leaps and bounds after returning from his travels. This time, he has also subdued the saber-toothed Tiger King. This year's Beast Tide is coming, and City Lord Su has issued a Heroes Gathering invitation to recruit those who are good at controlling beasts. Senior brother Qin Shao will definitely be able to stand out and enter the Dragon City's military, taking up an important position. Link waved his hand, looking very humble. He then sighed. I'd rather not have this fortuitous encounter. If I have to exchange this fortuitous encounter for Qin Gong's life, I will not hesitate to give up. The 5 trial disciples also let out a soft sigh and could not help but comfort him. My condolences, Senior Brother Qin Shao. I believe that Senior Brother Qin Gong's spirit in heaven will also be happy for you. Link was in a high position. Controlling his subordinates and setting policies for other forces were all brain-burning things. He had easily fooled the 5 trial disciples and made them believe that Qin Gong had been killed while searching for a fortuitous encounter, and he was the only one who had escaped. What's with this city lord recruitment order you're talking about? I've just returned from a foreign land and am heading straight for the Twilight Ridge. There are some details that I'm not clear about. Senior brother Qin Shao, do you know that Dragon City bought a batch of wild wolf mounts from Chaisha City? Link nodded. I've heard of this. A desert emperor rose up in the Shitu, and the beasts under his command were extremely fierce. Fei and I both invested a huge sum of money to purchase the wild wolves. That's right. The trial disciple nodded. It's also because of this that City Lord Su hopes to find some people who are good at controlling wild beasts. They can control these wasteland wolves to achieve the greatest effect. And this time, it's said that the person in charge of recruitment is City Lord Su's palace guard. I heard that he's called Li Chao or something. Li Chao? Link was stunned for a moment, then his eyes brightened. It really didn't take much effort to get it. The person in charge of recruitment this time was Li Chao of the palace guards. They were the spies who had defected to Link and infiltrated the palace guards. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 510. Li Chao, this kid is fine. After being appreciated in the cold, not to mention entering the palace guard, now he is taking over such an important task on his own. Seems like a duck in the palace guard. This is good news for Link. Li Chao is highly regarded by Leng Guan and Su Tianzhao, the more powerful he will be. Until the next afternoon, the group finally walked out of the broad-leaved forest under Link's leadership. Although he walked a little slower, he sharpened his knife and didn't cut the wood by mistake. When Link arrived in Dragon City, he could directly sit back and enjoy his success. These 3 generations of disciples proved that others would never doubt the authenticity of his identity. After spending 2 days in the broad-leaved forest, the sky was suddenly clear after walking out of the woods, and everyone was a little uncomfortable with such sunny weather. Soon after walking out of the broad-leaved forest, you can see an earth-rammed border guard post more than 10 kilometers away. In normal times, there are also many people who come and go in the soil-ram border guard posts here. They are all sect disciples or merchants who enter the Twilight Ridge broad-leaved forest area to search for and capture beasts or dig for rare resources in the forest. A small number of soldiers remained in the border post to monitor Twilight Ridge's every move. But once it enters March and April each year, the atmosphere here will be highly tense. A large number of soldiers began to assemble, dig trenches, and build fortifications. The beast tide is extremely terrifying, not to say that waiting for the opponent to assemble a wave to the bottom of the Dragon City wall before launching a major counterattack. If so, then Longcheng has no idea how many times it has been broken. The real situation is that there are countless such border fortresses in the Gobi Hills hundreds of kilometers away, and there are hundreds of them. They are all based on the hundreds of passes and the trenches and fortifications of the outposts, and the waves of cleaning up the massive beast tides. The number of beasts arriving under the Dragon City wall was reduced by more than half. It can be said that these border gates are the main force against the beast tide, and the Dragon City is the bottom line against the beast tide. The atmosphere at the border post was grim. Soldiers dug fortifications outside the post. Various traps, trenches, and 2-meter-high foundations that seemed to be lifted abruptly were visible to the naked eye. Link knew this in his previous life. This was a purely artificial foundation. The purpose was to block some small beasts so that they could not pass smoothly and step on each other in the beast tide. Each of the subsequent obstacles has a special effect, which is the experience that Dragon City has summed up with blood and tears in the process of fighting the animal tide for so many years. Brother Qin Shao, let's go to the border post for a little rest. The elder Zhao Izhong and the officer in charge of this recruitment are in the rear blood fortress. We can arrive by freight car in half an hour. Link nodded and agreed, taking this opportunity to take a break at the border post, and learn more about Dragon City by the way. Even the intelligence of the branch of the monster security company sent abroad is limited to the inside of Dragon City. Little is known about the real front lines of these border posts. It is said to be a border post, but it is actually a soil-compacted city. Every year, these border posts face the fate of being captured and destroyed by wild beasts, so the people of Longcheng learn to draw on the spot. Directly dig the earth blocks underground to make earth rammed, and then use the wood felled not far from Twilight Ridge to make wheels to build a strong earth-rammed city piece by piece. Everything in the city is kept simple, but only 2 buildings stand out. One is the military building of the defenders in the city. It is the highest point of the Dujin. There is a watchtower at the top of the military building, and you can notice the abnormal movement more than 10 kilometers away. The army building is surrounded by a large garrison camp, covering a very wide area, surrounded by a layer of earth-rammed city wall, forming a city within a city. Another building is the trading square in the corner of the city, where many people are selling medicinal materials, precious treasures dug from Twilight Ridge, or beasts in cages. Intensive exchanges, shoulder to shoulder. When Link entered the city with the saber-toothed Tiger King, many people's eyes have been on him and his pets. The tide of beasts is imminent, and various rare beasts in Twilight Ridge are infested. At this time, only some of the beast control sects are coming to the front line. The saber-toothed Tiger King is tall and his eyes are gleaming. Even a layman knows that this thing is powerful. Some savvy hunters or beast masters know the rarity of a saber-toothed Tiger King, and their eyes shine and unconsciously follow the saber-toothed Tiger King. Many people have come forward to talk about buying and selling, but when they saw the Qinjiazai disciples' costumes after Lin Ke, they put their minds away. The other party was the master beast master of Qinjiazai, and this king beast would definitely not be sold. With the powerful aura of the saber-toothed Tiger King and the 2 types of aura, the surrounding beasts or pets that had originally exuded hostility died at this moment, lowered their heads or simply carried them back. On the contrary, it is the pets like the black bear and snow fox of Qinjiazai's trial disciples. Their eyes are clever, and they exude a strong and unpredictable aura. What made everyone more surprised was that this saber-toothed Tiger King seemed to have other abilities. From time to time, it will become grey and translucent, somewhat similar to the state of soul. After setting up the pets, Link walked around in the earth-rammed city and found some news by the way. For example, when the tide of beasts is approaching and the storm is about to come, a large number of birds and beasts will fly out of Twilight Ridge every evening, forming a black cloud, and there will be a thunderous roar from the hinterland. These are the precursors of the upcoming beast tide. The soldiers in the entire earth-rammed city are tense, because you never know whether the beast tide will come in the next second. And behind the Turam city, you can see the wind and sand lifted by the military truck convoy, like a entrenched crouching dragon, quickly driving north. After everyone had a meal and rested all night, when they got up the next day, they found that Turam city was already full of soldiers. All the soldiers wore armors with back bows and held spears. The reason why I didn't use all kinds of hot weapons was because when the beasts arrived, the beasts had thick skin and thickened armor, as if something was affecting them. Only these specially made metals with spell-breaking spells can pierce defenses and hurt them. The atmosphere in the earth-rammed city was grim. Soldiers lined up on the wall, all kinds of arrows, bed crossbows, kerosene, and materials were all ready to be in place. Senior brother Qin Shao, let's get to the Blood Fortress soon. It should be these 2 days since the tide of beasts has come. Okay, let's set off now. Is the car ready? Link couldn't help asking. Get ready, you can go anytime. Link waved to start the journey. 5 people were seated in the truck and all the pets were pulled in the back. When the saber-toothed tiger jumped into the car, the whole truck shook visibly. At the same time, the black bear, snow fox, and poisonous scorpion in the rear compartment all shrank into the corner, and none of them dared to squeeze the saber-toothed tiger king. The saber-toothed tiger king glanced at the other beasts, let out a dull snort, and then lay down in the carriage for a nap. The truck started and moved along the only passable road, rushing to the frontline headquarters Blood Fortress. This is the only passable road. Once the defensive line of the earth-rammed city is disintegrated after the beast tide arrives, everyone retreats from the earth-rammed city in advance. They retreat all the way and detonate the detonator buried under the road, blowing up the road. Can pass through arranged traps. These trial disciples all seemed very excited. During the conversation, Link knew that they had only been to Frontline and Twilight Ridge before, but had never personally participated in the beast tide. This animal tide can be said to be the first time in their life experience. It's no wonder that only this kind of stunned green dare to go deep into the hinterland of Twilight Ridge to catch beasts. Changing to be any experienced beast control master, he would never choose to enter the hinterland at this time. At most he would try his luck in the broad-leaved forest. 2 hours later, Link saw the magnificent Blood Fortress in the distance through the windshield of the truck. Just like the name, the Blood Fortress is blood red. The fortress tens of meters high stands on the plain and looks spectacular from a distance. There are countless fang spikes on the surface of the fortress, some of which are several meters long. From a distance, the entire surface of the fortress seems to be covered by sharp objects. If you charge directly up, I'm afraid it will be pierced by countless thorns. If the Turam city is destroyed and rebuilt once a year by the tide of beasts, then the Blood Fortress has been standing on the Blood Plain since its establishment. The name of this fortress and plain is also named for fighting the beast tide. Every time the beast tide faded, the entire plain was soaked with blood, and the land here was also dyed bright red over time, and it was difficult to subside. The red paint on the surface of this fortress came from the blood of various king beasts, naturally exuding an ancient and terrible shock. Even at the time of the animal boom, the beasts become very aggressive and crazy. When passing through the Blood Fortress, he will instinctively give way. Even the most powerful beast in the beast tide dare not mess with the Blood Fortress that has been smeared with the blood of various king beasts. When we came to the Blood Fortress, the situation here was not much better than that of the frontline border gate. The soldiers were standing by and inspecting various facilities. The truck drove directly to the gate of the courtyard where Qinjiazai settled. As the sect of controlling beasts, Qinjiazai sent many disciples to fight against the tide of beasts this time, and Dragon City arranged special residences for these forces. When Link got out of the car, the trial disciples around him rushed into the yard hurriedly. Link even heard a broken voice yelling, "Brother Qin Shao is back! Brother Qin Shao is back!" The others guarded Link and walked into the yard with a glorious smile on their faces. After a while, Qinjiazai from the elder to the disciple, all came out. The surrounding disciples had stars in their eyes, and when they saw the saber-toothed tiger queen led by Link, they were even more incredulous, and their admiration was beyond words. It seems that Qin Shao didn't brag about it. He was indeed the leader of the 3 generations of disciples. Link sighed secretly. Immediately, Link saw a middle-aged man walking quickly with a long beard and fluttering clothes. "Where did your kid go in the past half year? I thought you were lost." The middle-aged man was beaming, and when he saw Qin Shao's saber-toothed tiger king, he was even more surprised. "What a kid! Going out to practice, unexpectedly brought the head king beast back. Next, there was a period of concern and discussion from the elders. So Link moved out of the old rhetoric and another trial disciple was sitting there. This elder named Qin Mian had no doubts. Just kidding, to be able to capture a saber-toothed tiger king, in this view, is extremely proficient in controlling beasts and superb. This is not the leader of my Kinjiazai 3 generations of disciples, who else can it be? Link has never seen any big scenes. In this case, it is easy to pass the test. Quickly find suitable clothes for you brother Qin Shao, and bring them to the room to rest. Qin Mian arranged for his disciples to pick up the dust for Link. Just as he was about to say something more, the assembly bell of the Blood Fortress rang, and the bell rang. Soon spread throughout the fortress. The meeting is about to be held again. It seems that the beast tide has been in the past 2 days. Don't run around in these 2 days. Just follow the orders at the fortress. Qin Mian sighed after taking 2 steps before turning around again. Added one sentence, this meeting took a long time. If anything happens during this time, you can report to Qin Shao. After Qin Mian left, Link's long-sleeved dance, and soon became one with these 3 generations of disciples, telling a lot of Kinjiazai things from them, enough for normal chat. Then Link threw his work to the 3 generations of disciples who had been with him before, and he led the saber-toothed tiger king to the recruitment office of the Blood Fortress. The reason why it is not riding is because of the unstable bimorphism of the saber-toothed tiger king. This guy does not know when he suddenly becomes a soul state. In the soul state, people will fall directly from the back, and there is no way to ride. Unless you can find a soul saddle bound to it, you can carry foreign objects in the soul state. I'm here for recruitment registration. Link showed the Kinjiazai waist card and certificate he got from Qin Mian, and successfully entered the registration office. The soldiers looked at the king beast that Link was leading, and their expressions were not right. Ma yet, even some elders who control the beast sect, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com does not necessarily have king beast pets. Qin Shao is the leader of Kinjiazai's 3 generations of disciples. He got a saber-toothed tiger king at a young age. It seems that Kinjiazai will take off in the future. Soon, Li Chao, who was in charge of recruiting, rushed to hear the news. This time Leng Guan personally selected Li Chao to be responsible for the recruitment, and the recruited talents will accompany the soldiers who are good at riding in the military to form wolf cavalry. This time, with the help of the steppe wolves of Shadu, Dragon City is full of expectations for fighting this beast tide. As long as this work is done well, Leng Guan once hinted that Li Chao would have the opportunity to enter the eyes of the city lord and become the true core of the palace guard. Therefore, Li Chao is also very concerned about this. Every beast control master who meets the standard and self-recommended must meet in person to check his ability. Qin Shao, the leader of the 3 generations of Kinjiazai disciples. The beast pet under the seat, the saber-toothed tiger king. The king beast. Li Chao's eyes widened and was a little surprised. A 3rd-generation disciple actually possessed the king beast, which was extremely powerful on the battlefield. For example, if the tide of beasts comes and there are many saber-toothed tigers among them, if there is a king of saber-toothed tigers, these saber-toothed tigers will not attack when they see the king beasts, which can be said to greatly weaken the number of beasts. The saber-toothed tiger is one of the more powerful beasts in the beast tide. If there is this saber-toothed tiger king, it can weaken the power of the beast tide to a certain extent. Especially the impact of the first wave. Congratulations, Qin Shao, you have officially joined the cavalry camp through recruitment. The corner of Link's mouth raised. I still have something I want to talk to Inspector Li, I don't know if I can. Li Chao did not doubt that he had him, and warmly invited, come to my office to talk in detail. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 511. Li Chao takes Qin Shao seriously. This year's beast wave is just a small beast wave. Given Dragon City's experience in resisting the beast wave for so many years, dealing with small-scale beast wave is not a big problem. The highlight of this year is the steppe wolves imported from Shadu heavily. If this time the Steppenwolf cavalry can play a miraculous effect against the beast tide, then the first credit will naturally be Su Tianzhao, the city lord who has an outstanding vision and is determined to spend money to introduce Steppenwolf and the wise martial arts. The second contribution is that Inspector Li Kailai, who was responsible for the recruitment of the cavalry, recruited suitable talents to give full play to the strength of the wolf cavalry. The third contribution is the wolf cavalry. Up to now, Li Chao has recruited more than 400 beast control divisions and hunters, and with the carefully selected more than 500 people in the army, he can make up a cavalry regiment with thousands of people. This cavalry regiment was personally led by Leng Guan, with Li Chao as the deputy. Among the more than 400 beast control masters and hunters, none of them possessed a king beast like Qin Shao. After Li Chao returned from Shadu, he was appraised by Cold Pass by chance and entered the Dragon City Palace Guard. With the improvement of his status and the advice of Cold Pass, his vision was much higher. He dared to conclude that this time the beast tide, Qin Shao, who owns the king beast, will shine. And as Bull who selected this uncut jade, his status will also rise under the push of the cold. I don't know what Mr. Qin has to talk about. If it's salary, I, as the inspector of this recruitment, can guarantee that your salary is more than twice that of other beast control masters. Li Chao's conditions were very attractive, and very simply, speak before Link. When he was in Shadu, he was squeezed out because of his origin, and he knew the importance of opportunity and treatment. After Li Chao returned to Shun Shadu, Link did not look down on him because of his status. He even met him personally, gave him a good treatment, and even asked him to find a way to go back to be with his family. In the whole process, he didn't even mention any words for him to provide information. I thought that I would be targeted after returning to Dragon City, but I didn't expect to get acquainted with Emperor Leng Guan by chance, and joined the court guard, which was even more reused. And Link, who was far away in Shadu, also fulfilled his promise. The personnel from the Dragon City branch of the Monster Security Company arrived, connected to the bridge with him, and provided him with a lot of convenience for rapid promotion with Steppenwolf and business. Many tasks that other people can't do, and information that can't be obtained, as long as Li is beyond the horse, it will definitely be done. This is also an important reason why he can be taken seriously and cultivated in half a year. Link looked at Li Chao's strong self-confidence, and couldn't help but said, compared with Shadu 6 months ago, you look more confident now. It seems that Longchen's life is going well. When Li Chao heard this, his eyes suddenly seemed as if he had seen a ghost, but he was suppressed instantly. Oh? Mr. Qin Shao also knows about my previous job at Shadu. Li Chao's heart thumped and thumped wildly, but he still smiled, looking calm and calm. Link smiled slyly, I also know that you betrayed the Dragon City Intelligence Bureau, have quietly surrendered to Shadu, and met Link. If the lie just now shocked Li Chao, then these words are enough to make Li Chao fall into the ice cave. Li Chao felt that the blood on his cheeks disappeared. Although he couldn't see the skin at the moment, he could already imagine how pale it was. Li Chao laughed twice and forced himself to calm down. Mr. Qin Shao's joke is not funny at all. Li Chao made up his mind at this moment, but he didn't know what to say, and he didn't admit it to death. Link tried Li Chao and found that this guy is still very shrewd. It's a good idea to be able to keep it like this. Link easily removed the disguise of the holographic human skin mask, revealing his true face. When Li Chao saw Link's face, he lost his previous calmness and jumped up directly from the spot. He was in shock now, and he couldn't figure out whether the person in front of him suddenly pretended to be Link to deceive him, or whether he was really Link. Hey! Link blew his whistle, and the whistle arrow flew out of his sleeve and hung in the air. Originally, I asked you to take a good rest for a while before returning to Longcheng, but I didn't expect that you would actually catch the line of the Dishi Cold Pass, which saved the security company and you from the trouble of upgrading. Seeing Link demonstrated his iconic skills and revealed so many secrets, Li Chao already believed that the person in front of him was the deity. It's just that he couldn't figure out why Link would appear alone in the Blood Fortress on the front line of Dragon City. The Lord personally came to the front line. I don't know what's the order. Now that he has confirmed his identity, Li Chao is respectful. Link relaxed and relaxed. Although it was an accident to come to Dragon City this time, it seemed that he was about to come in the future. Up to the Shadow strategy, down to the previous spies who have been placed in the Cardinals, and the big event of the external beast tide, this does not make clear the opportunity for Link to create an excellent attack on Dragon City. Since you are the inspector recruited this time, you can do a good job of screening, add a strong stroke to your resume, and get the trust of Leng Guan and Su Tianzhao. That is the best job. Li Chao nodded his head heavily. He learned a lot in the palace guard. The first thing is not to talk too much, not to ask, and do whatever the leader arranges. Since Link said so, he did so. Anyway, Link is now joining Qin Shao as the third-generation disciple of Qin Jiazai, and he is by his side, and he can tell him any arrangements. By the way, I really have a request here. After a while, Li Chao and Link came out of the office with smiles on their faces. Well, Mr. Qin, go slowly. I will deliver the things you want to the Qin Jiazai resident as soon as possible. Not surprisingly, the beast tide should be 2 days old. Steppenwolves have arrived at the Blood Fortress. I will give you recruiters tomorrow. Uniform distribution. Okay, I'll go back first, there are still a lot of things to be done in Qin Jiazai. Li Chao looked at the back of Link's departure, and couldn't help feeling, as expected of the Lord, he has already taken over the power of Qin Jiazai when he first came to Dragon City. Maybe the Lord has other things in Dragon City besides Monster Security Company. Known Dark Hand. The closer Li Chao gets to the top in Longcheng and the more secrets he learns, the more he feels the decay of such a rigid rule. Dragon City is based on a family. Although the poor have the opportunity to enter the organization and do things, they need a deep background if they want to go further. Like Li Chao, although he was born in the Dragon City Intelligence Agency Luozhe Palace, he is still the 28th outstanding graduate with an excellent resume. But because half of the Shadow descent is still white, he can only work hard in the Shadow Intelligence Agency, without any credit. The master is eclectic, as long as it is a talent, it does not care about the identity and background, and it is adopted. From the youngest Mr. San Kong of the Jack Gang, to the thugs of Bei Hetang, the hall masters of the Cao Yun Gang, the four kings of Moros, etc., they all proved this. Now, Link's prestige is no different. For a while, he has destroyed the Wasteland Gang, annexed Asia, and the western end of the continent has all fallen into the hands of the Sand Capital, and he is expected to dominate. Soon after sending Link away, Li Chao returned to the office. Since the task assigned by the Lord is to do his own job well, he must complete it well, strive to complete the task outstandingly, and get the favor and respect of Su Tianzhao and Leng Guan. But shortly after he buried the case information, there was a commotion outside. Li Chao walked out curiously. One of his subordinates ran towards him with a panic expression on his face. "Inspector, something has happened. But the beast tide is coming." Li Chao's first reaction was that the beast tide was coming. The subordinates shook their heads and squeezed the newspaper in their hands and said, "It's the news from Seidu, Platinum Hotel, and United Pharmaceuticals, sending the Shining and Nightmare of the Killer List to assassinate Link." Li Chao's neck suddenly seemed to be invisible, his breathing stopped suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. If Link was assassinated, then the person he sent away just now was. As a result, the two were killed and the other injured. The Nightmare was shot dead on the spot. The Shining lost an arm and fled on the spot. Even the Platinum Hotel and United Pharmaceutical Company in Shadu also went to the building. Shadu officially issued a wanted order to kill. These two forces are classified as extreme terrorist forces, and the Sands are enemies. Li Chao's heart almost popped out of his throat. After listening to the report of his subordinates, the corners of his mouth twitched. If you don't want to tell the story, you really have lost the talent of this card point. Li Chao's heart was turbulent at the moment, and he had a hunch that Link suddenly appeared in Twilight Ridge, which was most likely caused by hunting down the Shining. Li Chao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he thought of the two top killers of the abandoned Saturn who attacked Link at night and ended up killing and wounding one by one. The Lord has a high level of strength, and no one knows what level he has grown to. Judging from the record alone, the degree of luxury is unparalleled, and it is not a problem to match John. Well, I know about this. You are shocked and shocked, don't delay business. After Li Chao returned to the office, he couldn't help shaking his head. These soldiers were still too innocent. In their current state, if the Lord had any thoughts about Dragon City, it would not be difficult to change the flag. The soldiers even thought that the Free Federation was unbreakable, and that the three major alliances were one unit of honor and disgrace, but they didn't know that the three major alliances were secretly infiltrating each other, trying their best to learn about each other's important information. The three are only one heart when there are foreign enemies. The Sand City is to the Mechanical Gods and the Waste Soil Gang, the Dragon City is to the Beast Tide, the Law Knight is to the Dark Forest. Now Shadow has solved the Mechanical God cult and the Wasteland Gang, and the balance of the Free Federation has been broken. Even if the problem is not highlighted at this stage, once Shadow has helped solve the Beast Tide and the Dark Forest disaster, there will be a scene of brothers smashing the wall in the future. And all kinds of intelligence collection now is to prepare for the future split. It took less than a year for Shadow to change from a chaotic city to a powerful alliance force now. The soldiers of Dragon City were even stupidly thinking that after Sha would solve the enemy, he would freely help Dragon City solve the crisis sincerely. Now that this news reached Dragon City, the soldiers were shocked by Link's strength. There is a monster security company behind it. Dragon City, even Faye will give birth to many Link's fans. Coupled with the many large and medium forces attached to the monster security company, if the Lord really wants to change the sky in the future, I'm afraid it can be turned over with a wave. Li Caoxin calculated. Jingle bell. Suddenly, a rush of phone calls interrupted Li Chao's thoughts. Hey, this is the office of the recruitment office of the Blood Fortress. I'm Li Chao. Who do you call? Hey, hello, Inspector Li, Niu Mao, Commander of the Dragon City Defense Department, here is a ruthless please. Li Chao quickly went over his brain, and the image of the commander with a big belly, bloated body and a grinning face appeared in his mind. Niu Mao, the commander of the Defense Department, is the leader and faction in Longcheng. With a silly smile, many people in Longcheng want to sell him a bit of thin face. Rarely provokes trouble, is extremely low-key, and looks cheerful when seeing everyone. As the commander of the Defense Department, his daily responsibility is the patrol and security of Dragon City. After a short analysis, Li Chao believes that Niu Mao is a target to win. If his request can be fulfilled this time, the other party will owe him a favor. It turned out to be Commander Niu. What brought you here? If you have anything you need me to help you, just say, as long as I can do it, I will find a way to finish it. Li Chao pretended to be cheerful, and a little flattered. Niu Mao paused, a little bit hard to say, my brother, this is the case. I have a nephew who fled from Shadu 6 months ago and went to join me. Because he is from Shadu, his identity is a bit sensitive, and I am not in other places. Good arrangement. But you and I have heard that you are eclectic, and only require talent but not identity, so I cheekily recommend my nephew. You can rest assured that this boy Wu can play defense. Ministry, Wenning is planning behind the scenes, and has the posture of consultant. Listening to Niu Mao's talk, Li Chao had an idea in his heart. Commander Niu, this recruitment was arranged by Master Lang www.mtlnovel.com as an inspector, I dare not cheat for personal gains. But since you have spoken, I have to give this face. You nephew, let him now come to the Blood Fortress. If the talent is indeed as you say, even if he comes from Shadow, then I dare to use it. Haha, what I'm waiting for is the words of Inspector Li. You may test, if you don't meet your requirements, don't worry about my face, just return. I have let that guy stay in the inn of the Blood Fortress. He called and let him pass. Hehe, to get such praise from Commander Niu, then I have to take a good look. After a while, Li Chao hung up the phone. The smile on his face instantly dissipated, and his coldness was restored. Niu Mao, commander of the Defense Department. As long as this nephew has a little bit of realism, Li Chao will keep him. If you can get the support of Niu Mao for major events, it is definitely a good thing. Li Chao tapped his finger on the table, waiting for the arrival of the related household. On the other side, in the hotel room of the Blood Fortress, the phone rang suddenly. Commander Niu? How is the matter? On the other side of the phone, Niu Moyu said earnestly, I have won the opportunity for you. Whether you can join next depends on your own ability. In addition, I will only help you this time. It is still in the face of. I know the idea, but to what extent it can be achieved is up to you, it has nothing to do with me. Thank you, Commander Niu, I thank you for my foster father. 512 The Beast Tide Attacks. When Link returned to the Qin village, Qin Mian still hadn't returned. On the way back, the soldiers on the streets were in a hurry to transport supplies and carts, forming a long line. Even the air was filled with tension and anxiety. It was really appropriate to describe it as a great battle is coming. With the current atmosphere, everyone knew that the beast tide was coming. Qin Mian's arrangements for Link were almost in line with the treatment of the Qin clan's elders. It had a single door and a small courtyard. Although it wasn't big, it was enough for the saber-toothed Tiger King to move. After Link returned to his room, the 7 crows of misfortune were scattered on the treetops, roofs, and walls of the courtyard as sentries. Link then contacted Simon, the director of the Dragon City Monster Security Company, through the sound bug. Simon, how's the situation in the city? Simon heard his boss's voice and his body trembled slightly. He had heard from Penny that his boss had entered the Twilight Ridge by mistake while chasing the spirits. When he heard the news, his first reaction was to bring people to the Twilight Ridge to welcome his boss back. However, he was stopped by his third brother, Mr. Kong, and Penny on the phone. Penny had said that Link would contact them when the time was right. They could not contact Link on their own or he would be exposed. Simon had been waiting for Link's call for more than 2 days. His dejected mood was finally lifted. Everything is normal in the city. The beast tide is about to come in the next few days. The whole Dragon City is preparing in full swing. People are looking forward to the effect of the Wilderness Wolf Cavalry this time. They hope that the mounts that are brought in with a lot of money can bring new results. The forces in the city are still the same. At the critical moment of resisting the beast tide, they put aside their prejudices and contribute with money and strength. Link nodded. The Wasteland Wolf Riders are about to join the battle. The important role of the Monster Security Company will soon be revealed. Take this opportunity to win over more forces, it will be useful later. Simon nodded repeatedly, taking Link's arrangements to heart. Then he asked, Boss, where are you now? I didn't appear in my true body at the Blood Fort. However, you should be getting to know my new identity soon. Boss, do you need me to send someone to the front line to support Wufu? Simon asked again. Thinking of how Link was all alone at the front line, Simon couldn't help but want to arrange for the Hidden Alliance to send reinforcements. They had completely forgotten how Link had managed to defeat the Shining and the Nightmare Demons at the same time. Take care of yourself. There are 500 wasteland wolves in the Blood Fortress. There is no better guard than this. All right, I understand the situation. Execute the order and wait for the next call. All right. With that, Link ended the call. Later on, Li Chao sent someone to deliver soul saddles to solve Link's problem of riding the saber-toothed Tiger King. Although the soul saddle was rare, it was not difficult for Li Chao to get it with his current status. The soul saddle was made from the skin and soul of a white deer that was about to die. It was made by a witch doctor, shaman, or warlock who was good at extracting life force. The advantage of this saddle was that it could isolate the discomfort of the pet to the owner. For example, some pets had extremely hard fur or extremely high temperatures. If they were replaced with ordinary leather saddles, the material would be easily damaged, or they could not be ridden at all. However, with the soul saddle, the white deer's own soul affinity would prevent all kinds of discomfort. The production process of this thing was complicated, and the output was extremely low. Even the dignitaries could only get their hands on it. However, Li Chao was now a member of the palace guards and a popular person in front of the imperial tutor. It was not difficult to get the identity of an inspector. Link quickly equipped the soul saddle on the saber-toothed Tiger King. He then patted its head and said, "This will solve a big problem." The saber-toothed Tiger King was eating with its head lowered, completely unaware that its fate had changed with the burden on its back. Later in the night, Qin Mian returned from a meeting with an ugly expression. "Yo, who made our elder Qin Mian so angry?" Link said awkwardly. Qin Mian snorted coldly and flicked his sleeves. He didn't have the aura of a celestial being at all. When he saw Qin Shao, the third-generation disciple he was most proud of, he couldn't help but start to ridicule. Originally, our Qin clan had already arranged for the members to participate in the Beast Tide. I didn't expect that the higher UPS would suddenly increase the number of people and ask us to send more people. Otherwise, they would threaten to disqualify us from being a medium-sized sect and downgrade us to a low-level sect. Link was stunned. Everyone who was participating in the Beast Tide was already at the Blood Fortress. The Beast Tide could come any time in the next 2 days. The distance between the Qin clan and the Blood Fort would take at least 2 days. It would be too late to call for reinforcements from the Qin clan. The only way was to let the third-generation disciples take the place. This is a little too much. The standard of these trial disciples is not high. They are all cannon fodder on the battlefield. It would be lucky if 1 out of 10 could survive. In Link's opinion, this was no different from treating human lives like grass. That's right, these trial disciples are completely cannon fodder. It's mainly because the garrison in charge of the Blood Fort this year is inextricably linked with the beast-taming sect. This time, the beast-taming sect is actually using the garrison to attack our Qin clan's effective strength. Link had learned this from his conversations with the other third-generation disciples. The Qin clan had been developing well in recent years. Although it was a mid-sized sect, its scale and strength were close to that of a high-level sect. Su Tianzhao's strategy for these sects was to fight among themselves and kill 3 warriors with 2 peaches. He wanted them to contribute, but he couldn't let them wantonly develop to an uncontrollable stage. As a result, they introduced the sect rating system. They were divided into low, middle, and high-level sects. There was no limit to the number of low-level and medium-sized sects, but there was a limit to the number of high-level sects. Once a mid-sized sect met the requirements for contribution points and size, it would become a high-level sect and push down one of the sects. The Qin village was now a quasi-high-level sect, and the one who was about to be squeezed out was the beast-taming sect, who had caused the trouble this time. Originally, with the Qin family's development momentum, as long as they could become a high-level sect, they would be able to sit firmly in this position. But now, beast-taming sect, through the garrison officer, was ready to take drastic measures. Although temporarily expanding the scale of recruitment could increase the contribution points, after this battle, the Qin clan's younger generation of talents would wither. Even if they could remain as a top sect for a year, they would fall in the second year because there was no one to take over. This wave was a plan to end all families. Then what do you plan to do, elder? Qin Mian looked at Link, his eyes burning. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you this time. When I came, I heard that you've passed the recruitment and Inspector Li is very fond of you. He even sent you a soul saddle. If you can perform well in the beast tide this time, the reputation of the Qin family will rise and new people will come to join us. Naturally, we won't be afraid of the beast taming sex tricks. Link didn't expect that he would have to bear the burden in the end. However, he thought that this was a good opportunity. Link's expression was troubled. The beast tide has no eyes. The future of the entire Qin clan is on my shoulders. If I don't perform well, wouldn't I implicate the entire Qin clan? Although I am willing to give up anything for the Qin clan, even my life, but to let me, a third-generation disciple, bear such heavy burden. Qin Mian stroked his beard and thought, this kid not only improved in strength after going out, but he also became more scheming. I've already discussed this with the master before I came. It's not right to let a third-generation disciple like you bear so much. In addition to your little brother's tragic death when you went out to gain experience, you obtained a fortuitous encounter. Now, you have captured a beast king as a pet Pixiu. Therefore, we have unanimously decided to make an exception and promote you to an elder of the Qin clan. Qin Mian took out a waist token that represented the Qin clan's elder and continued, since you're an elder, you should be treated as one. These beast-raising pills and wasteland money will be considered as compensation for your previous salary. In addition, there are a few books that only the elders of the Qin clan can study. You can use them as a reference for your beast-taming skills. Here are the elders' gloves and cloak, all prepared for you. Lin Ke looked at the reward Qin Mian took out and his lips curled up imperceptibly. Originally, he only wanted the elder status and power of the Qin clan. He did not expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. Aya, Elder Qin Mian is too polite. We will not shirk our duty to restore the Qin clan's glory. Link casually took the items and shook the bottle. There were 5 pills in one bottle. Not bad. Also, the gloves and the cloak were made with the secret craftsmanship of the Qin clan and had unique effects. Qin clan leather gloves. Grade, green. Parameters, special polishing process, long-lasting and wear-resistant. Equipment requirement, profession limited to beast tamer, hunter. Effect bonus, attack power plus 10, damage to wild beasts plus 20, movement speed plus 1%. Disguise cloak. Grade, green. Parameters, polished with a special technique, durable and wear-resistant, aura concealing. Equipment requirement, profession limited to beast tamer, hunter. Effect bonus, forest concealment level plus 1, agility plus 5, movement speed plus 1%. Link looked at the information of the 2 pieces of equipment. They were both decent equipment. If he wore this set, he would be very suitable for hunting wild beasts. No wonder the Qin family had the foundation to become a high-level sect. The corner of Qin Mian's mouth twitched. Qin Shao's ability to change sides with the wind was too strong. A second ago, he was still saying that a third-generation disciple could not take on such a heavy responsibility. The next second, he dared to say, we are duty-bound to restore the Qin clan's glory. However, he finally managed to calm Qin Shao down and Qin Mian only felt relieved. As long as Qin Shao performed well in this beast tide, the Qin clan would definitely shine. Before the battle starts, you should make good use of this beast-raising pill. Qin Mian urged him again and again, almost saying, feed this bottle of beast-raising pills to the saber-toothed Tiger King. Qin Mian's heart was also on the Qin clan. This time, whether the Qin clan could make a comeback would really depend on Qin Shao. If Qin Shao was really the reason for his rise, he was definitely worthy of the position of an elder. After Qin Mian left, Link opened the pill and took a look. In his previous life, Link had majored in combat and blood race, so he knew little about beast taming. Link had never even heard of the beast cultivation pill. Beast raising pill. Property, green. Description, increases pet's experience by 10,000 points. The effect was simple and brutal. Link grabbed a random creature and tried to synthesize it with the beast nurturing pill. Unfortunately, the systems this item cannot be synthesized doused Link's hopes with a bucket of cold water, making his dream vanish. Link stared at the saber-toothed Tiger King licking its front leg. He clapped his hands to attract its attention. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he threw the 5 beast-raising pills at the saber-toothed Tiger King. The sharp-smelling saber-toothed Tiger King smelled the beast-raising pills, and its eyes lit up. It jumped up, opened its bloody mouth, and firmly caught the 5 beast-raising pills, swallowing them all in one breath. The saber-toothed Tiger King chewed a few times, then happily swallowed it into its stomach. It stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail. There was only one meaning: it still wanted more. Link patted the saber-toothed Tiger King's head and sighed. It's a pity that you don't have the fortune to eat it. This thing can't be synthesized. Otherwise, you'd be able to eat meat with beast-raising pill ingredients every day. Link glanced at it and saw that the saber-toothed Tiger King had risen from level 25 to level 29. Tonight, there were 2 rumors in the Blood Fortress. One was that the Beast Tide was about to arrive, and the other was that Link had destroyed the Shining Spirit and the Nightmare Beast's joint assassination, with 1 dead and 1 injured. Compared to the Beast Tide, Link's reaction was clearly stronger. The Shining and the Nightmare were not nobodies. They were the top assassins on Wasteland Planet. The 2 of them had never worked together before, but they had failed to assassinate Link. Now that the news had spread from Shandu, it caused a huge sensation in Dragon City and Fayet. Whether it was the ruling class, the upper class, or the ordinary people, they were all talking about this matter. As a result, Link's influence went up another level, reaching 13 points. That night, Link went to bed early. In the latter half of the night, the earth suddenly trembled, giving off a muffled thunder-like sound. The sound of silk being torn rang out in the night, making one's eardrums ring. The crow of misfortune pecked at the roof tiles with its beak to remind Link. The suppressed aura in the Blood Fortress finally erupted. The entire fortress was lit up by flames, dyeing the sky red. Soon, the sound of uniform footsteps came from the Blood Fortress. The soldiers began to gather and rushed to the front line or to guard the city wall. When Link came out of his room, he realized that the Qin family's camp was in a mess. It was the first time for many of the trial disciples to experience a beast tide. Just the overwhelming aura alone was enough to make these pets panic. At this level of battle, there was no other use except to get killed. Elder Qin Xiao, Inspector Li from the recruitment office wants you to gather at the drill ground. A third-generation disciple ran over and said. Link nodded. He mounted the saber-toothed Tiger King and headed straight for the drill ground. In his previous life, Link had not been directly involved in the beast tide. But this time, he finally had the chance. Soon, Link arrived at the training ground. Most of the folk recruited this time were animal controllers and hunters. These people all had a common symbol: they had pets. At this moment, under the influence of the beast tide, the entire sky was filled with the aura of ferocious beasts, and these pets were all on tenterhooks. When Link arrived on the saber-toothed Tiger King, the frightened pets suddenly calmed down and fell silent. Just then, Link saw a man standing tall in the crowd. Hey, we're old acquaintances. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 513. Sun Chu's riding outfit, tall figure, and quite brave appearance, stood out from many beast masters and hunters, and looked outstanding. Seeing Li Chao and Sun Chu standing together, the 2 can stand together, but it is really against the peace. Link remained silent, riding the saber-toothed Tiger King forward. Even if Link wanted to keep a low profile, the eyes of everyone present at the moment were focused on him, and the saber-toothed Tiger King under his hip. All present here are beast masters and hunters, who are familiar with the habits and strength of beasts. The power of a king beast does not need to be repeated. As long as Link does not sacrifice in this beast tide, the future will be limitless. Although I have heard someone capturing the king beast as a pet in the blood fortress today, seeing and hearing about it are two different things. In addition to this young man being so young, it is rumored that Qin Jiazai promoted this 3-generation disciple to an elder overnight. Everyone is here, and everyone has seen it. The tide of beasts has come. This time the city owner has spent a lot of money to introduce a group of steppe wolves from Shadu, hoping to break the past passive defense situation with this. The elite talents I personally screened can all ride Steppenwolves into battle this time. The city owner has high hopes for you, and your future is tied to this battle. Li Chao's generous speeches were quite a leadership style. These are all learned by the Emperor's Leng Guan. From now on, everyone is a fellow in the cavalry battalion. Qin Shao is the commander of the battalion, and Sun Chu is the adjutant. The beast wave in Tuham city has begun to meet each other, and soon the beast wave will arrive at the blood fortress, and you will be famous by then. A great opportunity for Luan. Mr. Qin, should I exchange you for a steppe wolf? Li Chao asked, his tone of courtesy. Sun Chu on the side listened quietly to the conversation between Li Chao and Qin Shao. Whether the wolf cavalry could succeed in one fell swoop this time, Qin Shao with the king beast was a very important part. So he did not doubt Li Chao's attitude towards Qin Shao. After Li Chao finished speaking, Sun Chu clasped his fists and said to Qin Shao, "Fortunately, I will assist Inspector Li and Battalion Commander Qin in this operation." Link thought of something funny at this time. Sun Chu could be regarded as a tricky opponent he met in the early stage of Shadu. After the fall of Hilao, he fled from Shadu. He unexpectedly came to Longcheng, and now he also entered the cavalry camp and became an adjutant. Link was already looking forward to the moment when the Dragon City incident was finalized and he uncovered the holographic human skin mask. Sun Chu looked surprised. "Adjutant Sun, now the beast tide is here, what good strategy do you have?" Sun Chu thought it was Qin Shao who was testing him, and he pondered for a moment and said, "I have studied the steps of the previous beast tide and Dragon City fighting. Now whether it is the front-line earth-rammed city or behind the blood fortress, the road is full of obstacles and trap is not suitable for Steppenwolves to charge." As Sun Chu said, he walked to the side of the map and pointed to a place, Flying Tiger Streams, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The terrain is V-shaped, with high sides on both sides and low in the middle, which is where the beast tide must pass. We just need to lie in wait. On one side of the mountain, when the tide of beasts arrives, launch a charge. With the super high mobility of Steppenwolves and the charge, the tide of beasts will definitely be cut. After that, we only need to wind up to the other side of the mountain, and prepare a little. Can launch the next round of shock." After Sun Chu said, he glanced at Qin Shao, wanting to read something from his expression. Unfortunately, it failed. There was no expression on Link's face, nor did he hear the excitement of the plan. When he came to the recruiting office before, when Li Chao tried his school, when he told the plan, Li Chao showed satisfaction and directly promised him the post of adjutant. But here, Qin Shao hit a wall, causing his mood to fluctuate. After all, Qin Shao's leading cavalry camp is now his immediate boss. And there are king beast mounts, which are of great help in fighting the beast tide. It can be said that Sun Chu's success or failure this time depends entirely on Qin Shao. Link stared at the map for a long while, and asked, "Have you ever thought that Fujian itself has traps and obstacles, and the terrain is narrow and long? If we charge again with cavalry, we can certainly kill a lot of beasts, but the more and more wild beasts accumulate, Fujian will become an isolated island, and there will be no retreat for us cavalry." After listening, Li Chao shuddered suddenly, and said quickly, "What the city lord wants to see is a cavalry battalion that triumphantly, not a team that will end up with the beast tide. The leader of Qin battalion is as careful as a hare, and he has been before the expedition." A loophole was discovered, but fortunately it did not cause a catastrophe. "Depending on how we plan to you. Adjutant Sun's plan is good, just follow his plan." The only change to be done is to advance and move Fihujian's defenses, leaving only a reservoir to evacuate the last cavalry battalion. Fight for time and space. Sun Qu's eyes lit up. According to Qin Shao's statement, they were able to advance and retreat properly. With the large water of the reservoir as the last barrier, they could retreat calmly. This is a perfect plan. Qin Ying grows talent, Sun admires. Sun Qiu respectfully bowed to Qin Shao. With this perfect plan, this beast-tied cavalry battalion will become a highlight, and his son Qiu will be able to stand firm in the Dragon City military. The front line blazes into the sky, and the mooing of the unknown giant beast is shocking. Li Chao glanced at the front line, with a trace of worry passing deep in his eyes. After all, time is running out. Everyone will lead a step wolf and prepare to act. Under the leadership of Li Chao, everyone went to the animal pen. Under the light of the swaying torch, everyone saw the face of Step Wolf. A pair of dark green eyes are aggressive, and the violent aura radiating from his body is stronger than the pets of the animal masters and hunters present. Everyone's pets paled in comparison with these steppe wolves. As an adjutant, Sun Qiu took the lead in leading a steppen wolf. The surface of these steppe wolves is covered with a black shell. Sun Qiu tapped the joint on the back of his hand lightly, making a muffled noise, and then he was surprised. After receiving the stepper wolf, the others were also attracted by the profound armor covering their bodies, and then showed the same expression as Sun Qiu. Suanjin added to the body, "It's really a big deal." Suanjin, a kind of precious metal exclusively produced in Dragon City, is the material of cold weapon spears or arrows, and has a miraculous effect on the beast tide. The entire mysterious gold is made into a personal armor, which can protect the torso and limbs of the steppe wolves without hindering their actions. The surface of the mysterious gold is painted with gluttonous clouds, and is accompanied by the special seal-cut rune mark of Dragon City, which adds another layer of defense to the armor. Coupled with the devouring eyes of the upper wasteland wolf, it gives people a great sense of shock. Holding the reins, all the beast masters and hunters were communicating with steppenwolves in their own way, and the results were surprisingly smooth. It stands to reason that this kind of rebellious creature should be very aggressive when getting along, but I didn't expect them to easily establish contact with steppenwolves. Link heard the master beast control next to him taking a cold breath, and sighed. Link is really a strange person. He can train such a well-equipped pet. You can easily establish a connection without much communication. I heard that the monster security company's business has come to Dragon City. It seems that there is a chance to go and take a look. This beast control level is more than ours. Do you think that the monster security company can go if you want? You have to make a contribution to get the qualifications and enjoy more pets. Hearing these beast masters and hunters admiring the monster security company and his pets, Link felt proud. No, if you have to categorize it, your own synthetic bond ability is the Zerg power. Comparing these natural ways of communicating and connecting is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Link cast Eye of the Beast on the Doom Crow above his head, and then the Doom Crow hovered above the high tower of the Blood Fortress and saw the raging beast in the distance. In the fire, the archers in the position burst out with arrows, and the flying arrows made a whistling sound, vibrating in the air to resonate, and the sharp arrows filled the sky like stars. In the thick smoke, you can faintly see the shadows of some giant beasts, which suddenly appear, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Even more crushing beasts jumped into the trap, and then pierced by the metal tip inside, wailing heartbreakingly. The frantic beasts stepped forward and did not hesitate to fill the traps at the expense of themselves to pave the way for the subsequent beasts. The eyes of the beasts are exuding a coquettish purple, all in a crazy state, as if there is no pain and tirelessly. Link withdrew Eye of the Beast and immediately gave orders to the cavalry battalion to move forward towards the Fihujian. With the current offensive of the beast wave, the earth rammed the city for at most 1 minute to retreat, and the traps on the road will not stop the beast wave for too long. In terms of trekking and running, the saber-toothed Tiger King is no weaker than Steppenwolf. After the saber-toothed Tiger King took the beast-raising pill, his level jumped to 29, which was much higher than the Wasteland Wolf exported to Dragon City. In the Swarm Commander mode, Link issues orders to all steppe wolves to go to Fujian. And these beast masters and hunters riding the steppe wolves kept praising the steppe wolves, understood the minds of their companions, and controlled them like an arm. As soon as the cavalry battalion left the Blood Fortress, there was a continuous explosion of explosions behind them, and the skyrocketing firelight once illuminated the road ahead. The sound of the explosion represented the withdrawal of all soldiers from the Turam city, detonating and destroying the only route. In the next step, the Beast Tide will march from the Blood Fortress, where they will encounter an attack on the scale of 10,000 people. Your accent is from Shadow, right? Shadow people are popular now, why do you want to join the Dragon City? Link and Sun Shu walked side by side. Link tried a way to talk. Sun Shu laughed self-deprecatingly. When I left, Shadow was still under the rule of General Alonso, but he didn't have the current influence. There are relatives here to take care of him, so it's better to be mixed up. If Link didn't know Sun Shu Lao Di, he might have believed it. But I see unwillingness and anger in your eyes. Under your calm appearance, there seems to be a heart of revenge. Sun Shu's pupils shrank suddenly, and Qin Shao's eyes were like X-rays, which could see through his inner secrets. Sun Shu smiled and said, haha, Battle Commander Qin, don't make fun of me. Then he turned off the topic immediately. Fujian will be here soon. The cavalry battalion was extremely fast, and the steppe wolves were agile in complex terrain, and soon reached Fujian. Then, under Link's command, everyone moved the traps and roadblocks back and forth, leaving only the reservoir on the mountainside in Fujian. Ready, all the cavalry gathered on the mountain, watching the flames in the direction of the Blood Fortress and the black pressure advancing in the direction of the Blood Fortress, and couldn't help but feel nervous. In the past, the Beast Wave, they all hid behind the tall city walls, using long-range bows and arrows or controlling pets to attack. But now he was elected to the cavalry battalion, riding a Steppenwolf and handing over between the Beast Tide. It was the first time. Are you nervous? Link looked at the distant battlefield and asked for no reason. On the arrow stand of the Blood Fortress, the ballista was launched, and there were countless archers on the platform swaying arrows. Countless beasts fell around the Blood Fortress, and the Blood Fortress was lit up layer by layer, and it became a large sacrificial platform, continuously harvesting the lives of the surrounding beasts and absorbing the blood. Even Link and the others can smell the strong breath that comes with the wind. The beast masters and hunters of the cavalry battalion couldn't help but laugh when they heard the battalion commander's question. Who is not afraid of such a terrifying beast wave? There used to be a tall city wall in front of you, but now it's covered with iron. I'm afraid of an accident in this battle, and I can't go back alive, said Sun Shu, an adjutant. But I am even more afraid of being unknown, and going through the rest of my life in a muddle-headed manner. I must be famous, I must stand out, and be reused by the Lord. Sun Shu's words were like a sharp cone, deeply piercing everyone's hearts. They came to the recruitment office of the Blood Fortress. Not all of them had the same thoughts as Sun Shu. Longchen's gate system is strict, and it is too difficult for ordinary people to climb to the top and get attention, let alone reuse. Sun Shu's words were not impassioned, but they hit everyone's weakness. They risked their deaths to join the cavalry battalion. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is to get ahead and become famous. Now the opportunity is right in front of them, and it has nothing to do with them. There was a little tension and anxiety in the air, and at this moment it condensed into a strong war spirit. Adjutant Sun's ability is really good. Link couldn't help but praise. There was a hint of joy in Sun Shu's eyes, but the surface was respectful. I dare not make trouble in front of Battalion Commander Qin. Although you don't know who your revenge is against, but your plan of action and your morale boost, I will truthfully report these to Inspector Li. Now as long as you win this ambush, what you dream of is within reach. The traps and obstacles in front of the blood fortress did not stop the beast tide for long. After the wild beasts filled the gully with their corpses, the tide of beasts went south with full force and came towards the flying tiger stream. As it approached, Link saw the herd running wild. The eyes of the beast were glowing with purple light, and all consciousness was affected, the brutality increased, and the body defense power increased. The thunder in the distance was rolling in, and the flowing water upstream of the Fihu stream was trembling, as if it was boiling. The earth hummed and trembled, and the eardrum was noisy. The first to bear the brunt is the vanguard force composed of hyenas, hunks, jackals, tigers, and leopards. Soldiers, charge with me! Link let go of the first batch and immediately launched a charge. The steppe wolf cavalry launched a charge from the middle of the mountain, vowing to cut off the beast-tide pioneer. Go! All the soldiers were shouting. As he charged, Link suddenly heard two familiar voices. 514 Wolf Cavalry at the Great Wall. Link led the wolf riders into battle. Suddenly, he heard two shouts from the crowd, for Dragon City. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Why did this voice sound so much like the voices of the macaw and the silver hand? Link scanned the area but did not find anyone suspicious. Everyone was moved by the two roars and followed suit. Link entered Bug Commander mode and finally found the brightest star in the sea of pet power. Immediately, Link felt the presence of the macaw. Looking in that direction, an ordinary animal trainer was charging on a wild wolf, and a fat eagle was flying above him. Link glanced at the Beastmaster and saw that his registration information was unknown. He then used detection on the eagle and saw that it was a macaw with a suffix, camouflage. Link was currently at level 55. If a target's level was unknown, it could only mean that the person's level and strength were similar to his or that they had a higher template. With the addition of the macaw disguised as an eagle, Link had already guessed the identity of the animal controller Silver Hand. Why did these two fools come to Dragon City? He even disguised himself as an animal controller and sneaked into the cavalry unit. My old swan! Link frowned. As the manager of Monster Security Company and his secretary, the macaw had appeared on TV many times. Coupled with its eloquence, it was one of the easier pets to recognize even though it was not as famous as Link. If they were discovered, Link's plan would be ruined. Deputy Sun, you take the left wing, I'll take the right wing. All right. Sun Chu didn't think much about it. He urged the reins and rode the wild wolf to the left wing. Link silently moved to the right. There was an advantage to this. When the cavalry charged, they would have a target. They wouldn't be scattered and shaped like a new moon, wiping out all the beasts in the area. The charging of the wasteland wolves on the mountainside, whether it was the arrow type or the crescent encirclement type, could cause a broken attack on the beast group. However, Link changed the formation because he had other ideas. Link went to the right wing and inadvertently approached the Silver Hand. Seeing Link approach, the macaw was so scared that it didn't even dare to breathe. Even its flying speed gradually slowed down, as if it wanted to distance itself from Link. Soldier, this big eagle of yours doesn't seem to be diligent in its training. It's panting heavily even when flying. Link asked in a low voice. Silverhand's body stiffened, and his brain immediately sent out a warning signal. What did Link mean by this sudden question at the critical moment of their charge? Could it be that the macaw was acting strangely? The macaw almost vomited blood at Link's words. Was this B***** crazy? They were about to charge, and he was still talking about this. Even though the wolf riders were charging forward and the air in the flying tiger stream was shaking, the beast tamers and hunters behind them could still hear Link's words. They were shocked. At this time, the battalion commander was still in the mood to chit-chat. The flying tiger stream was not high above sea level, but the slope was extremely steep. Fortunately, the wolf was fast and strong. It ran on this slope as if it was flat ground, and its speed was getting faster and faster. If it was an ordinary horse, it would have inevitably fallen. Silverhand did not dare to speak. His eyes were fixed on the beast tied ahead, as if he had not heard Link's words. This kind of nervous expression without any pretense seemed very real. Link entered the mental network and started spamming the macaw. Administrator Link, at Group Leader Macaw, at Group Leader Macaw, at Group Leader Macaw, at Group Leader Macaw, at Group Leader Macaw. I saw a big eagle at the front line of Dragon City. It's chubby and looks like you. Do you have any distant relatives in Dragon City? The flying macaw almost fell from the sky when it saw Link's message in the spirit network. Shameless old thief! He actually used this opportunity to point at the mulberry and scold the locust. He was really an old man. Just as Link was about to tease the macaw, the wolf cavalry charged forward. The 500 cavalrymen charged into the beast tied in half a month's time. The special spears in the cavalrymen's hands mercilessly pierced into the weak points of the beasts, easily piercing through their stony skin and killing them. The wasteland wolf ruthlessly crashed into the wild beasts, like a train that never stopped, forcibly crushing the side of the beast group. During the beast tide, the wild beasts had already lost their minds. Now that they were suddenly cut in half by the charge, the beasts near them were resisting, while the beasts at the back had no idea what was going on and were still pushing forward. The fully armed wolf cavalry soldiers were like a scythe, madly charging at the beast tide. The hyenas, pixiu, jackals, tigers, and leopards at the forefront of the beast tide pounced on the wasteland wolves. However, these wasteland wolves were protected by the profound gold and were not afraid at all. The beast tamers and hunters waved their long spears madly, each of them like a god who had descended to the mortal world. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but they felt that the beasts in front of them were as fragile as paper, and could be torn apart with a single poke. The cavalrymen easily cut through the beast tide, as if they were cutting through water with a knife. For the first time, the endless beast tide appeared in the fault. Even though there were countless traps and obstacles along the way from Earth Palace to Dragon City, the beast tide had never broken. After a round of charging, the wolf cavalry soldiers cut through the beast tide. Then, everyone urged their wasteland wolves to run towards the other side of the mountain. Wolves, tigers, and leopards tried to catch up. Link had the saber-toothed Tiger King turn around and release its Beast King aura. It roared angrily. The sound reverberated back and forth in flying tiger stream. Some of the tigers and leopards that were about to attack were intimidated by the aura, especially the saber-toothed tigers and other tigers of the same species. They even bowed slightly, not daring to offend. After a round of charging, everyone gathered on the other side of the mountain. After Sun Chu arrived, he immediately started to count the number of people. When Qin Shao arrived, he immediately reported, "Battalion Commander, all 500 of us are alive, and none of us are left behind. Only 3 of us have suffered minor injuries, and we've already bandaged them." Link nodded slightly, but he was cursing madly in his heart. Were these 3 people pigs? The enemy was already so weak, but he was still injured. The Beastmasters who had been charging behind Link and watching their battalion commander chatting calmly before the charge finally understood. The battalion commander had been chatting calmly just now not because he did not know how to command, but because he had a well-thought-out plan and did not take the beast tide seriously. These beast tamers and hunters had fought with beast tides before, but how could it be so easy? Even with the help of the wild wolves, these beast tide vanguards still felt much weaker. Battalion Commander Qin must have done something in secret that they did not know about. Link didn't know that the Beastmasters and hunters behind him were all imaginative freaks. At this moment, he looked at the piles of wild beast corpses in the mountain stream. The thick blood chi that they emitted soared into the sky and dyed the mountain stream red. There were many reasons why this charge was so successful. First, it was under Link's personal control. The Wasteland Wolves' new moon formation was perfect. The Beast Wave's vanguard was like leeks waiting to be cut. Not a single one could escape his claws. Secondly, Su Tianzhao, the city lord, had put in a lot of effort to equip these 500 wolves with black gold armor, which had a miraculous effect of resisting wild beast attacks. The last credit went to the saber-toothed Tiger King under Link. The saber-toothed Tiger King's unique life aura LV3 and undead aura LV3 increased the maximum health of all friendly units within 100 meters by 150 points, and reduced the maximum health of enemies within 100 meters by 150 points. According to Lin Kei's theory of relativity, this round trip was equivalent to a 300-point health advantage. The hyenas, crickets, jackals, tigers, and leopards of the Beast Tide's vanguard were not of high levels, and they did not have much HP to begin with. Furthermore, their upper limit had been severely reduced by 150 points. It was no wonder that these beast tamers and hunters felt like they were made of paper, and could be easily poked through. Previously, when they faced the Beast Tide, everyone was extremely nervous. But now, he was completely unscathed, and a single charge had killed at least 1,000 wild beasts. This huge contrast was surprising. When had they ever felt this way when they faced a beast tide? Even the wild beasts that had gathered in groups were stunned by this wave of charging. He was stunned for a moment. It was really because the wild beasts behind were too crowded. The broken hole was quickly filled up by new wild beasts, and they continued to pass through the flying tiger stream. "Assemble into formation," Link commanded, raising his spear high. "Charge in arrow formation." This time, there was no need to say anything. Everyone gathered their momentum. The wolves seemed to understand Qin Shao's orders. They adjusted their formation while running and formed an arrow formation in an instant. All the members' eyes were burning, and the fear in their eyes was swept away. They had never looked forward to the beast tide as much as they did now. In the past, these beast tides were extremely terrifying, and people were afraid to face them. It was like a turbulent spread of cancer cells, destroying all obstacles along the way. But now, these wild beasts had become an achievement in everyone's eyes. The wild wolves were so fierce, and the cavalry's charge was also extremely strong. As long as they killed as many wild beasts as possible, a bright future awaited them. There was no need for any words of encouragement or emotional stirring. At this moment, the word charge was enough to make them tremble in spirit and excited. Another round of attacks. Link took the lead and waved his spear. The silver light at the tip danced in the air, creating a dense galaxy with starlight. Coupled with Link's terrifying attack power, the beasts in front of him fell in droves. Blood splattered everywhere, and the beast tide was torn apart again with unparalleled momentum. Blood flowed like a river in the flying tiger stream. The vulture balloon floating in the air carried a messenger. At this moment, the scout was holding up his night vision binoculars and reporting the situation of the cavalry battalion in an intense tone. The communication soldier at the side took out a recording device and transmitted the scout's words to the Blood Fortress. "The cavalry unit has launched the second charge in arrow formation. Battalion Commander Qin took the lead, and the cavalry unit's momentum is like a rainbow." The beast tide had been pierced through again, as fragile as a piece of paper. The obstruction of the wild beasts was of no use. This cavalry unit was like a god. By visual estimation, the number of wild beasts killed was over 10,000. It's still continuing. Battalion Commander Qin led the army up the mountain to gather and reorganize, and then launched the third charge. The scout's voice was trembling. The cavalry unit recklessly charged at the beast tide, forming a sharp contrast with the Dragon City's turtle defense in the past. In the Blood Fortress, Li Chao clenched his fists when he heard the news. It was a success. The soldiers of Dragon City were very clear about how strong the beast tide was. There had never been a Dragon City army that had dared to face the beast tide head-on, and they had never won such a great victory. Li Chao heaved a sigh of relief. With his Lord Link personally commanding 500 wasteland wolves, they had actually achieved such a terrifying result. With his current achievements, Li Chao would definitely be promoted after the beast tide ended. He would play a key role in the palace guards and become the trusted aide of the emperor's tutor, Lang Guan, and the city lord, Su Tianzhao. Report the situation to Dragon City. Wolf cavalry troops, victory. At the Bamboo City, which was the closest to the flying tiger stream, the soldiers guarding the city were waiting in formation. The commander looked at the flying tiger stream with anticipation. How long has it been since the Blood Fortress sent out the warning? The commander could not help but ask. The adjutant beside him looked at the time. It's been 13 minutes. The commander frowned and mumbled, strange. By right, the beast tide should have reached the southern section of the Flying Tiger stream 10 minutes after the Blood Fort issued the warning. But it's already been 3 minutes, and there's still no sign of any beasts. Has the defenses at the Flying Tiger stream been renewed? The adjutant flipped through the records and finally saw a report. In the last warning that Wufu sent out from the Blood Fortress, there was one such message. Inspector Li said that he had arranged 500 wolf cavalry soldiers to ambush and charge at Flying Tiger stream. The battalion commander is the new elder of the Qin family, Qin Shao. The commander's brows furrowed even deeper, and he couldn't help but curse, nonsense. The wolf cavalry soldiers were bought by Dragon City with a huge sum of money. Li Chao, this guy, was too ridiculous. He actually arranged for them to lie in ambush in Flying Tiger stream. After the cavalrymen charged, they would definitely be swallowed by the beast tide, and none of them would be able to come out alive. Even if we manage to escape, the beast tide will be following us, and we won't have the time to rescue them. Not only would it be a waste of wild wolves, but all the recruited beast tamers and hunters would also have to be sacrificed. The commander was filled with righteous indignation. This Li Chao was simply relying on the emperor's teacher's cold treatment and was simply messing around. A moment later, the commander took another look at the time. It's been 5 minutes. Why is there still no movement from the Flying Tiger stream? They could hear the roars of the beast tide, the trembling of the earth, and the thick blood qi in the air. However, there was still no sign of the beast tide. This made every soldier in the city guards unable to relax. According to the normal procedure, their defense line only needed to hold on for 3 minutes before they could all retreat. But now, 2 minutes had passed since they had retreated, and they had not even seen the shadow of the beast tide. Commander, a call from the follow-up defense line. The communicator quickly stepped forward. The commander took the phone. The commander of the follow-up defense line scolded them and asked why they didn't follow the established plan. The commander was also confused. It's useless even if you complain to me. I haven't even seen the shadow of the beast tide yet. How can I retreat? Tell me, how do we retreat? As soon as he finished speaking, the adjutant beside him suddenly shouted excitedly, "Coming, coming!" The commander looked to the north and saw a group of wolf cavalry soldiers in black gold armor appearing in the south of Flying Tiger stream, heading towards their city guards. And behind these wolf cavalry soldiers, there was no beast tide. The commander's jaw dropped. What was going on? 515 Dragon City's chess game, melee. All of the wolf riders were covered in the blood of wild beasts, making them look like a bloody man. Blood dripped from the wolf cavalry soldiers' bodies onto their black gold armor, and dripped onto the ground along the cloud pattern of doughty. The wolf cavalry moved quickly and reached the foot of the city in a moment. Although they had just experienced a great battle, they were all in high spirits and their eyes were bright with excitement. He swept his eyes around. Although they were all stained with blood, he didn't see anyone seriously injured. "Open the city gate. We are the wolf cavalry unit. We are here to stop the beast tide under Inspector Li's orders." Sun Shu, who was the adjutant, stood up and said while driving the wild wolf. The adjutant commander on the city wall also came out to talk. He glanced into the distance and asked, "You said you were going to stop the beast tide. Why haven't the beast tide arrived yet?" "After we launched the assault, we used the large reservoir in the Flying Tiger stream to release water and forced the beast tide back. That was how we managed to buy time for our retreat," Sun Shu continued. Just as the adjutant was about to ask more questions, a muffled hum suddenly came from the direction of Flying Tiger stream. Then, the earth began to tremble again, and the horde of beasts rushed out of Flying Tiger Stream like a flood that had opened the floodgates, covering the sky and earth. Seeing this, the commander immediately went to the city wall and ordered, "Quickly open the city gates and let them in." The cavalry unit entered the city smoothly. The commander stood on the city wall and shouted, "The beast tide is here. I don't have time to greet you now, so you can do as you please." After he finished speaking, he ran to the other side of the city wall and began to command the battle. All the recruited beastmasters and hunters were now focused on Link. Just now, Battalion Commander Qin had led them to carry out more than 10 charges, killing more than 10,000 wild beasts. His command was very imposing. In the face of danger, he took the lead to break through the enemy formation for everyone, or he brought up the rear and used the saber-toothed Tiger King's might as a king beast to force the other tigers and leopards to not dare to act rashly. Now that these people were willing to listen to Battalion Commander Qin's command, it could be said that they were following the horse's lead. Everyone knew that with this unparalleled battle record as their backing, they would definitely be rewarded by the city lord Su Tianzhao after the beast tide ended and become the new upstarts sought after by Dragon City. Even the usually expressionless Deputy Sun Chu's eyes were burning. As long as he could return alive, there would be hope for the next part of the plan. Link wasn't afraid at all despite being stared at by hundreds of eyes. He had experienced the speech of tens of thousands of people in Shandu, but the one in front of him was a piece of cake. "Bring me the map." With just 4 words, everyone got into action. "Who has a map? Hurry and bring it over, the battalion commander wants to see it." "I have it here." "Hurry up." These people chimed in and quickly handed the map to Sun Chu, who then handed it to Link. Link opened the map and scanned it. He began to look for steep mountains and narrow roads between this place and Dragon City. When Sun Chu saw this, he immediately understood. The battalion commander wanted to continue looking for steep mountains, to replicate the miracle of the wolf cavalry soldiers from Flying Tiger Stream. She didn't know that Link had other thoughts. In the Flying Tiger Stream, Link had charged more than 10 times in a row. A rough estimate showed that he had killed at least 10,000 beasts. However, most of them were the so-called vanguard of the beast tide, which consisted of hyenas, bion, jackals, tigers, and leopards. Link led the wolf riders to charge forward repeatedly. With the dual halos of the saber-toothed Tiger King, it was simply relaxing. In just a few minutes, the wolf's bites and Link's first harvest had earned him more than 400,000 experience points. Soon, the agile beasts in the vanguard were destroyed. When Link saw the large predators such as mammoths, crocodiles, and wild hippos, he immediately ordered Sun Chu to open the floodgates and retreat with the wolf riders. Wild beasts of this size and scale were not something that the wasteland wolves could deal with. If they continued to stay here, it would be difficult for them to leave when these giant beasts entered Flying Tiger Stream. Link looked at the map, trying to find a suitable spot to attack. If it was just killing the hyenas, it might sound unbelievable to the people in Dragon City. However, it was far from enough for Link. The beast tide happens once a year, and once every 3 years, it's a big one. This year's beast tide is only the small one, not a big one that will fight to the death. Link had come to Dragon City to cause trouble. He could not wait 3 years. Therefore, the bigger the sensation he created this time, the higher his promotion limit would be, and it would be more convenient for him to cause trouble. Link looked at the map. His eyes locked onto the defeated King's Ridge, which was 5 kilometers away from Dragon City. The defeated King Ridge. As the name suggested, a beast king had once been defeated here. To commemorate the bravery of the people of Dragon City in fighting against the beast tide, this place was named the Ridge of Defeat. This time, he was going to make a big move. Once they succeeded, they would basically be able to determine the victory. Link glanced to the side and pointed at the map. If we want to make a contribution, we have to make a contribution in a place where the city lord can see us. So, our next target is here. The surrounding wolf cavalry soldiers all gathered around and took in a breath of cold air. The defeated King Ridge was definitely a big stage. Standing on the Great Wall at the border of Dragon City, one could see the entire defeated King Ridge at a glance. If they attacked here, the entire city would know. As long as they could perform as fearsome as the flying tiger stream, they would definitely be able to be known throughout the world. Beside him, Sun Shu frowned slightly. Although the defeated King's Ridge was an excellent stage, it was actually just a hill, and its altitude was not high. Although the wolf cavalry soldiers' charge would be enhanced, they would definitely not be like the flying tiger stream, where they had to rely on the steep terrain to repeatedly jump. If they charged into the beast tide, they would have to face the entire main force of the beast tide. How would they return then? Sun Shu had a lot of questions, but when he saw the excitement in the eyes of the people around him, he knew that no one would listen to him if he poured cold water on them. Instead, they would feel that he had delayed their future. Sun Shu had a plan in mind. He would follow Qin Shao to see what was going on. If he found out that Qin Shao was eager for quick success, he would find a chance to sneak back to the city and try to persuade him again. After all, these wolf cavalry soldiers were facing the beast tide head-on. None of them would survive. Dead men could not prove anything. Silverhand leaned back slightly and approached the macaw disguised as a big eagle in the material bag sitting on the back leg of the wolf. He whispered, "Just now, battalion commanders seemed to be staring at me with a profound look." The macaw patted its silver hands, its eyes signaling for him not to panic, that nothing would happen, that it was all an illusion. Time was of the essence, and the traps and obstacles along the way could only stop some small and medium beasts, but not the large beasts. They wanted to set up an ambush for large wild beasts, but they still had a series of things to do when they reached the Baiwang Ridge. "Do you all want to be famous throughout the world after today's battle?" "I want to." Hundreds of people raised their arms and shouted. Their voices were no weaker than the beast tide outside the city wall. The soldiers on the city's defense glanced at them curiously. They didn't know what was going on below, but the uniform shouting sounded like their blood was boiling. "Everyone, follow me to defeat Wang Ling." In the past, the emperor's teacher had killed a beast king there, which was why it was named the defeated King Ridge. "Everyone, follow me, an ambush. We'll kill another beast king." Link's words were extremely alluring. The beast masters and hunters around him looked at him with fanatical eyes. Even if Link told them to turn around and kill their way back, a considerable number of them would probably respond brainlessly. Link urged the saber-toothed Tiger King forward, and the wolf riders followed behind. The sound of metal clattering could be heard as they continued south. As soon as he left, he heard the sound of a beast tide attacking the city wall behind him. It was like an avalanche on a snowy mountain, rolling over in an overwhelming manner. After the Blood Fortress sorted out the information, they quickly reported it to Dragon City. In the tens of years of history of resisting the beast tide, this was a major victory by taking the initiative to launch an ambush. Under the leadership of the cavalry battalion commander, Qin Shao, the wolf cavalry had repeatedly charged and crushed the vanguard of the beast tide in Flying Tiger Stream. The battalion commander, Qin Shao, took the lead and was in charge of the rear. He fought heroically and killed over 10,000 of the beast wave vanguard at the cost of not a single person from the cavalry unit dying. When Su Tianzhao, who was in charge of the royal court, received the news from his subordinate, he slightly clenched his fists on the armrest of the throne and immediately looked coldly at the chief guard who was sitting with his eyes closed. "Master Ling, the person you arranged this time has done a great service." Su Tianzhao waved away the subordinate who was reporting to him. He could not help but look happy. It seemed that it was the right decision to invest a huge sum of money to buy the wild wolves in Shandu. It might become the turning point to turn Dragon City's decline around. Lang Guan slowly opened his eyes and cupped his fists. "Congratulations, City Lord, 4 happy events have arrived." "Oh? There's 4 blessings." Lang Guan chuckled, "There's no need for you to test me, City Lord. The first was that the wolf cavalry soldiers were extremely effective, and they would have something to rely on against the beast tide. The second was that this cavalry unit commander Qin was good at battle and was an unparalleled state scholar. Third, Li Chao, as an inspector, could be used regardless of status, and he was a member of the palace guards, absolutely loyal to the city lord. The identities of these two people, one is an elder of the Qin clan and the other is an unpopular person who is prejudiced against the bloodline theory. By using these two people, they can send a signal to the outside world that the city master is supporting a new party to fight against the old party. Su Tianzhao pursed his lips and smiled. Master Ling, since you've mentioned the 4 blessings, why didn't you also mention the one disaster? As expected, I can't hide it from the city lord. Su Tianzhao was in a good mood and also laughed out loud. Master Ling, don't forget that I'm your proudest disciple. If I don't even know this, wouldn't I be tarnishing your reputation? Lang Guan stroked his beard, his expression gradually turning serious. The problem is that we're over-reliant on the wasteland wolves, which will give the monster security company a chance to take root. Recently, I've heard that Simon of the Dragon City branch has been in contact with many factions under the guise of doing business, but there is no lack of information theft. Moreover, Link was a man of great strategy. He had been making frequent moves recently. Now that he had unified the entire western region, he had no more worries. Next, he would definitely focus on other places. However, once the balance of power is broken, the Freedom Federation will no longer be able to hold on. Su Tianzhao pondered for a moment and sighed. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. Although the invasion of Shandu is already in progress, the first focus should still be on the beast tide and internal reform. Now, these old parties still hold a lot of power, so we have to divide and conquer the internal problems before we can start to solve the problem of dependence on the desert wolves in Shandu. Of course, we can lead the old party to contact Shandu first. These diehards have to be eliminated eventually. They can play their last role and delay Shandu before the problem is solved. Su Tianzhao added. Lang Guan nodded to show that he would remember. This junior brother Li Chao didn't disappoint us on his first mission. It seems that I have to think about what position to arrange for him. Lang Guan chuckled. City Lord, you're too hasty. The beast tide has only just begun. It might end soon, Su Tianzhao said with a smile. Lang Guan was startled for a moment, but he immediately stroked his beard and nodded. He understood the thoughts of this disciple he was most proud of. As expected of a formidable character, he took a dangerous move and used the entire Dragon City as a chess game to play against each other and build the overall situation of luck. If that's the case, then Li Chao can be of use. He's from the Lodge Palace, and he's an outstanding graduate of the 28th batch, Ying. Good. After the beast tide, let little junior brother be the sharp knife. As soon as Su Tianzhao's voice fell, a guard outside the royal court came to report. Reporting to the city lord, we discovered that the cavalrymen are returning from the south, but they stopped 10 miles outside the city, as if they were stationed there. Lang Guan's eyes lit up and he suddenly asked, where are they stationed? I'm defeating Wang Ling. Lang Guan and Su Tianzhao exchanged a look and said, a sword's edge is sharpened from grinding. If nothing unexpected happens, the city lord's second blade will be unsheathed and shine on the wasteland. Su Tianzhao pursed his lips and smiled. Although he had never seen Qin Shao before, he had just made a plan, and Qin Shao had already responded to him. He didn't know if it was because great minds thought the same, or if it was just luck. However, no matter what it was indispensable. Su Tianzhao's plan was to arrange for 5,000 wolf cavalry to charge out of the city and fight the beast tide after the beast tide army arrived. It was not difficult for Dragon City to guard against an ordinary beast tide. Su Tianzhao wanted to test the strength of the wild wolves by letting the wolf cavalry fight the beast tide head-on. Secondly, there would definitely be damage in a head-on fight. According to the contract, the injured wild wolves had to be handed over to Dragon City's Monster Security Company for logistics treatment. Through this move, the power and status of the Monster Security Company would be increased. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that although the wolf cavalry was very effective, Dragon City was too dependent on the wasteland wolves in Shandu. This would also lead to some forces who were wavering and choosing to wait and see to move towards Shandu, which was what Su Tianzhao was happy to see. These bugs that were hiding in the soil usually hid very deeply and were able to take advantage of the situation. They usually couldn't even find an excuse to attack. This time, he would use the Monster Security Company as a honeypot to lure these bugs out so that he could get rid of them in one fell swoop. Then, he would use Li Chao and Qin Shao, these two great generals, to weaken the power of many of the Dragon City's aristocratic families, support the new factions and the humble families, and reshuffle the power structure. This would completely solve the long-suppressed tumor of the aristocratic families in Dragon City. As for Qin Shao, it was obvious that he didn't intend to return and was prepared to gain more military merits. Su Tianzhao wanted to use the wolf cavalry to push the Monster Security Company, so the military achievements of these wolf cavalry would naturally need to be claimed. Only Qin Shao, who had led the wolf cavalry to kill more than 10,000 people without a single casualty, could claim the credit. Although the two of them had different goals, they were able to influence each other. Only by following the general trend could one's name shake the world. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 516. Link led the cavalry battalion to the defeated Wangling, and then began to build fortifications without stopping. Adjutant Sun, you arrange for a few hunters to be at the two places of the defeated Wangling Mountain, use the eagle eye technique to observe the progress of the beast tide, and report to me in time. In addition, some people will cut down all the branches of the current forest. Regarding Link's instructions and arrangements, even if the Beastmaster and hunters do not understand the meaning, it does not prevent them from strictly implementing them. Link inadvertently glanced at Sun Shu, who was leading the person away, and continued, which Beastmaster or hunter has flying pets, directs the air units that fly to the front to watch for the beast tide, and report in time. The Beastmaster and hunter present looked at each other. With flying pets and combat effectiveness, they are basically the Eagle Falcon. And those who have these have basically been called to Dragon City Eagle Guard. After searching for a while, the Beast Control Master and hunter on the scene lit up and found the only one who met the requirements. Brother, hurry up, the battalion commander is looking for you. You are the only one of us with a flying pet. A group of people gathered in front of Link. The Silver Hand was a little dazed, and didn't know what Link was going to do. The corner of Link's mouth seemed to be smiling but not smiling. You have a flying pet, don't you? Take it with me to the defeated Wangling High Point. I have a task to arrange for you. After Link finished speaking, he swept around other people and said, the rest of you, go help cut trees or build defense lines. After that, he urged the saber-toothed Tiger King and headed to the defeated Wangling High Point. The Silver Hand was unknown, so he glanced back at the macaw in the back bag for advice. The macaw blinked his eyes and motioned for Silver Hand to follow, to see what trick Link was going to play. When he arrived at the high point of Bai Wangling, with no one around, Link looked at the knight and said, you have a fat head and big ears on the big eagle. It seems that the food is usually good. Silver Hand remembered the way the macaw was lying on the sofa eating fries and drinking Fat House happy water, and he opened his eyes and smiled and nodded, yes, that's right, this guy has an amazing appetite. Today, this amount of exercise directly overdrafted 1 month's quota. The macaw was very angry and was about to refute, but was interrupted by Link. I have an important task for you this time. We are now defeating Wangling in an ambush, but in addition to ground troops, the beast tide also has air power. I need this big eagle to guard in the air. After discovering the enemy's air power, I will initiate an early warning. Link lifted his head and glanced at the dull night. There are dark clouds in the sky tonight. It will be too late when the naked eye can tell it before responding. Your great eagle has a fast flight speed and a relatively quick response. It will certainly be able to issue an early warning. Whether we can succeed in defeating Wangling depends on this time. The macaw glanced at the orange-brown feathers he had newly picked up, and after a long time of tossing about it, he came to Dragon City and couldn't really make Link yellow. Pressing a complicated mood, the macaw entered the fetters of the mental network, and 8 gave Link. Group owner macaw at administrator Link, Xia invite the bird is in shadow and just got off the sports car. You see 80% of my distant relatives, this guy has a good heart and a good temper. Our family is very similar to me in character and everything, approachable and considerate. Administrator Link, I found it, I have a special knowledge of the generality, focusing on the big orange. Seeing Link's reply, the breath in the macaw's nose suddenly cleared. Then he jumped out of the material bag on the hind legs of the Steppenwolf, flapped his wings hard, trembling all over his body, and flew to the sky to perform a reconnaissance and early warning mission. At the same time, Link's 7 doomed crows also flopped off from the Wangling woods and began to patrol and defend around. Link and Silverhand are now in the woods. Silver, I think. Commander Qin, please respect yourself. Besides, you have admitted the wrong person. My name is Yanguo, Guo, 2 voices, ... Oh, Yanguo, I have a plan here, and the beast tide will come later, like me, you like. The silver hand didn't think so at first, but the more I listened, the more I felt that the plan had something to do. In the end, he listened more carefully, for fear of missing any details. When Link finished speaking, Silverhand couldn't help but shudder. This interlocking conspiracy. Link rode the saber-toothed Tiger King around the defeated Wangling, and everyone was working in full swing. The air gradually became anxious, and the sound of fighting in the distance approached. Even the naked eye can see the flames and shock waves caused by the bombs buried underground after the front-line beast tide rushed into the city's defense line. Behind him, the Longcheng border Great Wall was like daylight, and high-powered bright lights shed from the city wall, illuminating the road from Defiance Wangling to the border Great Wall, without missing any dead ends. Although you can't see it, you can imagine that at this moment, the Great Border Wall is full of soldiers, waiting in battle. Looking to the east, the horizon of the extreme distance was faintly white. Link saw the flames on the front line go out layer by layer, and a group of fast-approaching matter swallowed everything along the way in the darkness. Battalion Commander, everything is ready. The beast tide will arrive at Wangling in about 3 minutes. Sun Shu came to Link to report, the fortifications have also been constructed, and all personnel have arrived at the designated location according to your instructions. Link raised his head and glanced at the sky, then said, very well, let's go over. After reading Link's arrangement, Sun Shu had to say that some parts were very subtle, but there were still many parts he didn't understand. How many beasts can be blocked by these trap arrangements for this scale of beasts? Although this place is a very good stage, but fighting with the beasts here, they have no chance to enter the city. Although there is the Great Border Wall behind him, no one dares to open the gate in this situation. Sun Shu hesitated again and again. If he wants to leave, it will be a matter of 2 minutes, and he will not be able to leave any more. Link rode the saber-toothed Tiger King to the place where everyone was staying. The treetops and canopies above his head had all been cleared. At this moment, only the straight and bare trunks were left, as if someone had shaved their heads. Are you ready for the wooden shield on both sides? Ready. Everyone's voice was uniform and full of confidence. Sun Shu tugged at the reins of Steppenwolf under his hips, trying to leave quietly when the crowd was enthusiastic and no one noticed. But somehow, the Steppenwolf, who was obedient, seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move his feet at all. At this moment, there was a loud quack in the sky, and a dark shadow quickly glided down in the sky. When it was approaching the ground, it was taken down by a shrub and rolled into a ball on the ground. Ding Keng Keng stopped. The grey-headed macaw blurted out, "I." Just 2 syllables just came out, the macaw reined in the precipice and braked in time, abruptly swallowing the remaining words and changing it to quack quack quack. The silver hand reacted the fastest, and immediately cleared the encirclement and said, "There is a situation." Link entered the swarm commander mode and saw the 7 doomed crows also rushing back, and immediately ordered, "Everyone, draw their bows over their heads and prepare." All the beast masters and hunters took off their bows and arrows together, and aimed their bows at the top of their heads, and then there was silence and wangling. The macaw's small round eyes quickly looked back and forth, and found that no one was paying attention to it at this time, and he was relieved. Suddenly, there was a high-frequency buzzing in the sky, and the sound was from far to near, and soon the faces of the master and the hunter changed wildly and their expressions were hideous. Countless bats were crushed in black, and quickly passed over by Wangling, and went straight to Longcheng. The ultrasonic waves of tens of thousands of bats gather together to form an ultrasonic vortex. This high-frequency energy can make people feel dizzy and nauseous. In severe cases, they may even pass out directly. Fortunately, Li Chao had a good vision. The selected beast masters and hunters were still online, and there was no embarrassing picture of fainting. Link's Emperor Wang Qi technique can block ultrasonic energy, but his current identity is Qin Shao. Rashly using abilities that are not his own will only make life suspicious. Silver Hand was also based on the idea of protecting himself and being considerate, and others taking care of my affairs, but Yu Guang glanced at the comrades around him. His face was sullen at this moment, as if he was using his consciousness to fight against this energy. Yin Shao froze for a moment, and then thought, "If I look okay, is it a bit uncomfortable? Link gave me such an important task, it wouldn't be good to be targeted in advance. But how does it feel to be affected by ultrasound? I can't empathize at all. There is no way but to learn from their expressions." Ever since, Silver Hand brewed for a while. Constipation face.jpg. Plus Ruiruao moaning. The macaw was even more real. It simply lay on the ground with a boom, pretending to faint, and by the way blocked its hearing with thoughts, because it was afraid that it would continue to listen to the pretentious moans of Silver Hand, and could not help but laugh. Link was still staring at the sky. Everyone pinched the arrow feathers, keeping their bows full and dare not relax. "Put!" Link suddenly gave an order, and everyone almost subconsciously released the arrow feathers. Hundreds of arrows flew into the air like a pouring rain, and the arrows made of black gold easily pierced the body of the bat. The screams of bats are endless. And more arrows all fell on the biggest bat. Link's bow and arrow pierced firmly into the heart of the bat leader. The arrow was attached to a mass of murderous cyclone, which instantly twisted the bat leader's heart into a mass of rotten meat. Before the bat leader even had time to scream, his body curled up into a ball in the air, his wing claws squeezed into his chest, thumping on the ground like a parabola. The group of bats that had lost their leader lost their backbone, and their targets for the Great Wall on the border became disorganized. As a few tracer bombs on the city wall lifted off, a silver-white light lit up over the entire Dragon City. "Quickly, shrink your formation and raise your shield." Following Link's order, all the soldiers gathered together, and even the Steppenwolf, who had just froze in place with Sun Shu, leaned forward to seek shelter. After a while, there were screams in the sky with crossbows and arrows. The swarms of bats in Huianjiang felt like rain, and the arrows fell in the patches. On the plain between the Great Border Wall and Bai Wangling, Longcheng has done a lot of articles. One of them is the arrow rain that strikes the air power of the animal tide. After the arrow rain shot and killed the bat group, the landing point was in the direction of Bai Wangling, so Link ordered people to build a rough wooden shield with trees in advance to prevent being shot by the arrow. Link glanced at the macaw pretending to be dead next to him. He couldn't bear to be shot dead by random arrows. He grabbed a few wooden shields and threw them over like a flying disc. They fell on the big belly and face of the macaw without error. To cover the key parts, the wooden shields on everyone's head sounded like a woodpecker chiseling a tree trunk, and the rain of arrows poured down, making the scalp numb. If it were not for the battalion commander to ask them to prepare wooden shields in advance, I am afraid they would be shot into a sieve at the moment. At this time, the beast master and the hunters suddenly realized that they seemed to have shot and killed a bat leader. Battalion commander, did we kill a bat leader just now? Someone asked uncertainly. Because the sky was too dark, they only saw a giant with a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters curled up into a ball and fell from the sky, but they were not sure what it was. Link nodded firmly, yes, it's a giant blood bat. Everyone was cheered, and Qin Shao said that by taking them here to kill a king beast, he really did it. At this moment, all eyes were burning, looking at Link in admiration. Don't get excited, this one was delivered by piggyback. The king beast I want to kill hasn't arrived yet. Link was calm, as if he had already expelled the giant blood bat from the ranks of king beasts. After the arrow rain ended, everyone took off the wooden shields on their heads. Link glanced at the macaw on the ground, his mouth twitching. A wooden shield was placed on this guy just now, which really prevented a few arrows. But the posture of this guy lying down is really strange, with 2 wings spread, the wooden shield can't block so many parts. As a result, there were so many arrows stuck on the wings of the macaw. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Link could even see the macaw's paws trembling slightly, apparently trying to endure the pain. The silver hand quickly moved forward, pulled out the arrow swiftly, and then squeezed the macaw's beak without giving it any chance to open his mouth, crying in mourning, "Ah, great eagle, you are so miserable." The macaw was already in pain, but now the silver hand forced one hand to firmly pinch its beak to prevent it from speaking. If you just pinch it, it just happened to block its nostrils. You can't even breathe now. The macaw held back for a while, really unable to hold it back, waved its 2 injured wings, and flopped vigorously. Seeing that the macaw come back to life, Silver Hand whispered in his ear, "Don't hold back, don't talk." The Silver Hand was afraid that the macaws could not help but scream, and their plan was completely exposed, so they made the best move. The macaw blinked his eyes, saying that he knew it, so if he didn't let it go, he was really going to die here. Silver Hand let go, the macaw flopped its wings forcibly, and took a breath, almost blurting out the word hiss. After holding his throat for a long time, he said, "Quack." On the side, Link quickly turned his head, his cheeks had already become liver-colored. Had it not been for the holographic human skin mask on his face, his unusual face at this moment would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. Link glanced at the front battlefield, his face suddenly changed, and he issued orders, "Go back to their respective positions and reform the formation, hurry." Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 517. The Black Beast Wave had already crushed the last line of defense, and at this moment the area north of the defeated King Ling was completely submerged by the Beast Wave. The retreating soldiers rushed back to Longcheng on motorcycles, jeeps or military trucks, roaring engines. The dark tide surged behind him, devouring everything he saw. And in the Kuroshio current, Link saw a mountain-like behemoth at a glance: the ancient crocodiles. The ancient Dine crocodile has a body length of more than 40 meters, and its sturdy limbs are like a century-old tree, requiring a few people to hug it. A pair of crocodiles opened their mouths, and the big mouth of the blood basin was clearly visible. The height was as high as 2 or 3 stories, and it felt like swallowing the world. The surface of the body is a hard and strong thick leather shell, with many hard protrusions on it, enough to make people with intensive phobias fainted 3 times after seeing it. One tail sweep is powerful enough to destroy an entire defensive wall. The Beast Control Master and Hunter beside Link were pale, almost to the extent of biliary. As one of the Land King beasts, the ancient deer crocodile is extremely terrifying, and its tail sweep is simply a natural enemy of the cavalry. With a sweep, it can shoot cavalry within a range of tens of meters into mud. Moreover, the surface of the body is wrapped in a strong hardened shell. Even if the gunhead and arrows are strengthened by black gold, the damage caused is only a drop in the bucket. Battalion commander, do we still want to? The cavalry who were still enthusiastic a while ago, now they saw the ancient Dine crocodile, they were directly poured with cold water. Don't talk about making contributions, now I just want to hide in the city. What are you afraid of? The ancient crocodile is only, and it is not without weakness. Fortunately, it is crawling on the ground. If it comes to fly in the sky, it will be difficult to handle. The steppe wolf cavalry led by Link lacks in addition to ordinary bows and arrows, airstrike capability. However, the number of king beasts in the sky is scarce, and the tide of beasts in 10 years is not necessarily one. Fortunately, the previous giant blood bat was completely dead, otherwise if you knew Link's true thoughts, you would have to kill him from the underworld to justify his name. You can't expel it from Wang beast status just because it is weak. The ancient Dine crocodile, an extremely rare terrestrial giant creature. The bite force is amazing, and when the reinforced concrete reaches its mouth, it is simply a tofu project. Smash 2 or 3 armed jeeps in one bite. Not to mention the tail sweep, this is the master of the ancient Deacon crocodile, and hundreds of tons of power cannot be blocked by a mortal body. The defense is amazing, and it can be said that it is one of the top beasts in attack and damage. The only weakness is the abdomen, the skin on the abdomen is not hardened, and the defense is average, and weapons made of ordinary mysterious gold can be pierced. But the problem is that the ancient Diablo also knows its weaknesses, so the body is lying very low, coupled with the aforementioned aggressiveness, it is impossible to carry a big knife and a sliding to the ancient Diablo. On the great border wall, the soldiers of Longcheng saw the ancient dire crocodile, their tight expressions eased a lot. Although the ancient dire crocodile is strong, it has great disadvantages in siege. The reason is that the ancient deity crocodile's 4 legs are too short to hold up its body. The only way it can attack under the city wall is to use its tail to sweep the city wall, not to mention the small crocodile that follows the ancient deity crocodile, which is completely against the city. There is no threat. Even if it is slowly consumed, it will consume the ancient Dine. What's more, the situation in Dragon City has changed drastically this year. With the addition of undead aliens, this king beast can be solved with human sea tactics. Next, the soldiers on the Great Wall only need to focus on the beasts that can climb the wall or pose a threat to them. As long as this part is fixed, their lives will be safe. Fight against the ancient crocodile, avoid close combat and remain invincible. And in the Dragon Court, when Su Tianzhao and Leng Guanqianqian were just discussing that Qin Shao and the cavalry camp had successfully killed a giant blood bat king beast in Buangling, new news followed. The beast king led by the tide of beasts this year is an ancient dire crocodile with a body length of more than 40 meters. When he heard the news, Su Tianzhao was talking and laughing about Qin Shao, this person has great luck, but he never expected that the face would come so quickly, and in a blink of an eye, a invincible land warfare ancient crocodile came. Su Tianzhao smiled awkwardly when he waved the retired soldiers, it seems that this is the test God gave Qin Shao. The emperor on the side was coldly closed, but his focus was not on Qin Shao, but on the entire game plan. City Lord, do you still want to release 5,000 wolf cavalry out in this case? Facing the ancient deer crocodile, the wolf cavalry has no advantage at all. If you release the city, you will die in vain. Will the cost of this bait be too great? Su Tianzhao was also entangled in his heart, 5,000 wolf cavalry is not a small number. The price of a Steppenwolf is tens of thousands. These string-controlling and combative cavalry who control Steppenwolves are also a valuable resource of Dragon City. The difficulty of cultivating a cavalry is no cheaper than that of a Steppenwolf. This is also why Li Chao was responsible for recruiting beast control divisions and hunters to form a cavalry battalion in this cold pass, just to recruit these social figures to try the quality of steppe wolves. As a result, Li Chao didn't say it was perfect, but Su Tianzhao brought a lot of surprises. Just now, Su Tianzhao was silent, still tangled inside. Leng Guan didn't make any suggestions, but just sat quietly, as if he had disappeared from the dragon court and did not exist. Su Tianzhao is his most proud disciple, and he also knows the character of the other party. He will ask you for your opinion, but it is only for reference. The final decision is still his own. So Leng Guan has become accustomed to waiting for Su Tianzhao to figure it out by himself, instead of making various useless suggestions that will not be adopted. To put it another way, Su Tianzhao is the kind of arbitrariness. The various courtesy corporals or admonitions he showed are just a gesture. After all, Leng Guan is the same person, otherwise they wouldn't be able to take care of their own master more than 40 years ago, and a few people would divide their wealth and flee. Su Tianzhao considered for a long time, took a long breath, and finally made a decision. Arrange the wolf cavalry to assemble at the gate of the city. Qin Shao will definitely have a later move if he does not bring his troops back. If it does work, let the wolf cavalry go out to support. If they retreat actively, also order the wolf cavalry to go out to cover the city. But if there is no way to break the siege, then there is no need to leave the city. This is the conclusion that Su Tianzhao has repeatedly considered. Qin Shao chose to stay in the defeated Wangling, that is, he made plans and preparations. As long as he sees the shining points in the plan and confirms that Qin Shao is indeed a general, then these 5,000 wolf cavalry will be a pillar of the country, worth it. But if Qin Shao had no plan, he was just greedy for meritorious advances, and being swallowed by the beast tide would be his own responsibility. There is no need to take 5,000 wolf riders to bury him. Qin Shao, I will wait and see. Su Tianzhao got up and said, looking at the embossed 9-clawed golden dragon behind him. At the same time, the front line. Dense beasts flooded like a black tide. Because the Beast King is buried here, the ancient aura exuding in the depths of the earth is still as solid as a rock, unshakable even after more than 10 years. After the ordinary beasts feel this breath, they will automatically bypass it. So as long as the cavalry battalion does not take the initiative to attack, these beasts will only continue to the direction of the Great Wall on the border of Dragon City. But the king beast of the same level is not in this list. Even if he felt the wild aura, he would not choose to take a detour, but just rushed over. Check out how many profound gold grenades we have. Seeing the tide of beasts approaching, Link remained calm and his thoughts were still clear. Although the master and hunters were frightened, their scalp was tingling, but seeing Link was so calm and indifferent, they still affected them. Each of them kept suggesting to themselves, the Commander Qin is so calm, he must be confident. There has long been a way to break the enemy. Sun Shu, who was preparing to escape before, wanted to urge the wolf ride to leave on several occasions, but this steppe wolf stayed here and died with everyone, facing Sun Shu's urging, staying still and deaf. It's more obvious that he was probably killed on the spot by Link as a deserter before he could escape. Since he can't leave, he will assist Qin Shao wholeheartedly, maybe he really has a way to get out of his body. On the other hand, Sun Shu kept reminding himself that the beast wave he was going to face this time was not 1 or 2 beasts, but hundreds of thousands. With this kind of battle, even the Emperor's teacher did not dare to say that he was absolutely sure to retreat. Enlighten the battalion commander, there are a total of 13 mysterious gold grenades in the whole camp, all of them are here. Sun Shu carried a material bag with all the mysterious gold grenades inside. The so-called mysterious gold grenade, as the name suggests, is a grenade made of mysterious gold. Because the melting point of black gold is very low compared to ordinary metals, it cannot be made into bullets or cannonballs. After being accelerated by high temperature and high pressure in the barrel, it successfully carries kinetic energy out of the barrel. Bullets or shells made of black gold will melt or vaporize in an environment of high temperature and high pressure in the barrel, causing an explosion before it is out of the chamber. So the only hot weapon Suanjin can make is a grenade. The grenade can be thrown by simply unplugging the pin and pressing the lead. The mysterious gold fragments inside are mixed with steel thorns, and the vaporized and liquefied mysterious gold will adhere to the steel thorns during the explosion, piercing the hardened skin of the beast. 13. It should be enough. Link took out a mysterious gold grenade at random and glanced at the introduction above. Black gold grenade, green conventional explosions cause 300 damage, which is reduced depending on the armor defense type. It causes 450 damage to beasts, ignoring armor attributes and strength. Note, the effective detonation range is 5 meters, after each additional meter, the effect is reduced by 10%. In other words, if the distance after detonation exceeds 15 meters, it will not cause any harm. Link looked at the ancient dire crocodile approaching with bold strides in the distance, and glanced at the state. Name: Ancient dire crocodile. Race: Ancient creature. Level: LV 55+, Leader. Health value: 20,000/20,000. Energy value: Unknown. Attribute: Strength 610 points, Other unknown. Skills: Tail Sweep, Hard Armor Defense, Deadly Bite, Ancient Coercion, Rage, Other unknown. Evaluation: Ancient Creatures, Land Overlords. After reading the data of the ancient dire crocodile, Link's eyes suddenly lit up. 55 boss level NPC. What a coincidence! Link immediately entered the task interface and read the introduction of the I am a legend task. The requirement was please kill 5 boss level NPCs with no less than level 50, and did not specify whether they are humanoids. That is, it is said that as long as the two conditions of level 55 and leader level NPC are met, they all meet the mission conditions. 20,000 health points, say no more, say less. If you change to the normal version of Link, you will directly show up with all the 10 directions, and casually accumulate the Blood Fury status to more than 100 layers, and it is not a matter of a few punches to deal with the ancient crocodile. But the current identity is Qin Shao. Even if there is an adventure, the current strength should not be too high, otherwise it will only cause Su Tianzhao's suspicion and backfire. 13 Black Gold Grenade, full effect explosion can cause 5,850 points of damage. If you detonate against a weak point, you can cause multiple critical damage. 5 times the head, twice the throat, 3 times the heart, twice the lower body. The most likely place for a diner to make a crit is the head and throat. The heart and lower body are close to the ground, making it difficult to find opportunities. Link calmly analyzed, and after a while, combined with the plan discussed with Yinxiao to create a new closed-loop plan. Does anyone dare to follow me to lead the ancient demon crocodile? Link glanced at the crowd, and found that everyone was pale with fright and trembling all over. Hey, that's the ancient deer crocodile, which can swallow 2 or 3 armed jeep in one bite. Don't look at this guy's bloated giant, but his explosive speed is agile, and he may be eaten by a bite if he is careless. Seduce the ancient crocodiles? This is not a death squad, but a death squad. Many people's eyes dodge. When Link glanced over the silver hand, the silver palm would raise his hand. I am willing to go with the battalion commander to attract strangers. The silver hand raised his left arm, his eyes were firm, and there was a sound. Link's eyes fell on Yinxiao. What's your name? Enlighten the battalion commander, Yang Guo is here. Okay, count you. Link continued to scan other people. Many people did not dare to meet Link's eyes for fear of being caught up there. Some had gathered the courage to prepare to raise their hands, but glanced at the behemoth that was rampant in the distance, and the sound of every step would cause the earth to roar. It's just that the breath of the ancient overlord is already overwhelming. It's hard to imagine if I will be frightened directly after I get closer, and my body is stiff and unable to move. Considering this hesitation, the hanging hand was put down again. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Link swept around, no one else raised their hands, there was no displeasure on his face. Okay, in that case, you will take your place according to the previous arrangement, and wait for me to bring this beast over." Link's voice was grandiose and impassioned, with the posture of never returning. The beast controller and the hunters bowed their heads, afraid and ashamed, and in a mixed mood. "Lend your spears to use." Link took away several spears in a row, but only carried 5 of them behind him. At the same time, he stuffed a dozen of them in the material bag of the saber-toothed tiger's hind legs. "It looks like an old general with flags on the stage." Clang! Link's spear and Silverhand's spear collided with the tip of the spear and made a creak. The two drove the saber-toothed Tiger King and the steppe wolf down to defeat Wangling. At this moment, the macaw, hiding in the bushes, flapped its wings and flew out, chasing Silverhand. The soldiers on the defeated Wangling saw this scene even more ashamed. Even a big eagle knows the savior who died. They are enjoying the glory brought by the battalion commander, but now they hide here like a tortoise with their heads shrunk. 518 company-level ridicule. Only Yang Jing went with them, none of us went, is battalion commander feeling disappointed. The beast tamers and hunters couldn't help but ask themselves. Under Qin Shao's lead, they had killed tens of thousands of wild beasts in Flying Tiger Stream and even killed a giant vampire Bat King beast in the defeated King Ridge. With these military merits, it was enough to make them the most popular stars in the Dragon City army. However, the beast tide was a rare opportunity, only once a year. Qin Shao wanted to lead them to get more military merits. However, after seeing the suffocating size of the ancient Dionysus, everyone except Yang Jian and his pet was terrified. Looking at their boss's tragic back, everyone felt a lump in their throat. They didn't care about their morals and honor. How were they any different from animals? Sun Chu saw that the atmosphere was rather gloomy, and facing the beast tide in this state was a dead end. He hurriedly clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and said, "Don't sigh. Our battalion commander said that we're going to lure the monsters, not to commit suicide. If you have time to wallow in sorrow, why don't you just stick to your positions and don't drop the ball later?" Sun Chu's words made some sense. Everyone immediately pulled themselves out of their dazed state and focused on the task that had been assigned to them. Link and Silverhand led the cavalry towards the beast tide. Once they were far away from the defeated King's Ridge, they both heaved a sigh of relief. Even the fat macaw in the air let out a sigh of relief. "Phew! I can finally speak normally. Silverhand, do you know that you're trying to murder your own father?" the macaw said indignantly. Silverhand snorted and said, "Are you pretending? Usually, when you're scolding someone, you can do it for 10 minutes without taking a breath or stopping. I've only pinched you for less than a minute, and you're already going to die? Do you still have any shame? What the hell, you think you've really carved it just because you took some feathers and dyed it? If the two of you continue to argue, I'll arrange a death roll for the two of you so that you won't be able to participate in the following plot." Link's words hit the man and Phoenix right in their weak spot. They had come all the way from Dragon City to join in the fun and stir up trouble. They had also worked hard to obtain legal status. If they were really killed by Link, what identity could they use to join in the fun in the future? Not being able to join in the fun was worse than taking their own lives. The two of them immediately fell silent. Seeing the ancient Dionysus swaggering over with its 10,000 followers, Link said, "Do as planned." He then galloped forward. Silverhand solemnly nodded, his eyes firm and determined. This time, the macaw was completely dumbfounded. What, even Silverhand had a mission, but he didn't. "Hey, don't walk so fast." "My mission, where's my mission?" the macaw asked hurriedly. Link brandished his spear and pointed it at the Dionysus. "Your mission is to taunt it and make it come to the direction of the Royal Ridge." The corners of the macaw's mouth rose, and it broke into a big smile. It was good at this. The macaw had completely forgotten the pain of having 2 holes in its wings. At this moment, its mind was full of trouble. Even their flying speed was much faster than usual. The macaw aimed at the ancient Deinosuchus's long mouth and dived down. It was so fast that the ancient Deinosuchus did not even notice that there was something strange on its face. Its target was the city wall that was lit up by the piercing lights in the distance. Suddenly, a huge condor appeared in front of the ancient Deinosuchus, giving it a fright. Following that, the ancient Deinosuchus released the ancient aura around its body in an attempt to scare the vulture away. However, the vulture's legs seemed to be rooted to its face. No matter how much the ancient Deinosuchus released, it did not seem to have any intention of leaving. Then, Ying even walked over. The macaw flapped its wings and jumped like a primary school student after school. Then, he moved in front of the ancient Deinosuchus and raised his wings to block his beak. He pretended to control his voice and whispered in the ancient crocodile language, "Hey, look at what this is." As the macaw spoke, it spread its wings that had been clenched into a ball and even learned the onomatopoeic word whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was like fireworks. The ancient Deinosuchus was dumbfounded. Its pace slowed down as its brain could not react. Such a flat-furred beast actually knew the ancient crocodile language? However, before the ancient Deinosuchus could react, the macaw said with a mocking expression, "Quickly look, your mother exploded." In the next second, the ancient Deinosuchus' expression changed drastically. Like a powder keg that had exploded, it was furious. His entire body was filled with an extremely strong killing intent, and a red mist could be seen with the naked eye. The ancient Deinosuchus was infuriated. It violently shook its head, sending the macaw flying. Then, it opened its mouth. A rotten and stinky smell hit the macaw in the face, almost causing it to faint. "Oh my God, this smell is too strong." The macaw held its breath and hurriedly flapped its wings to move in a Z-shaped position. The ancient Deinosuchus behind him continuously accumulated energy and leaped up. It opened its abyss-like mouth, wanting to swallow the macaw in one bite. The earth trembled. Every step of the ancient Deinosuchus was like the end of the world. The earth's crust cracked and dust filled the air. The killing intent of the ancient Deinosuchus also affected the underlings around it. Each and every one of the crocodiles revealed a ferocious and brutal appearance as they entered a berserk mode. Be it their attack speed, frequency, or speed, they were all much faster than normal. Link and Silverhand, who were charging at the ancient Deinosuchus, were dumbfounded. Silverhand couldn't help but curse, F***ck. I only let this guy lure the monsters, but he actually managed to enrage the ancient Deinosuchus? Even Link was dumbfounded. It seemed that the macaw's taunting was a little too much. It had gone berserk. How could they fight it? In its berserk state, the ancient Deinosuchus' strength and speed were greatly increased. The traps set up in the defeated King Ridge would only be able to scratch the ancient Deinosuchus. This way, the ancient Deinosuchus would have the ability to dodge the mystic gold grenade. But before Link could think further, many throwing objects appeared in the sky. Link dodged them on the saber-toothed Tiger King. It was only when they came crashing down from the sky that Link realized they were all ordinary crocodiles. Looking at his body that was trembling on the ground, one could tell that the bones in his spine had been completely shattered. And who else could cause such a terrifying power other than the ancient Deinosuchus that had already gone berserk to the point of not recognizing their own family? Originally, the beast tide had followed the ancient Deinosuchus' footsteps and was prepared to charge to the bottom of the border city wall to launch an attack. However, the party's leader, the ancient Deinosuchus, had completely lost his mind. There was only one thought in his mind: to tear this fat eagle apart. Let it feel pain. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Hence, the ancient Deinosuchus completely forgot about the fact that it had many of its own underlings. It only cared about chasing after the fat eagle and completely forgot about its own kind. It twisted its body wildly and did all kinds of violent movements. Its thick tail was like an ultra-large car windshield wiper, slapping the surrounding crocodiles and swinging them in all directions. Seeing this, Link suddenly had an idea. Aya! It turned out that he and the Silver Hand had misunderstood the macaw. Old Jin's taunting wasn't random. He was clearly prepared. First, he had used a high-tier taunt to make the ancient Dionysus lose its mind, resulting in the current situation during the chase. Such an exaggerated movement had killed a large number of the ancient Dionysus in just a few seconds. This was much faster than them doing it themselves. Second, Old Jin managed to trick the ancient Dionysus's trump card, Berserk. After the Berserk ended, an effect similar to weakness would appear on the body, reducing the user's attributes by 10% for 10 minutes. It could be considered a side effect of Berserk. At the start of the battle, he had tricked the opponent into using their ultimate skill and added a debuff while he was at it. At the same time, he had also let the ancient Dionysus clear out a wave of minions. This time, Lao Jin was no longer on the 5th level, but the atmosphere. Link flicked the crocodile away with his spear and immediately entered Swarm Commander mode, giving orders to the macaw. Old Jin, the ancient Dionysus has gone berserk. Quickly lead it around in circles. After its berserk state ends, bring the defeated King Ridge along. Link's thoughts suddenly appeared in the macaw's mind. It flapped its wings and scoffed. It rolled its eyes and said resentfully, "If there's something, call Old Jin. If there's nothing, call Fat Bird Crickets." Even though it said that, the macaw still made all sorts of flirtatious movements in the air. It even twisted its butt and continued to mock the ancient Dionysus. The wolf riders in the defeated King's Ridge were all dumbfounded. An ancient beast king was actually chasing after a fat condor, not even caring about the safety of its underlings. In just a short while, countless wild beasts had been thrown and trampled to death under its feet. It was a mess. How much hatred did it have? The soldiers on the Great Wall at the border who were already prepared were also stunned. The ancient Dionysus was originally speeding towards the city wall. Why did it suddenly feel like it had drunk 3 caddies of white wine and was invincible? He walked unsteadily. It could be seen that his consciousness was very clear, but his body's movements obviously could not keep up with his consciousness. He was always half a beat slower. In addition, his body was huge, and some large movements brought inertia, making his posture very awkward. The wild beasts that were following them were struck by the 100-ton bodies. The soldiers on the city wall could imagine the bloody scene. Why did this beast king go crazy for no reason? These were the thoughts of the soldiers on the city wall. The general of the guards raised his binoculars, the corner of his mouth twitched, and his eyes fell. Who would have thought that the reason for the ancient Dionysus to go berserk in advance was actually a fat eagle? The macaw clamped its butt tightly, and the murderous aura behind it was as fierce as a heat wave, one wave after another. The ancient Dionysus turned its head and lay on the ground. Its huge tail swept across the ground, causing a strong wind to blow. Just as Link and Silverhand got close, a tail flew towards them. The two of them pulled on the reins. The saber-toothed Tiger King and the Wasteland Wolf jumped with amazing speed, drawing an arc in the air. Link could even feel the sharp wind from the ancient Dionysus's tail sweeping against his face. Immediately after, the two of them waved the long spears in their hands and flicked the crocodiles that were caught by their tails away one by one. They successfully cut a bloody path in the air and landed steadily. When the wild beasts in the surroundings caught a whiff of the human scent, their bloodthirsty and violent emotions were once again ignited, and they pounced on the two of them. Surrounded by the beast tide, Link and the Silver Hand were far away from the defeated King's Ridge and the Great Wall at the border. Their attacks were getting more and more unrestrained. The profound gold spear in his hand flickered with starlight, and the crocodiles that pounced at him were all fatally pierced in their lower jaw by a cold gleam. The spear pierced through the weak point of the lower jaw, through the bloody mouth, and into the upper jaw, penetrating the brain. They died instantly. The two of them had only fought for a few seconds when a tsunami-like sound wave and aura came from the distance again. The two of them urged their mounts to leap up again. The shattered bones of the crocodiles were flying all over the sky. The combined number of crocodiles was more than enough to make a crocodile belt around the planet. The surging beast tide was directly turned upside down by an ancient Dionysus, causing the beast tide to be unable to advance for a long time, unable to reach the foot of the Great Wall border. The dense red killing intent around the ancient Dionysus gradually dissipated. The Dionysus had gone from being extremely excited, brutal, and bloodthirsty to its current state. Even its movements had clearly slowed down. After the berserk duration ended, the ancient Dionysus received a debuff exhausted. Attack, defense, movement speed, and health points were all reduced by 10%. It was now. Link's order appeared in the macaw's mind again. Quick, lure it to the Baiwang Ridge. The macaw turned around and glanced at the ancient Dionysus. This fellow looked as if he had gone through 7 times in one night and was extremely weak now. However, the resentment in his eyes was even more intense. The macaw shivered and couldn't help but swallow its saliva. This gaze made it so scared. He gathered his courage and lowered his flying altitude, continuously approaching the seemingly exhausted ancient Dionysus. Another sarcastic remark came. I haven't had enough fun yet, and you're already dying. What's the point of you growing up so big? After the macaw finished speaking in the ancient crocodile language, the panting ancient giant leaped up and opened its huge mouth almost 90 degrees. Its eyes were almost popping out as it vowed to swallow the macaw in one bite. This time, the ancient Dionysus jumped to an extremely high height. Its 4 legs were completely off the ground as its body soared into the air. The macaw was already within the range of the bird's mouth. Now, it only needed to bite and the macaw would become a dead bird. Link's eyes brightened. He pulled the safety of the mystic gold grenade on the spear and threw it out. The profound gold spear was like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that it made an ear-piercing sound similar to the cry of a phoenix. Silverhand did the same thing and shot out 2 long spears. Pucci! The long spear firmly, accurately, and ruthlessly stabbed into the ancient Dionysus's pale yellow and unprotected abdomen. The powerful force, along with the mystic gold grenade, directly penetrated under the skin and embedded into the flesh. 3, 2, 1. Boom! With 2 explosions, the ancient Dionysus's belly visibly protruded with 2 points of explosion. Shortly after, its belly split open, and red blood and charred fragments spurted out. The ancient Dionysus felt as if it had been hit by an unintentional punch. The profound gold had ground into its flesh, causing it to twist and contort in pain. The macaw flapped its wings at a high frequency, then it took a deep breath and clenched its butt. Crack! Crack! The macaw only felt a chill under its butt as the ancient Dionysus's tightly shut mouth brushed past its toot butt. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 519. Boom! The ancient deer crocodile was severely injured by the mysterious gold grenade, and the whole crocodile crashed from the air to the ground, and countless beasts were crushed to death. The ground trembled violently, and even the soldiers on the great border wall, 10 miles away, could feel the ground shaking. Seeing the ancient deacon crocodile jumping into the air crashing to the ground, the fear in people's hearts seemed to be torn apart because of the fall, bursting into enthusiastic cheers. Moo! Similar to the sound of chest cavity resonance. The ancient deer crocodile that fell on the ground made a dull sound of pain, and the explosion completely awakened it, suddenly turned its head and locked the target on Link and Silverhand. The almost substantive murderous intent of the ancient deacon crocodile pierced the skin like a needle. Deep vertical eyes stared at the 2 of them, twisting their swollen bodies, and gradually speeding up their steps. Boom, boom, boom. The earthquake trembled, and the ancient deacon crocodile unscrupulously poured anger under its feet. Link pulled the reins, turned his head and left. The hatred of the ancient crocodile has been pulled away by Link and Yin, and now as long as it is pulled to the defeated King Ridge, the defeated King plan can be started. The expressions of the cavalrymen who had defeated Wangling changed several times, and they all exclaimed after seeing the effect of the long spear mysterious grenades. Even Sun Chu, who always thought this trip was useless, couldn't help but shudder at this moment. Rushing into the tide of beasts alone, facing the ancient crocodiles without fear of calmness, the new elder of Qinjiazai, the thirst for power is even stronger than him. Quickly, the ancient dire crocodile is coming, everyone is in their place. Now the ancient dire crocodile has been injured, we are the heroes of Dragon City if we kill him. All the spirits were lifted up, and they had killed tens of thousands of beasts. Also killed a giant blood-bat king beast. If they can kill the ancient crocodile, these honors add up, they will become the upstart of the Dragon City. Link and Silverhand urged their hip mounts to run wildly, and the ancient dire crocodile behind them was not to be outdone. They crawled faster and faster along the way, changing their steps quickly, and there was a faint running posture. Sun Chu stared at the behemoth rushing in the distance, and couldn't help swallowing. The various traps and ambushes of defeating Wangling were not painful to the ancient crocodile, at most they caused some skin trauma. In the end, whether or not the ancient deer crocodile can be defeated depends on the operation of Battalion Commander Qin and the 13 profound gold grenade. Oh, there are now 11 left. After seeing that Qin Shao and Yang Guo really hurt the ancient crocodiles, Sun Chu also turned into a gambler, preparing for a wave of gambling. If he successfully kills the ancient deacon, he will be able to enter the Dragon City's power structure to be reused, and he is one step closer to his goal of dealing with Link. Sun Chu watched the ancient deacon crocodile keep approaching, and was about to reach the first designated location. Arrow ready! All the beast masters and hunters raised their bows and arrows and drew their bows at the approaching ancient deer crocodile. The big earthquake trembled, and the air was also exuding shocking ancient coercion. The hands of some beast control masters were trembling. Although the glory and wealth are right in front of him, facing such an ancient beast king, as long as it is an individual, he will feel a sense of fear. Stay steady, success or failure depends on this. Sun Chu held the beast master's arm and passed him strength. While running, the 2 forefoot of the ancient dire crocodile suddenly stepped empty and fell into a trap 4 to 5 meters deep. All the sharpened wooden thorns in the trap were crushed to pieces, and did not cause any harm to the ancient deer crocodile. But the forefoot was deep, and the huge inertia made the ancient dire crocodile plop and landed on its jaw, and the entire face and the ground had an intimate friction, while the ancient dire crocodile subconsciously opened its mouth. Link and Yinshao had seen the cavalry targeted by the defeated Wangling team, and took the initiative to scatter left and right. Sun Chu saw Qin Shao and Yang Guo separated and decisively ordered, "Let go." The arrow rain is dense, clustered together, even the air can shake. The arrow shot, like a ball of pine needles spilling on the ancient dire crocodile, many of them fell directly into the ancient dire crocodile's mouth, or clanged against the teeth, or pierced the skin and flesh of the mouth cavity. There was a sharp pain in the ancient dire crocodile's mouth, and he could not help shutting his mouth. The sharp teeth on the gums grind up and down, and the tongue curled up into a ball in the mouth. After a while, the broken and crushed wooden arrow body flowed from the teeth, and no black gold arrow with less silver metallic luster. The 2 front legs of the ancient dire crocodile pulled out of the trap and opened their mouths and let out a moo. Really big mouth. The ancient dire crocodile's mouth was dripping with blood, and many holes dripped with blood, which looked particularly oozing. Like a rising tide, the beasts around him rushed past the ancient dire crocodile and rushed to the Bai Wangling. If it was said that the original goal of the ancient Dine was the Great Border Wall, now it has changed its mind. Defeat Wangling, kill the fat eagle, and those who dare to provoke it, it will make these people pay for it. Link and Yinshao rushed to the defeated Wangling and joined the troops. Sun Chu's forehead oozes sweaty beads. At this moment, watching the black tide of the beasts, there are sweaty beads on his forehead, but he insists on directing the battle. All members of the cavalry battalion are in their respective positions. Although there was a trace of panic in his eyes, the work on his hands did not stop at all. The traps took effect one by one, and the bows and crossbows of the cavalry battalion were all fired, and the beasts that attacked the defeated Wangling fell in pieces. The ancient Dine crocodile took a short rest, pulled out of the trap, and launched an attack towards the defeated Wangling. Link already held the spear in his hand and stared at the figure of the ancient deer crocodile, not missing any details that could be exploited. Long Court. Su Tianzhao and Leng Guan simply closed their eyes and rested, waiting for frontline news. Report. The guards of the palace guard hurried in and reported as soon as possible, enlighten the city lord and the chief guard. The Great Border Wall has not yet officially started war with the beast tide. Instead, the ancient crocodile carried a beast and began to encircle and suppress Wangling. Qin Shao. Going deep alone with another cavalry, seduced the ancient deer crocodile and caused a lot of damage. After finishing the report, the guard stood quietly and waited for the order of the two who could finally make the final decision. Su Tianzhao slowly opened his eyes, sobered up from sleepy sleep, and asked, "Master Leng, is it time?" Without raising his eyelids, he asked, "The city lord thinks it's time." Su Tianzhao replied, "I think it's time." "That's the time." The two of them have been playing dumb riddles during a conversation, making the guard who passed the news look confused. "When is it now?" "Well, you go down and pass the order." Su Tianzhao waved back the guard. The guard stood on the spot with a blank face. What order to pass on? When is the order given again? Leng Guan slowly opened his eyes, with an expression of the rotten wood cannot be carved. Order Su Yi, 4 beeps, to lead 5,000 wolves out of the city to meet the enemy. The guard nodded repeatedly, rushed out of the dragon court as quickly as possible, and spread the news to the front line. Su Yi, a member of the Su family, is considered his cousin according to his ancestral level. The Su family is one of the few young people on the military battlefield. They are very brave. When they were young, they passed on their marksmanship from the emperor's teacher. They fought against the beast tide for 3 years and achieved good results. Even Su Tianzhao praised him publicly, saying that he had his own power in the past, so everyone called him Little City Lord. Su Yi led 5,000 cavalry out of the city to meet the enemy, representing Su Tianzhao's attention and self-confidence. Others could not guess that this was actually a bitter trick. After all, Su Tianzhao would not joke about the life of a future humoral pillar minister and city lord's clan. After the guard retired, he clasped his fists coldly and raised his smiling face. "Congratulations to the city lord, the sharpening of the sharp knife is done." Qin Shao wounded the ancient dire crocodile at the defeated Wangling mountain and successfully contained the tide of beasts for several minutes. He even killed a lot of beasts by taking advantage of the ancient dire crocodile's figure, which proved his strength. It is reasonable to send troops to rescue now. Su Tianzhao laughed, full of spirits. Shadow rose rapidly. Link was surrounded by many capable people and talented scholars. In less than a year, he made contributions to unify the western region, which can be said to be an unworldly achievement. As the lord of the Dragon City, Su Tianzhao has a lot of pride and lofty ambitions in his chest, but now he is fighting for power with the old school and the clan, and he has a sense of despair that is deep in the mud. He envied Link, envious that there are many people around Link. But now, Su Tianzhao finally doesn't have to envy others, because Li Chao has unearthed some rough jade for him. As long as he cultivates well, he must be a pillar country. Thanks to Master Leng for all this. If it weren't for your wisdom eyes and consciousness to accept the little junior and join the court guard, and then arrogantly exclude him as an inspector, I would not get these 2 sharp knives now. The 3 of them all have the materials and pillars of the country." He said with a smile, "The city lord has humbled himself. If the city lord hadn't trusted me and delegated power to me, how could there be Li Chao as an inspector, let alone digging up outstanding people behind?" The 2 monarchs and ministers were still giving way to each other. At this time, Su Yi had led 5,000 wolf riders, filed out from the Great Wall on the border, and went straight to defeat Wangling. At a young age, Su Yi has been worshipped as a general of Zhuge. After the introduction of Steppenwolves, he was appointed by Su Tianzhao to command all the wolves and become the most powerful among the young generation of Dragon City. Whether it is the new faction, the old faction or the clansmen, they all want to win over this future general. Su Yi waved the red tasseled spear in his hand and rushed to the forefront. He had seen it clearly on the wall before that the ancient deacon had been injured, and he had long been expecting to lead the army out of the city to kill the enemy. In the past, every time the beast wave came, he would passively stick to the wall. This time, the beast wave was blocked one after another. Even now that 20 minutes have passed since the scheduled time, the beast wave failed to get under the wall and gave birth to him. The idea of going out of town to meet the enemy. After seeing the ancient Dine crocodile injured, this thought and emotion has reached its peak. What's more, many strangers have come to Dragon City this year, and Dragon City has collected many strangers who can be resurrected after death. With their participation, Su Yi is bound to win this beast tide. But there was only one message from the Dragon Court asking him to stand by in the Great Border Wall, and there was no news after that. He could only watch the 500 warriors in the defeated King Ling face the beast tide alone on the wall. Just when his emotional accumulation reached the extreme, the edict of the city lord finally came from the Dragon Court, leaving the city to meet the enemy. Where could Su Yi sit still? 5,000 wolf cavalry came out one after another like a sharp sword. The black-armored wolf ride roared, and the shock caused even the defeated Wangling 10 miles away could be heard. The trap obstructed a wave of ancient crocodiles, and Link threw a spear again. The spear flew close to the ground, passing under the hips of many crocodiles all the way, and landed firmly under the body of the ancient deacon. A flash of fire suddenly appeared, and the ancient dire crocodile wailed again, and the wound under its abdomen became more and more serious amidst the successive destruction of mysterious gold grenade. When Link heard the thunderous wolf riding behind him, the corners of his mouth rose. "Brothers, the people in the city have come out of the city to support us. Hold on, victory is here." Link entered the swarm commander mode to spy on one or two, and found that there were 4,000 to 5,000 wolf cavalry out of the city this time. Su Tianzhao made the plan, and sent so many wolf cavalry to hit Link's arms. Link glanced at Yang, who was pretending to be Silver Hand. At this moment, his body was dripping with blood, like a killer god. All the blood rushed up from the beasts around, and he led some wolves to attack back and forth. The corpses of the beasts on the ground were so many that they were stacked on several layers. Yanchao felt Link's gaze, turned his head and glanced at Link. The two eyes met. Yanchao understood Link's meaning and was ready to enter the next stage of the plan. As long as this step is successful, not only Link, but also the silver player can join the Dragon City core circle. Link quickly came to the height of defeated Wangling and told Sun Chu the news of the gathering. Sun Chu stood on a high point and blew the horn, and then the flag in his hand began to wave. All the beast control masters and hunters all understood the semaphore, and they pulled the reins to gather at the height of the defeated king. Link also rushed down to defeat Wangling again, and began to help the other cavalry to get out of their troubles, as the queen of everyone. According to Link's words, since the main force is here, what they have to do now is to save their lives and wait until the main force and the enemy are confronted, and then join together, instead of fighting alone now. Children, go ahead, it's time to make meritorious deeds now. Su Yi shouted, and the 5,000 cavalry and the beast tide collided head-on. The sturdy body and lethality of the steppe wolf are much stronger than that of a thoroughbred steed. Without the pressure of the ancient crocodile, it easily tore a hole in the beast tide and pierced it all the way. In the face of enemies 10 times as many as their own, the wolf cavalry had the advantage, and for a while they had the posture to suppress the beast tide. But Su Yi still didn't know that a plan for him had begun quietly. Su Yi had only one target in his eyes: the ancient crocodiles. As long as the Beast King in the Beast Tide is defeated, the entire Beast Tide team will disappear by itself without a leader. This is the experience of the Dragon City in fighting the Beast Tide for decades. Now the ancient deer crocodile is injured, and the 5,000 wolf cavalry are killed. Relying on the agile posture and position of the steppe wolf, the winning rate against the ancient deer crocodile is not low. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. When Link was defeated in Wangling, he watched Su Yi, who was dressed in silver armor, took the lead and couldn't help but cut. Silver spear and silver armor, do you think you are Zhao Zilong? But he said, General Su Yi is here, my brothers rush with me, meet with General Zioki, and slash the ancient crocodiles. Link's words completely ignited the Beastmaster and Hunter behind him. They were also anxious at the moment. It might have been their exclusive credit, but now Su Yi brought a large army over. Obviously it is support, but secretly it is to grab merit. Can they make this? At this moment, Link greeted, the group of people seemed to be beaten with blood, and they couldn't wait to fight the ancient crocodile desperately. But at this time Su Yi has led a large force into the beast tide, and is only 100 meters away from the ancient demon. The ancient dire crocodile also felt the aura of the steppe wolves a few years ago, and has yet to understand why these beasts do not fear their ancient aura. Looking at it again, a large number of steppe wolves have already killed themselves in front of him, without saying a word. Just when everyone thought that Su Yi could control the steppe wolf to jump high and avoid this tail up, something unexpected happened to everyone. Steppenwolf jumped up, but the takeoff time was much later, and just halfway through the leap, it happened to meet the thick tail thrown by the ancient deer crocodile. Hundreds of tons of force slammed directly on Steppenwolf and Su Yi, and then flew out like a broken kite. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 520. This drastic change on the battlefield made everyone's brain buzz, and instantly went blank. As the youngest general in Dragon City, Su Yi had to teach spear and riding skills from the emperor in his youth. It can be said that he grew up on horseback, and his riding skills are second to none in the army. Low-level errors. But now this situation has appeared. Steppenwolves fly out with people, and a string of blood can be clearly seen in the air. The cavalry behind Su Yi all leap smoothly through the sweeping attack of the ancient horror crocodiles. The cavalry saw the general leading the charge fly out in the air. They all looked stunned. It is hard to imagine the general who has experienced many battles will make such a mistake. Su Yi fell to the ground with a plop, and the beasts around him were like piranhas that smelled fishy. They surrounded Su Yi, gnawing and biting. In a moment, there was only a torn and broken silver armor and white bones attached to the flesh and blood fascia. The death was so miserable that the faces of people who saw it were a bit unbearable. As the commander Su Yi died, the 5,000 wolf cavalry lost their command and instantly became a mess, and each of them could not organize an effective attack against the enemy. The scattered wave of beasts that had just been impacted had once again gained the upper hand. Steppenwolves and cavalry began to be engulfed by the wave of beasts, wailing painfully before they died. The sky hadn't broken yet, and the entire battlefield was chaotic, with noisy voices, and the scattered cavalry could not assemble. The soldiers on the great border wall were originally filled with excitement. In their lifetime, they finally saw the army take the initiative to deal with the beast tide. Especially the moment when the wolf rider rushed into the beast tide, it inspired everyone's military spirit and was ruthless. He let out a bad breath. But the direction of the matter quickly changed. The ancient terrifying beast swept its tail, and didn't know who it fell. Then the cavalry was like a headless fly, aimless, unable to organize an effective attack. As soldiers who have experienced the battle, they know that there is only one reason for this situation: the Lord has an accident. In the face of such a chaotic horde, the deputy wanted to take over the command, but the main general was in an accident. He just yelled and screamed, but it didn't help. In addition, the tide of beasts has dispersed the cavalry, and more than 5,000 cavalry are now divided into various small queues by the impact, gathered together to barely resist the surrounding beasts. Battalion Commander, what shall we do now? Rao's Sun Shu calmly in the event of trouble, and did not expect that General Zioki, who did not even escape the sweeping attacks of the ancient crocodile, was directly shot and killed by the ancient crocodile as soon as he appeared on the stage. The arrogant 5,000 wolf riders just now lost their command and instantly turned into an attackless little sheep, surrounded by beasts, and bit by bit. The situation on the entire battlefield changed back and forth in just a few minutes, which was unexpected. With a pale face, Link took out a spear with a black gold grenade again from behind, and stared at the ancient deer crocodile rushing down the mountain to rescue the other brothers, and gathering the cavalry again is still a battle. Now they are hiding in the defeated Wangling, it's dead, we can't live either. Sun Chu bit his head and nodded. Now they have only one way in front of them, regathering the cavalry to establish an advantage, there is still a battle. The ancient deer crocodile succeeded in one blow, and then saw the Link and the cavalry who had injured him rush down from the defeated Wangling, and immediately made a low moo in his mouth, leading the little brother to rush over. Battalion commander, you will gather the rest, and I will contain the ancient deer crocodile. As he spoke, Yang Guo, who was dressed as a silver hand, grabbed Link's spear, separated from the cavalry team, and faced the opposite direction. Everyone in the team looked at Yang Guo's resolute and lonely back, his nose sour. In the beginning, he was the only one who responded to the battalion commander, but now he is alone to attract the attention of the ancient deacon and buy time for them to gather the wolf and ride the remains. Rao is Sun Chu, who is full of respect for Yang Guo. This man is a man. The corners of Link's mouth raised insignificantly, everything was going according to his plan. No matter who is leading this cavalry today, the Steppenwolf under his crotch will have problems, because this is originally controlled by Link in the swarm commander mode. Once this cavalry contingent of thousands of people loses its backbone, coupled with the chaotic beast tide, it will definitely become a mess, changing from superior to inferior. But at this time, he only needs to stand up, raise his arms, gather all the wolf riders, and re-establish the advantage. Then Link is a hero who has turned the tide, and he will definitely be reused by Su Tianzhao after the war. However, Link's ambition does not stop there. In the swarm commander mode, Link gives orders to all Steppenwolves. At the same time, because Link began to take over all the cavalry on the battlefield, all the wolf cavalry dispatched by Link also increased their combat effectiveness by 10. The 500 wolf cavalry is like a sharp knife, tearing open a series of openings to rescue the wolf cavalry who had been surrounded by groups before. Just like snakes, various small groups of cavalry, with the help of large forces, broke through the beast tide, and gradually merged. The cavalry team grew stronger and stronger, and the force that impacted in the beast tide became stronger. Especially when Link held a spear at the forefront, the cavalry next to Link felt that he was unstoppable, and the beast that he had dealt with just now was as crisp as paper, and it was broken with a single poke. The cavalry didn't think much about it. They just felt that there were so many people, powerful, and full of momentum, all of them were red eyes, and they all expressed their depression. Who can control whether these beasts are strong or weak? On the other hand, Silverhand was dealing with the ancient deacon crocodile, and the macaw also came to join in the fun, and directly spoke countless Zhuan words in the ancient crocodile language. The spring's eyes are silent and trickle, your father's grave is burning gasoline. The little lotus shows sharp horns, and your mother stands upright. 140,000 people unarmed and attacked your mother's backyard flower. The macaw flies and shows off his talents in a fancy way. Various verses come at his fingertips, making a variety of dimensionality reduction and mockery at the uncultured ancient Dine. The ancient Dine crocodile lived in the northern wilderness and had never read a book since he was a child. Where did he hear such exquisite verses? The most annoying thing is that I can understand everything, but as a 9-league fish, it can't say a word. The ancient dire crocodile almost cried. Can only keep roaring incompetent furious. The macaw and the silver hand cooperated, and the macaw taunted the whole process. The silver hand took the opportunity to throw a spear and caused an explosion, continuously causing damage to the ancient deer crocodiles. Hurry up, lead a little higher, and introduce into the woods of Bai Wangling, the great border wall will not be observed. The macaw just finished speaking to the silver hand, turning his head to seamlessly switch the ancient crocodile. I really envy your face, my skin is really thick. Silverhand's nose was heavy, and he was obviously very angry. If it weren't for fear of exposure, just an ancient crocodile who wants to run after me. Silverhand and ancient dire crocodile are both level 50, but a leader level and a legendary level, the gap between the two is like a moat. Now this scene is like a chick running after a black bear. Ha ha ha, what a pity, if you wear a camera chicken this time, you will definitely take a picture of your current appearance. The macaw's tone was full of regret. Rolling Silverhand rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for Link's big plan, he wouldn't bother to pretend to be weak here. After a fight, he couldn't use his hands and feet. For fear of using his true strength, he was found to be abnormal when he was autopsied by the enemy. Lose everything. As a person who loves to do things and join in the fun, Yin Xiao still looks forward to the scenes that Link will paint afterwards. So now, endure it. Blow. Another spear was thrown as fast as lightning. This time, the ancient deacon crocodile was prepared, and quickly turned his head, and the spear passed by. Just before it was excited, the spear that passed by exploded near the eyes, and the black gold fragments splashed out of the explosion pierced the eye mask of the ancient deer crocodile. The blood gurgled down the corner of his eyes, and slid down the hard, gully-like skin. To advertise, I have been using reading recently, my Rita, there are many sources of books, all books. The ancient Dine crocodile opened his eyes again, and one eyeball was filled with blood, turning completely blood red, hardly seeing anything. The other eye was fixed on Silverhand. A long and low wailing neigh, resounding across the plain. Then, rushed up like crazy. On the other side, Link heard the screams of the ancient dire crocodile and glanced at the defeated Wangling. The tall trees on the ridge fell in pieces with a harsh crunching sound, and the rolled-up dust flew into the sky, shining through the searchlights of the Great Wall on the border, as if the volcanic ash raised by a volcanic eruption was spectacular. Link was quite relieved of Silverhand's strength, but now the ancient dire crocodile is in place. Silverhand has entered a single-player mode against the ancient dire crocodile, and most of the wolf cavalry have been closed. All the previously arranged dark lines have been successfully completed at this moment, and are converging in one direction. Everything is ready, now is the time to enjoy the fruitful harvest and start the next phase of the plan. Link brandished the spear in his hand, tore a path in the beast tide, and killed a carbine with a violent turn. Brothers, Yanguo is still confining the ancient crooked crocodile alone. We will never give up any of the brothers. Everyone will kill with me and fight the ancient crooked crocodile. The gathered cavalry had a sense of security, and all kinds of beasts were easily torn apart in front of them. The back figure of Link, who rushed to the front, was already the best guide for them. Surrounded by the beast tide just now, in desperate situation. This figure is like a descending to the earth, saving everyone from desperation. And following him, everyone seemed to have become heavenly soldiers, completely fearless and marching forward. Link didn't have any agitating nonsense, just a figure, always in front of everyone. The cohesion of an army starts with faith. Following Qin Shaoqin's battalion commander, he can survive, win battles, and travel freely in the beast tide. These are better than bells and whistles and 1,000 words. The soldiers on the great border wall looked at the regrouped cavalry, as if blessed by the gods. They wantonly tore and trampled the tide of beasts along the way, as if the two changed their identities. Kill all these beasts. Fuck, kill them. Seeing the successive changes in the situation in the distance, the soldiers on the wall felt as if they were riding a roller coaster with ups and downs. Now the mood has been completely attracted by the situation of the battle, and I can't wait to fight the enemy personally. At this moment, Long Ting once again sent an edict to send out the foreigners who had signed up before to meet the enemy. As the gate of the great border wall opened, the players who sharpened their knives were like wild dogs running off the front line. The crazy, cruel, and excited look on his face is better than the beast. Even, these beasts shuddered all over after feeling the players' horrible breath, and were frightened. Link also heard the shouts of the players shaking the sky, and cursed in his heart Gan. Finally there was one thing Link didn't expect. He did not expect Su Tianzhao to release the player at this time. If the players rush up in a swarm, the scene is absolutely chaotic. Moreover, there are many people with mixed eyes, and their exposure risks are greatly increased. Everyone rushed to the ancient deer crocodile. When the cavalry rushed into the defeated Wangling and saw the ancient deer crocodile, they found that it had many wounds on its body, and one eye had been blown up. The blood was gurgling on its body, and its actions were crazy, like madness. There was a faint smell of dying in the heavy breathing. The wounds on the ancient dire crocodile are like stimulants. Originally, the ancient dire crocodile was covered with thick armor. It was difficult to find a place to attack, just like a hedgehog with nowhere to start. But now, all the wounds, let them find a place to start. The wolf cavalry leaned close to the ancient deer crocodile. Even though they had the ability to sweep their tails, the steppe wolves jumped up and easily avoided. The cavalry continued to pierce them with a long spear with a mysterious golden spear to enlarge the wound. What's more, they simply urged the steppe wolf, jumped onto the back of the ancient deacon, and began to use the mysterious golden spear to find a place to start. Link took the lead, and after joining the Silver Hand, directly attacked the ancient crocodiles from the front. I'm just waiting for you to come. If you don't come again, I'm afraid I can't help but directly kill this beast. Yanchao whispered. Link patted the shoulder of the Silver Hand, and gave him a long spear with a black gold grenade. Thanks for your hard work, and you will be done after you play this paragraph. It's up to you to work hard. Silver Hand smirked and wiped the blood stains on his face. What's the matter? Since the following plot is so exciting, this sacrifice is nothing. Link nodded slightly and paid tribute to Silver Hand. I took the time to contact Helen before, and the new part will arrive at the time of the Dragon City operation and will be replaced by another day. Helen's craftsmanship, I can rest assured. Then, start. Link urged the saber-toothed Tiger King, holding a spear to charge head-on towards the ancient deacon. As he approached, Link leaped high on the saber-toothed Tiger King, holding guns in both hands. The ancient deacon also opened its mouth, trying to swallow Link in one bite. Link stepped on the saber-toothed Tiger King's back and jumped again, thrusting his spear into the other eye of the ancient dire crocodile. At this moment, the saber-toothed Tiger King entered the state of soul, and the ancient dire crocodile bit a bit of loneliness. The other eye of the ancient deer crocodile was poked blind, and the whole body rolled frantically. The cavalry around with the lancet was thrown off a lot. www.mtlnovel.com. Link clung to the spear with both hands, letting the ancient deer crocodile roll and struggle, the slightest knot loose. At this time, the Silver Hand on the side shouted, "Batman Commander, I'll help you." After that, holding two spears in each hand, he rode Steppenwolf straight into the mouth of the ancient derelict. The wolf cavalry on the battlefield were all dumbfounded. For a while, all sounds on the battlefield seemed to disappear and the picture stopped.